Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Any those boys around, they are not ashamed. Now I am in one say NDC phone to me pick a. You see, well, sometimes ayana waja ho asamka. Hi, say your mama ne kwesi Christians. I no catch you say me a Christian intino Christians nyina wa Ghana ha 75% more than so ombeto aba ma major mama. O ka say nka de be koso okroma bi ni. Bom yakosia eye Muslimi fo akasa asem na kire wo mo that they should help him to make a difference. What difference? That MPP is selected no because oye Muslim untina MPP selected no as running mate and now a flag bearer. In the Sam George Assembly kind no anya no kra say you kroma na kwame ayi your friend say MPP government esuma nkrofo ayi your friend say Islamic SHS de okumase no enkola no se ka bobo omo to omo blocking street no yanti kroma ana omo suma ayi invisible forces emom akobo Islamic students no prepare omo ema atu trip to a man of kroma. What is about me bieda no? What is vice president? He's a Muslim. What is OKBB? What is about me OKBB? Then I heard some people making unnecessary ugly noises. And some judge in your opportunity on San Cabio. There you. This Baumia guy, Eko si John Mahama wo program ase. Obusa John Mahama say, o e Kristo ni no obepede e won kremofo program ase. Yare di obia fane ede issue with it. Oh, Kwame, so ka se nipa agimi a. Agimi for the say na akomi om one people muntinu na alanchamati no nyina agyan no. Very foolish boy. Sa kwase no. Aye dia akotra piece of manopa no dia ne hunwi no your friends akomia kwajibisa na me mene Sam George anka asem makeka kire wo mo makeka ho kwase asem no kura nkom befe omukosia akwa we ni di ni se Baumia Eko siya John Mahama ewo Muslimi program ase ebusa ne say oye Kristo ni no obeye dan e won kramofo program ase no watuba na in your friend Malam John. Obia hunu anything wrong with that. Obia hunu na me minim say Sam George no. Ono no omo keka nkwasi asem no ofi obia. Sam George. E dey na we. Uni ano dey. Kasa na be kasa ntimi nye hu. Te. Hu ntimi nye. E dey na we. Obia dey. E dey na be. Wa num na ya ohene na abetitiri sa na akọ. Me say Sam George in your opportunity on sign kabio. You support 100, 1,000, 1 million, 250,000, 66 million times. Sami unya kwa ya sign kabio. Kan de ebe yo mo kuma ya ebe wo mo da wo mo na. Samale Kwabena Bobie nyina afaka ho ya Sam George fa samale no obi odi funu da ba obi o ye nipa obi oni funu da obi oni efunu eda we nipa Samenti ase say Sam George akoka religious prostitute we ya one more examples. Let me have more examples by 1,001. Baumia. Masa. Ja. Mama men pick it adewe. Yeah. You best say Kroman penning for. Peace Council. Christian community no. Christian Council. Any other groups aka omo for Bobie Ansah na omo nya ne kasa kire won se jomama akọ ne to o se jomama emmo obia di ni di natem yeah wan baby a Bobie atem didie na akofiri ba. And I also Ghana ni bia wutie mi bia no. Ubetie me. Asopem. Samon baby a odi atem didie ne efiri ba. Samon baby a Bobie adi atem didie no efiri ba. Asema ba obi abeto no na asum no ampo. And sometimes ayana me busa me ho say Peace Council, Christian Council need those groups no. Is it that aya account for na leading into what you know what I want to ask you? Let Jomama and make one a yes statement. And you see the problem we are having here. And some Ukraine are dangerous, no. Now they have run and hid behind Baumia. And 2 years, Baumia no so but they know that the majority of MPP accounts the Ashanti and a friend say Achimfono and a Kwofo. They know they are just using Baumia. They know it will never happen. Say it's for better majority in MPP. That they know they are just using him for now because somebody wants to keep on holding the party. There's all the Baumia also party no, but Baumia no in the mukake. And a Baumia so I not say okay Jimmy Miangro, Miami who Jimmy. Na mensaka de me pe wi a e na meso behunu de me ekwa me de achemfo no be fa so nti aso obi a tetane yonko but they know se Ghana mpanimfo bebem akasa akere Baumia they should start talking to Baumia the earlier the better they should do it quick nti saa and some of Baumia and then a year Samiria Betin or Masuno or Mobusia for Rebecca. Mount Fatim didn't start it. Just put your issues out. Your mama can't say now who feels say and yano cry. Oh, as my minion kind and yano cry. Say. It's so simple. Because hey, Ghana for here, opinions, alternatives. What you say? As much as we know, say Baumia, you are a blockhead. Ya bibia ni utrimuno. Yes, and Kwabena akwa you do aba. So you are welcome. But hey, do a clean campaign. Your mama baby. He has never said anything ill about you. Only did what da. You went to North just one day, first day or two. You started insulting him. Number one, John Mahama say oye dead go to Krano or so wo Krano and it is a wo Baumia Samale. A useless boy like Baumia, very foolish boy like you. Ghana what to be in Peninsemda, so be near Funu Aquada, F certain vice president, Aquada Trefru, Obi Funu, Aqua 2 Pruma and 20 minutes. What is a home Peninsemda? Just a rogue like you, a foolish boy like you, if they don't talk to him, say Kufa do no amfana antrase ankasa antre Baumia. Say look, ya campaign sa hweso kan asem, Jomama en kada asem. Jomama ye yawa. We will let him know that look, you can insult him. But say wo dia tem didie woni policy bia na say Jomama na ade ne be ye twapia dia. Ha! Baumia be funu o, e be funu. Eya say kase bi akosia. Say you almost want to so anya dey o. Clown, Jimmy we. Ankola no e twa no we say nyina Jimmy. I no do Samia Queen Jimmy for anko. Na obi akomia na you spokesperson. Jimmy for anko. No mo be ha ni pa adwene. They just want to destroy this country. Foolish people like that. Your campaign, Kwasem, wouldn't say 24 hour economy no, wouldn't be can. Stop. So Kwasem, bring your policies. Let's talk about your policies. Neja will be as a mano. Who won't be? Dear John Mama Beccabiano, almost a yet. Dear John Mama Beccabiano, wouldn't say about me as you want me more. One policy say na meye choba bon choba mame say 24-hour economy no ase ne say choba for year 24. Can you imagine? We are talking about giving incentives to industries. Tete port taxes no tete so na attractive business. No boys adwuma sorry e port na da osano e wo a job creation estimate o. But we should go back to a buying books mun ko say enipa ye say omo ye adwuma port no yetibia for failure na. Please, I beg you, Master, don't go there. But me don't go there. Tete taxes no so. Let the port attract business. Na afedi no empeja embu me. Jomama say industries are voluntary. Because enye force say obi ye na adwuma obi na niji won said look me person me more production into the system. Yet ya ena ayi for ebe complaining ye say omo me ye diapers ene friend say sanitary pad. Ghana you only one company pe eni si enya other companies 3 4 5 be kan wo so ye bi omo ye bi wo Kumasi omo ye bi wo Takrade omo ye bi wo Cape Coast omo ye bi wo Tamale aban se ma more incentives electricity and water ebia from this hour to this hour omo use electricity a si eton ema ebia public no 1 point ebia 10 cities a ye ton am omo 1 point ebia 2 cities 1 city anase bia de cha omo na I motivate you omo to onim say anadwo no obetimi aye more production and pay less electricity bill and water bill. This is what we are talking about. Yet Kroma Kwame, could you believe say owo Jowuluha Abelenpe Achimota Adenta Ebona ju one now flower down for say upe fuel atwa obeka cho say bra airport shell. I'm telling you mimi chira na jo pa so I know. Yeah, unam Kroma na ju na di agro na fuel sa awaka mu aba bia wono be da ho. Do you know why into airport shell? Because airport shell no area on security wo ho. Enti sanka airport shell for no kranka na jo nya adwuma. But the hono didn't say armed robbers be about because of the airport no ABENA no. What are we talking about? Yet your mind is a Ghana mu. Ebo say ebo tena unyo kada. Yeah, what to be able to say amasamai. Abokobi dodowa ebe mamprobi nasa upon adwuma anadwoa ena abeti niema ase. You can find Okada anajo 10 or 10 Kumasi 10 Okada for ada Takrade a habo place 10 enkrofo ada your friend say tema 10 11 na paps upon bibia pon into Okada for no ye legalize no na buying hwe how be rope omo into me ba chwa Kwame Ghana say about 5 p.m. about 6 p.m. obenya a train atukwai keteke on mind to say Ghana keteke entimi ntu adadwo ebo se sa apon enya betwamfa jolu pa yes train koda. Can you imagine? And somebody is telling you that you put in an effort. Say bedroom baby no, and I just 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Me person me call Western Regional, Bobby. I don't need to drive. I just sit in my train, get my ticket. Me na me chrono. Me a driver for share me. Who try train you your sleeper? I just hear the mother. So let's brainstorm. What are we doing as a country? And you better be a boy. Because the more in Kroko, look, Kwame, Opa yenye sa implementation way Greater Accra, Kumasi, Takrade, Tamale, Boga, in the city Sunyani. You see life a Beba Ghana and employment a Beba Ghana. Also pharmacy shop. Pharmacy shops, I'm telling you, Kwame, about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, just about baby to say cantonments here. Cantonments crown unya bi. Cantonments unya pharmacy shop. Yati kroma yeni madi kwa kwaso. And you see, that politics of deceit. Omo kom krasia, no mo kwa kachira omo. Oh, yati kroma. Among for the woman clinics, I'm woman wu because some quiet doctor knew nurse yada. A chroma. Now, oh, Baumia, Samira no chipons no. And then mama, moya ye, moya ye say, Sebibi to say, Anwa. You go to places like a friend say, hospital, a says, Lister will say, is it Lister Hospital? Am I right? Wow. Major Mahama ran about no. Leicester Hospital. And in your honum, a honor mokro. Now go see here for Manuel, Titia Shamai, and an important monua, and I do know what in a bear fay. enti wo ba omi aba yare a anadwo no ofrɛ na asogyafoɔ ɛde ayi friend say car aba be fa no nwi ne de nakɔ enti wo say 24/7 you are happy. Mampong government hospital about 10 o'clock is not running as Mampong Mimi Krum hospital. O you actually nim pons makuma 1005 o mama ayarea siren any de be fa obo e continue. You don't feel for the ordinary Ghanaian. Obisi pharmacy shops closed by 9 to 10. Kwa mesi kopokwiase kwa santo kronto kronu na kohwe enkro sofa community bi wa pharmacy shop no ye one pa and by 7:30 wa pon o yare from 10 go ya obewu. What are you talking about? Now the me ya MPP for no ahia wo no omotete those lungu no obu okra nya ho clinic on si order wo wo na support ba wo mie make that kwasi argument. Somebody is telling you that look, let's expand our 24 economy and me adwuma me ba be ye no to make sure say awio anajo you can access whatever you want. But me say osu tibiye momo utimiye momo anajo yanga asem me yare me tipokwiase me nya pharmacy shop anajo no me ye momo na me de ma wuni ana wo si ote wale yanga asem me ye momo na ma hwan momo ni me ya me de to ade. And when that thing is not in operation, what is the use of the momo? And you got to the choba, you know, quick one. I won't waste much time. Now,
hospitals are open for 24 hours. You can buy electricity 24 hours. But because of digitalization, you can transfer money for 24 hours. You can receive money for 24 hours. There are many chop bars that are open for 24 hours. The police is working for 24 hours. Security services are working for 20. Hospitals are open for 24 hours. You can buy electricity 24 hours. But because of digitalization, you can transfer money for 24 hours. You can receive money for 24 hours. There are many chop bars that are open for 24 hours. The police is working for 20.
Hospitals are open 24 hours. Where are the hospitals? Where are they? Just look at this man. Where are they? Hospitals no way. Where are they? Say me producer catch him say even with the momo nukra worker no anaju unya ebo 8:30 untimi enya vendors enyi scam from mo 7:38 untimi nya vendor momo vendor enyi ska. Just imagine we let mama njai na omobama but ya bo abin aka asem ya bo abia aka asem kwame ya no na mepe ya bo abia ina me de sende wo no enye ni mienu ni o me pacho bo mame ya bo abin say Ghana's interest is no longer important to the MPP. Really? Raphael says assignment official time pharmacy normally closes at 9 to 10. Commander, Alute Jacobs also said that yo, don't mind that guy.
Yes, sometimes. It
happens.
And you decided to superimpose a butterfly on the elephant.
Not necessarily. We believe that it is time that the right things are done. The elephant is supposed to exist to serve the people of Ghana. When it gets to the point where it becomes self-serving, instead of looking at the interests of Ghana, it begins to look more at its own interest and how it looks like, and it's preening before the public, then it's time to move on and serve the public.
I see. Let me do this first by asking you what your ears.
So initially I said that a party is meant for a purpose. The purpose is to take executive authority, prioritize and make decisions. The way the MPP is headed now, we are not in a position to take executive authority and prioritize the right decision-making processes.
And you couldn't stay to fix it?
So how do you stay in when you are being suppressed and you are being pushed out? The MPP is not that MPP where you will thrive objectively. This MPP is being manipulated, directed, and it's emasculated. It's weak. It cannot do anything on its own except it's directed from outside. And we know the source where the direction is coming from. There is no room in that MPP for any constructive things to happen. It's gone. It's over. But this is not the first time we've had a party. We began by talking about the PP and the PFP and the UP, and so things happen.
Mede ya say ya boabin betie me ya. Ontie me. Hwa Kwame. This man ya boabin. Na Madam for pardon no. Yeah. Ya boabin was a very good friend. Misia ya aboaben omuyi medi wo Asempa FM foforo no. Misia ya aboaben ewo I think minua kaba ayiase. One of the programs ewo Joy FM fokota ni mu wa. Ema ya aboaben ka kire me se me ye Antiekufuado. Enti misia no a mama nchia no. Ya aboaben ya aboaben we ya na ya kaba yenu akaba yi ase ya aboaben hwemanim ka asasem na kire me because se Akufuado hu a se ya na ye Alan no ya aboaben ye nyina na ne ye Alan wonim se na me 2008 na mu say Alan no onye correct. Oh yeah. 2008 na mu say Alan onye correct. Say because ye nyina yenim say de Akufuado sitie say oni Akufuado ya de pa no wanya no last hour. Ebi na to dwoma ama no. Yeah. 2016 na nyame yi Akufuado ama dwoma ama direct. Say so wie no. O ka say nsem enema Akufuado ya in 2016 say dwoma ama ye mu kota. Enka Akufuado am yachi dwoma ama atum ama de besiasi ya boaben now is telling us eyana me person me bu say ya boaben no say so even in 2020 anamo ye campaign ma Akufuado what were you thinking selfish interest entianya campaign ma no onwini onkwana yensa meka party no that was the thinking wa nwene Ghana ho afa enu akotena kire ebeka kire Alanchematini ne nkrofo no pese mo portrait say eye Akufuado nko na adi bone no mo ne so da adi bone no Alanchematin ya aboaben ohininto do kra de ono wan hye da nka bi ono wanya campaign ma Akufuado da ohininto wanya bi da ya aboaben okwa Asempa FM no akotwa da pasa ofiro no odnani a kire Peace FM ya aboaben. Today you are telling us say Ghana's interest is no longer important to the MPP. Uhuni da ben. Mo bo obi ama wa say o man no, we destroy country no, we bubu o man pillars, your democratic pillars, your educational pillars, we destroy bibia and we jahoko. And was ye jay another blockhead. Who your campaigner? Shall your campaign? Hope si adoye no adane pimp ko frankro former Africa Canada adoma be said them wona wo form achi akom dem akofom laptops high tax edwo ye niamafunu wona wo lead armed robbery gang against obabesia. Hope si adoye and you are crying today. Oh so akere wan miame Papa Boniface now o say Jubilee House omo ka say ombe zongo founder sika ne buy ono de chedi ye you share the money mudi wie no and aba be ka kire say now they want to portray to say oh ya de ya yanka ho ya de yanim hwe mo didi mu aboa na mo say oman no for 7 years ya aboa me hwe ya aboa be no de afrafra to for no mo di agrom ko campaign krofo bo be bo no wa hi echa Akufo-Addo no mo I'm telling you wo mo hu because ade no mo ko bo Akufo-Addo look what are you doing almost say Akufo-Addo no mu ye bi eche MPP mu emienu Alan the ma mimija Alan achidie right from 2008 bepim 2012 ni emu bi kachire Alan munche party no mienu mundwam mienu Akufo-Addo so obedi president de montem ho mundwa party no na Akufo-Addo na di president awie ba omi amode money bi da cause you dey on your head onya he o say selfish interest bi na Kwabena Japan okoye omupam no ena akoye campaign hwehwani mu 2016 ena omu wi ni ye ena omu ye be ma bibi saa ya ma hwe ena nanti sun ya 2020 na Gabi we be frɛ no ma Land Cruiser ena omu ska kakra ehwa na asa firi gina ho mini list what ye be bia na ayi Kwabena Japan frɛ list where say obetu ye yefo say si ama meboa ne wo fa ase ne ye Santifon kola ye campaign man DC enti sese no so onya ba bi sha ye betumi aba ne nkyɛn ana ene so onya ba bi sha we de we kekawe me ena list was me hwe wo nkyɛn ene bobi ezo ma hwe wo nkyɛn se no ma ka chan so me man chief of staff enti wo de hwe na ye so be chief of staff wa ye nya hwe me di Akufo-Addo bibia nu ye me fe de bibia nu ye be de kromfo say na aduane kura ya metan aka Akufo-Addo nko wo Ghana me ma koma dimi akume kromfo sa ukoye campaign wie ye Kumase ena obesia ye ne wabusia FM ena mo kasa ya ena nkola mu free Kumase ena hwede mo tenkran ena mo ye yo omo wi ni ya no side to twene obepe eye flag bearer no mo je wo se fie ni school na dia homete ajaye uwie ya wase akogina soro dem se ba omi ayi number 1 chese se bia mbefa running mate oh nyaatwumo kofo side for no de nyaatwumo kofo nkrofo no nyaatwum afoko nya asem ana Alan twe no ho ana Alan ene kwadwompiani num be ya aka ana omusa be bomu ere na Richard Anane onsi ye Alan ade ase Alan de no ko bo Akufo-Addo ene oja wo mumu enti yekum afoko Alan ankabi yekum Samekrab wa ankabi yekum ohininto wa ankabi yekum Kwabena Japan wa ankabi sana Alan tie sana misuban tie sanya ono ni interest a obia interest ye fucking Alan Kyerematen no obia wo boni woni trimu ono so ne boni e woni trimu no sanya ono Alan Kyerematen Kwadwo Kyerematen a no way it shouldn't be anybody there ye obia me say Apia Stadium bese kwa Akufo-Addo fie no mkobo no ada wo kwa Akufo-Addo fie o fa me ho e wa Asempa FM Pyramid House na mka chense fie ya wo komi oso Akufo-Addo na na se membra sata ni nyina ya Alan wo kwa no mu dum no fine wantimi anka so wajai party no fie ho o free fie o obegina bonte se wajai MPP Alan antimi anka bibia moa friend say Apia Stadium at look omu ko bu ni nsem mimi case bae Alan ankabi wonu say omu wi ni 2016 me frɛ Alan me listo ya frɛ Alan sa me dem share da pa me frɛ no almost getting to 1 year one father kese Akufo-Addo num hu say omu ne ye kasa kese ye outcast for tini kwa say Akufo-Addo num hu say omu ne ye kasa hey ene me nu nyina ko be sie sem kra me de me da me NDC de pra me national chairman mi aminie afa na so ativie na NDC national chairman mi aminie na mbaharo mo na mo aye mo bono mo kire mo papa la Kyerematen Yeah, Boninho. We say, what do you have, Boninho? All right, so these are some of the few issues, and I think Kwabena Omo Ansah Assembly on Bekabiano, Omnia Kufad Neye, and it should remain same. It should remain same. The Ombekabiano, Omnia Kufado, and a Bonibia or Mokabiano, yent me enyi Omo enfrimu. It's not possible. Omnia Kufado destroy this country, and I think more and run away because a moment your mind say, or more the ministers and the Kufado or Makotia Frantono. NDC ba no be who wrote be ewo ministry a ombeka say I wo de ukotia Fran 21 ka ho o ka ho Magdalene was national chairman papa bi miamini na me ona mo akwaba
ye bu comedian
na say me share ba me yonku bi oh Bobie yes o ye ndisi ni. Let me say, Minia, nature said, Mini no harm, so oh, men can't bonnet. Let me say, there be, men can't say, we see me, I can send this in here, with your mommy, Bobie, no, Bobby, and this, and this none. You see, the point is, on a yent mean now or memoir, Ubia through, say, Adia me, you, Ubi Becca saying,
yeah.
Say who's also be back idea, which means you don't believe in your conviction.
Of course.
But when you believe in your conviction and you are very clear in your mind, because honorable, here and yes, our TNTO, baby, I could not be able to do you.
I know, correct.
Usia, oh, and Ranajo, a share MPP from Penny for me and be. Now, and some omo air cannon. Honorable. Say MPP free so a one hwa niema mu behu no just a more organize national funeral day.
What kind Manase I na watch ro
So
I watch some write up bi we na mahu.
I see. I wish thank me hu.
Eh futuo na ode ma President Mahama. Say onami monko promise bread and butter bia.
Debi
on promises obegye democracy na si ho.
Simple.
Because osim ye koso man hu ye obi ahu ye but obetena konwa no so a eno bi hu rot any proye any se ne o man ase yaduru enti se sa me na wako promise amonfo a ne obi hu no nti untimi nye enti you should just promise Ghanaians say obegi democracy na so is enough for him.
Me say honorable Nra papa fon mi enimi di nkomo sa om say hey Bobie enema no aya na mo keka ne de eye ne mawo wo say ndisi ada ban besesa no enema mu Ghana fo be hu no just obia twantum tuntum ye yie.
Yes.
Ba ko ka chem say sikani bi wo a omo atama koto ba bia omo hu ba bia om de akoto. And a big problem among Akufuado and then ne chronics na big problem. Osis can be what they do omu nim baby a da.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, omu nim baby a da. Scan be omu and omu di hun komo omi obi ka kire me say Akufuado nkrofo no ba ko no. Young boy bi eswende no almost $15 million.
Wow.
Jikotu mi honi bi tipa
What they call
omusika nkrofo de adwane no honorable omusika pa Akufuado family no ne friends no omusika nkrofo de adwane boys no de adwane no because omutam sika ni bi omu hu ba bia omfa
tene general kan ye no o say ahimfie twene
akowia
obekowia kan mfa so obebọ no
obeda bebọ no abonten
na ya asem no so oba ohene bete udi pienso yi
ene honorable akwaba
eje osuminu ya
mesi aba so meka Ghana for said ne meto me rafo no mecheska *413# *413#. The atene say mo betimi atwa no consistently from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. Bonanza kesiye ede amamo. Me pa ocho muntie me ye pa. Me pa ocho. Ye bonanza kesiye ede amamo eye moa modia eye moa ena mokro mesre moda enadia no meche nipa pi 500 na modia akoto eye mo na moadi idamwase Honorable Adama Sulemana MP for Tyne constituency so na Orachas nyame on ye convener edema omodia ne Gold Coast Fund Management on so I'll say Bernard Mona will join us this one and Akusipoku will join us Inyacha Sakwaba.
Oh, Commander
Bokore.
Commander.
Okay, so honorable quick two things na pesa obua me maye quick na make sure say sa mehu aye parliamentary service letter bi Mr. Speaker's official residence and related issues. Pacho what kai?
Makai. Dia. Yo me na me da say. Me say na otwe ya mu speaker ewo breakfast meeting afi bia woye. Say ko bom paye na wa bi ne kwan ama public ama Ghana for ni nyina na nkutahudi ewo bi ono omodi. Enti speaker kasa anum no ena na oka ensema ekoso o man mu enkanka efa nsase sem ho ena oka twamu kakra mpo se oka twamu kakra o menu ani 1 minute se onompo asase otiso no e wo cantonment no se enye obi netia na so a nko hu ye na yato ama private developer ho na speaker dan ni se otim na nka yato ama private developer just a test statement to a speaker man you know. Oh, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, I issue statement. Lands Commission, I issue statement. A very topic for discussion. I was a speaker about me, so you be a piano. And this all kinds of not trial. Now, more the issues so bad. Anti parliamentary service paper a year who ye a public relations, media relations.
Okay.
And I issue statement. No more clarify some speaker kind. Speaker can say your tongue, but also be anti and also I'm announced sorry. Nka yetonye enti letter na ye nkyerechire mu a ewo asem o kan ye no o kyerechire mu se ye duruya du lands commission ho a nipa no kogi papers no ena nipa na nkasa o ton no hu se the lands is in the name of parliamentary speaker
enti nka hwan na eto ama no
enya aban through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources ena nka yeton one money ton plot to my way. And say yes, true ni say. Baby President na Akufo no.
Jubilee House.
Ye fear ni say yen ton ya.
They can do it
because it is a real possibility. Ye atontontonton no adoso. Enti minim say let we abai eturo kwa kwatwe ni eturo tie but the reality e wo man no say prime lands, state lands ni nyina no. Abaya fa kwan bi so atonton asase ni nyina mo ho. Baby speaker te kwan ka ye ton a. In fact, wasan de ahyem say baby clerk to parliament no ya ton. Baby ana clerk to parliament ete no ya ton.
Really?
E wo letter num. Na ne san wo letter num ni say.
Fatwa mame.
Yes. Na san wo letter num ni say. Edan atwa speaker ho ahia nyina na nka no state lands no. Ya ton a private developer almost. Yes. You see abrosan. Enti baby speaker te no. Is no more conducive for the use for the speaker again because
antina watu ho no.
High rise building nyina ho.
So watu ho.
I'm not sure.
Obi amamela ni say speaker tu ho.
Yes. Enti eno ne nyoma e wallet no.
Any GIS ekwemu.
Immigration
GIS ekwemu. Wenuma. Wenuma.
Omo ane beye.
Oh. Omo dan ba ku bi si wo. Wenuma. Na say one lawyer Poco or something omo facility bi wo ya Labonia. Omo to facility no say $3 million. Asase no. Omo kind of cash. And I do normally lawyer is one more kind of cash. Normally car Belfast can from Labonia.
Now move back was $60 million in free every airport. Madam back immigration customs pending back Also 60 million Ghana.
Omo ba betam e de ko so oh
I get bank card for.
but yeah, na honorable obi nkrofo busa me Charles. I don't know. Mintimi nyi sa asem na no say when there is a change of government, those state lands muntimi nya ho bibia na.
Oh, bit my ho bi.
How? Educate me.
We will take them back. I mean, say BSC pen. And senya this na power in 2009 and kababia foreign affairs ministry see na ya ton na Kofu Abanya ton sa land ni nyina this Professor Moses na san beji and na man nya babia see foreign affairs ministry.
But this current NDC leadership, do you think Ombenya Kokodra is adian?
Oh, na Professor Moses Abanya nya extension of Professor Moses Abanya no.
I know.
Yes. We will even do West. We will do it. Yeah. And you are unim say what to aban plot wa unim say wa mfa kwampa so ne toye sabe say fa kwampa so mpo ne ye nim say ba bia pese ye de nya sa na ye de ya we will take it back. We will take it back.
Okay.
In fact, yes, aponchire ni wu a ene be hu ne tenten.
But which means legally no we are going to pay more judgment debts because nipa na ye facility also. E was assassin so.
Through rightful means.
You see, their procedures are there are some lands that which are even not for sale at all completely. One who say, "Oh, mra," and this question has come to Parliament like 4 times.
Demi Busau ye.
Aye, 4 times. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources at Parliament. So on match how much lands any free Accra, any which has been given to which person a free one on a for like 4 times. Also, I'm here digitalization of the Lands Commission. Every time that has the answer. And since 2021, I'm a member of Parliament. Nipo tabisa question a pa era Suhini bisa sa question 2 times. Yes, sister or Achimotai Teresa abisa question, you know. And he has not been able to answer that question in Parliament. And I say Sapunche ni
Okay, so we have the parliamentary service letter here.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker's official residence and related issues. So quickly, let me just run through. We refer to the media stories on and reactions to the statement by the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin, Speaker of Parliament, regarding the official residence of the Speaker of Parliament. It must be noted that Mr. Speaker stated the attempt at selling his official residence, which he made reference to during the Speaker's Breakfast Forum in Accra on Monday, 20th November 2023. The potential buyer proceeded to the Lands Commission for the necessary due diligence and realized the status of the property. That was when Mr. Speaker got to know about it. We also wish to state as follows. 1. The Right Honorable Speaker did not say that the Speaker's official residence had been sold. What he said was that it was almost sold. 2. The reactions by the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minister of Works and Housing, and the Lands Commission so far have not tackled the subject matter of the alleged sale. Now 3. A visit to the official residence of Right Honorable Speaker will unveil that almost all the surrounding buildings and accompanying parcels of land have been sold out to private developers. High-rise apartments have been constructed all around, leaving the Speaker's residence as an island and endangering the safety and security of the Right Honorable Speaker. 4. A trip down memory lane reveals that sometime in 2019, the official accommodation of a certain clerk to Parliament located in cantonments was sold to a private developer. Other properties assigned to Parliament have suffered similar fate. We are encouraged by the decision of the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources to investigate this matter and hope the investigations will establish who attempted to sell and who the potential buyer was. Transparency in this matter of utmost importance for the sake of public confidence in state institutions. And signed by David Sebastian Damois, Director, Media, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's it. Yeah, but, Minia, this is scary.
Yeah, it's scary. It's really scary.
parliament niema ni oma tonton parliament in sas ni oma dan ni
we
baby
letter e bebre say na speaker media relations officer e kan ya say ya tonton parliament nyoma no bebre ni sas ni bebre ya ton an ka ye koton ba bia speaker te no ena obiti ananso ohun ya o ka ho asem so ye mpese obeka no in fact letter na he lands commission there na ma hwe ma mintimin kan housing ministry lands and natural resources but my kind lands commission letter and truly they never talk about omantimi an tackle say attempted sale oman kan ho asem
na say yenton
they say yenton ye but nipa na nkase maton wo say nka mo ton
as whether so obi aba ho ampa
yes
mu no obi adi nkomo
yes
mo yi indentures ni ade ama obi
what stage na muduru ye man kan ho asem nti speaker letter we a every parliament kire say omo meka ho asem na omo nkire hwan na nka ye to no hwan na nka ye to ama no sani pa no ba ya nke be ye de pa
but Charles so what is wrong with Akufo-Addo?
On the area say ya wo ba yatete no what to ba niema ba ko a wo sha sia de to ba say wo sakola so na say o start edidi a sometimes who do try so come the now try so the some you na be dey e be di aduane no
yeah nkola yes
na what you are not the bonkum di na so hu out the mienu na ya tia kola no chai ya nyen sa fa we didi chai fa we didi on say o hwe sa family and friends government we ya ayese ayade bi e running through mu moja ase de omu hu hwe dom fi planet for frost na aba ana omba be pie treasures bi so ana baby om free buy na bi ni ho ana omu na etu agu so se 7 imperials and once na etu agu bibi so ana omofu mu funkan na bibia de make say de ye me ya ne say the technocrats are o man no demo atena ho a government beba akọ no na me blame omo
ne ebo semamu no
omo na me blame omo asem ye kasem la asem hada. Where were the technocrats? Or where are the technocrats?
In common
yes, you first your director. Well, government change, people government are better open, and this government are better open, and then people government are better. The entire don't want to want some more politically appoint
person common day.
Omuna edu some people so Omuna on sign some of the document. You tell them say no.
Who should tell who no?
Oh, masa.
The civil service no man crime man yes how. I mean there's the political class has overtaken the civil service.
Man crime man yes no never some your director.
Yes.
Say you can say emra wo ho kwan a ya wasase bi kwan e fa so ayeto. What one near the about between him say sign. When I say sign, then you sign it.
Let's who is president you can do that. This vicious man.
Oh, the point is that they will sack you. But at least you make it.
Let's face reality here.
Yeah.
Honorable, I can't say Mrs. Yahweh. Honorable, I strongly disagree with John Mahama time. You can do that because during John Mahama time, NDC 8 years, we had similar challenges in Ghana here, where politicians bulldoze their way through. You see, the canker has been with us for quite a long time.
That's my problem.
But Akufo-Addo legitimize it. They say no. One man is legitimate. That when you are a politician, you wield so much power that the technocrats cannot stand you.
Yes.
What do I say? It has been our culture all this while. We don't allow the state institutions to work. Look, Honorable, Erade Domo, my second coming na mobile. Me, maka nema miunua Erade bua John mo ya. That at any point in time, a civil servant, technocrats, will live above politicians.
That is what is supposed to happen.
So
that is what
then again, say Obi any civil servant a juma for 5 years. You are appointing minister, deputy minister.
No.
Look at what says Amir Oku at NLE. Onya Jumada. On top Empawada. I know this boy. All of a sudden, I am a millionaire. When you leave such people to come and steal the country, Obia Chad 30 years. Sika, your friend say Pius Ajidewo. Oh, who be that? boy ya or Jubilee House the Nigerian and the so adan 6 months you giant no of referee radios me one semper. Oh, sometimes the system has, bad. Yes. So now, honorable, this issue about technocrats, no, on to me cash because you're the above to name. Yeah, you don't know, say on sign. I know him technocrats in Domoye. On him so no on try the being a scat or countrymen as I say. Obey no be assassin, you do. The Obama countrymen as I say, no be man, a 100,000, 200,000. No, so consider the Odoa. And do the Tracantomans, what is what you would do? It is the more but no, you do what I will say. It's simple. They also enjoy. Yes, of course. Okay, but the point is so. You see, you show mine. The entire Kwabena sorry I bet now be brainy say. You boom composure ye chi. Ashe the echo some pempen so ya. You who say any be bring ye. And only the be brebe ni usum be brebe you. And you know, this is the time I see starting. Say be o advocate. He say, Yankopon ya dom na say. You ra John Sam baby yoma. Ade ba kwa wo pay hunu say. Technocrats and the civil servants be may be in certain field for a long time or more holding some prestigious position. No, they will rise above politicians. If that, it's not possible. Bobie, it's not possible.
Bobie, if you go ministry, you could do ministry. Why the head ministry? No,
chief director. Like okay, day-to-day affairs and I say overall, a minister. No.
So how can the chief director rise above the minister? Until say a best son, Emrano.
Yes.
Until say a best son.
But is it doable?
It's doable. It is doable. Okay. You see, when we constitution way, 10 BL among folk complaining say it's the constitution that is bad. I disagree. It is the implementation of the constitution that is bad. Mejitum said there are some areas of the constitution are here attention. But I'm telling you, say, Sanke the constitution way ya Juma and Kanya ne ekoso or my woman ekoso no. The bottom line is that you to say was President Mama Penson other government habano. You similar issues. But you see, the constitution was made in such a way say we will have a reasonable president, a presidential constitution.
Okay.
So we will have a reasonable president. No, yes. Obiani or envisage say Ebenya president obeka se media memfa hwe ho ne obeka bia memfa
se metweska men ko parliament ko approval
men ko approval and the Bank of Ghana a finance me deficit amewo ma print sika ma finance me mewo and I don't care nyoma e koso manu nyina say obi e bone na obe clear no all the constitutional nyoma breaches akoso ye yi nipa free court ye bu judges ye bu all of he doesn't care. That constitution didn't envisage that, and none of our president in the Fourth Republic aye nyoma na kufu ado aye no
that
enti ono na expose a flaws a ewe constitution no
yeah
enunti enka normally no me my chief executive officer ewo this assembly thing time this assembly
okay
I was a chief executive officer
okay
there were occasions I will go to my director, this is coordinating director, with a proposal. I say honorable way there the law doesn't allow it. He will go and bring you the Local Government Act.
Perfect.
The law doesn't. He will stand up to me.
That is what I'm expecting.
That is it.
He will stand up to me.
That is what I'm expecting.
Director, and the Ben said, "Okay, just say. We have to go here. We can't award this law, this contract here. Let's go to the regional coordinating council. Then tender no our region. We will go and do it there. But you see, and then the district coordinating director or what district no." cannot do it because Ochenebe transfer. No?
Yeah.
And he will not stand on his feet. You see, the message cannot be good. And you tell me, say, the messenger cannot be bad, the message can be good. It won't work because the personnel and I don't matter now. Nipa no tisoro no. The
message is as good as the messenger or bad as the messenger.
And the subano permeatia kosi down there. And the subana on woman no. And one will be a woman. And you say your law no any ho. And then you say law no so protect and can there law to protect the civil servants say from political interference. But look, one who you now see of Ministry of Finance no. One who be paying my way mu.
Yeah, but
say finance minister ako present budget. Na me no. Yen ye appraisers of the budget. the people who present omo prepare budget no the people at the finance ministry minister no de nyoma nketenkete bi na oyo enti me no na yes budget no say budget no e be serve you need and I serve you need na minister no ba parliament no the usual ye mo say man of parliament na nsi minister oba ya na nkro fro almost 80% omompe no enti abosoba wanya no parliament no okoje abasobo no
koje fans no
fans no ministry of finance and the people who are clapping and yet to asori nyom ho no are people who are paid with a taxpayers money omoye civil servant. They are not politicians. And when we are condemning the politician for being rowdy our parliament, we must condemn those civil servants at the ministry of finance. And no and for independence me Kwabena me need finance background but say me finance background and a president mama appointed me said me minister of finance me could do minister of finance I will sack all of them.
Are you sure?
I will sack them because I cannot work with them. Because no NHS say they will sabotage me if I leave them there. They will sabotage.
They will not help you to do what
they are no more. It is for no reason. They are saying no say I was a civil servant on a political. Send a buy bia bebano. Mudi munim die. In fact, civil servant a lot of them have got the knowledge and the nimdiane nyoma. They can be better politicians than us. Chamber no. But a man is open so by for you want to ho.
Yakokoye.
Na koye na ehu say de unim dia wo no wo dia ba ama ye nyina ye hu say me no nyina ye ka politics na sem. But some anya sa na minister na be present wie na obeduru fie obeduru office ho afena mo bebo mu nsama no ato enyuma ma na ochina se minister ne sesa na another minister na eba e de na mo be ye yenim ko enim dwane na mo no
anyway adamo
ayi
budget ni yenwura mu straight near the ababesi economic issues between JM and Bawumia but mame bie budget mu kire yen
okay me nua budget no I'm say almost 400 almost 309 pages but me no be summarize budget no send e be ya dede aye ne brofo ya kan nyina e be ka bread and butter issues ayo budget no ene hia na the seat ene yemfa ade ensie nipa no o se budget presentation ankasa minister be present yi o present be 49 pages megitum say a summary of budget no present here enye the full budget now so say o ka kire Ghana for say matete taxa ewo sanitary pad so taxa ewo electric cars o wa person obe assemble electric cars o import nyoma na metete so enti metete nyoma ba ko mienu miensa na enum so a ewo se utimi in the same vein utimi ka kire Ghana for no so say ebia taxa yewo we ba ko mienu miensa na we e ho dada no medibi ka ho enti me ti we so no medibi ka we ho but minister no buy no conveniently or skip ye
yodi bi ka ho
de wanka ho asem na nemmom ne ode otete so no e no ka na no kura so ne say ne otete so no okika ni nyina bomu a per annum is around 200 million Ghana cedis otete afiri so no is around 200 million Ghana cedis e na ma no be hwere okay but ne ode be ka ho no or pay 11.3 billion and all the back home.
Okay.
And one mention new tax bia. Now so tax on kwa ye betua more from previous taxes, adjustment from previous taxes, you know. Am I 11.3 billion new taxes? Wow. 11 now ban say ebe my 6 billion. And that is 11 in a double. Almost double of the initial 11 about the buyer. And to her abana kasa ni statement or the buyer. We page 68. Or the buyer. Or say, or total revenue and grants for 2024 no. 176.4 billion. Now, revenue also a 31.9% increase. And to her 2023 budget now. Also on increase your revenue by 31.9 billion. Now revenue here no kunya free. Okonya afri taxes are ebe gije free me no home enti budget no ne tofo mu nyina ne say
enema bo be ye dem more
yes obeje 176.4 billion any revenue obenya but sika also obe spend no eye 226 billion and between sika obe spend eye 226 billion any revenue or say obeje no eye 176 billion there's a gap so gap no eye budget deficit ye problem aye wo man we mu nyina wona na akufo ado aban we mu no eye budget deficit na me pese me kire eno ase kakra wo yanka say ye dada setena mu etise ne ye wo ne wo yire wo ne obusu atifie households wo ne say budget eye aggregate of individual households na akwa ababe ye general na aye state budget
okay
enti wo no yire no man atifie obusu afo na atifie no matter how long o madodo no yire dudu bia motifie ena bosumi bia oji sika 10 million o emphasize oji 1000 Ghana cedis na oji 1000 Ghana cedis ya okeka o sika odidi nyina bomu a
yeah
okeka o expenditure nyina bomu a
okay
o expenditure no e bia 1500
okay
o sika wo je no e 1000 cedis enti dia na abeye obekọ nchen akọpẹ sika foforo obekọ akọpẹ bisia ada so obekọ bank ho na akọpẹ bisia obekọ nam foforo ho na akọpẹ bisia but obekọ akọpẹ bisia na wo de asoso
yeah
there are two things that you can do either say obedi o expenditure no everybody from man bedru 1000 you know and then unko je bisia na bosome no so bi na eni ho but you be fine but ye de na nte sa ye kwa akọje bisia se bosome no so wakọje bisia no wantimi antua na bosome no so biom o se o masan akọje bisia biom nne no menko wo ho menko kwa me wo ho ba me ko menu a chance ho na akọje bisia na free menu a chance nso ho ade echi a o se menko ho me ko menu ya o ti studio ho yi ade echi a wanko no ne ho na wase akọ bra pani a wabai wakọ no so nti wakọ bisia no bebre wakọ gigi ni bebre ena bisia fo no nyina hu se oji sika na untua enti obi ase me ma obisia no biom
ana ye bisia so adikodi
wow
bisia so a oji ye no so no wanfa nkoye adwuma ebetua ne ho ka enti wantimi antua bisia no ena wo ba biom ena wo se enye se mintua o ba mintimi ntua enti se sia me wo ha ide mo ma me akwanya na mo a mede mbosia wo man we mu no me mede me terms me a me mede ma ba bosia me wo me terms ne se mintimi ntua mo ka na nso me nka nkyere mo me ne mo nya nhyehyeye me hyehyɛ a mede abetu ho ni wa wo pɛ no befa wa wo mpɛ no mamfa na sika nka ese metua ma mo afi no agese mfie num mfie nso achi ene domestic debt exchange program eno so memfa bibia anka ho entimi ntimi ntua misika no na afa me kwa amana no mo me do mo kanso me no mo so koye we ena wakoye sad na de budget ya betu yanim se e kana ye de no untimi ntua enti afi sika obe spendi ni na so untimi ntua ye kana ye de no we eyenkunim die enti abanya obeba obeka se waye we nyina bobusia we nyina chi enti wadi nkunim odi nkunim die no be kire yen mi hu anso se o start budget we eye ne friend say bipolar budget bipolar people they have what now can we are they channel can we bipolar budget because emre bia e be adwin say e betua e ka ye de no enyoma e wo budget mi nyina asesa se ne ye ka se ye tua ye ka inflation rate aban so obenya no e be sesa ye total debt stock aye wo no e be sesa ye interest rate e be sesa sika ye de be ye mpuntudwuma ni nyina be sesa enti such a budget this one is a very fragile budget and there's nothing about nkunimdie e wo ho na meka sika sama ye beji nyina no ye gi sika no na ye tua ye ka ye de in fact even with the domestic debt exchange program no we also service our debt because your external debtor your external creditors ya boka bilateral ones e wo ho multilateral ones bilateral one ye amanya ya gigi o musika your multilateral ones ya call World Bank ne IMF akwaji a o si tua I say your commercial loans o si ye I say sa bond ya flow to bond several times and also ho nti where their portfolio na a mix up and ya nti amane say even with this the them essay program no that ni be available also yetua and he's going to spend I think 55 billion and the yetua your domestic your debt ayede out of 227 no obesia spend emu 14.4 billion non-tax revenue no and you also 15 billion na afa you be say adisika no bi aye ye frɛ no statutory funds get fund national health insurance levy any nyoma and also obe spend almost 11 billion 11.1 billion statutory funds sika no so odi mu 63 billion e betu adwuma foka afa odi mu 21.8 billion ebeye capex ti say ene ne yede beye empuntu dwuma na ne aka no betua energy sector levy eno so energy sector levy ne energy payment short force IPPC ye do mo kan nyoma no so yede emu 27 billion enti 226 billion na aban say ohwehwe say yede beye empuntu dwuma no emu 28.7 billion ene beye actual empuntu asem 28.7 billion and the capital expenditure and this out here now we say ye be wa kwan a think twice otiha now we say be school dan think twice otiha now we say be ye onyoma o expect say be think because sika na ye wo no enchichemu a e wo sika no enti 226 billion no say na enchichemu no tie Bobie wa mesi bebre.
Bari anko. Ya na me monitor.
Yes. And until the bottom line is say we are going to increase our revenue by 31.9%.
Okay.
So that increase in revenue we no wonim say IMF the moratorium ato so. Enti ye ntimi nkobobosia se na ye bobosia no.
I see.
Yes. Again, Ajama also eco flow to bond no. Yeah. We cannot go to the international bond market until 2027. And the akase be increasing revenue by 31.9%. Ehin e benya free. And think obi oye owo kando oye honesta. Nka o ka kire yen say ye tete taxes no so. Ye beti tax no so sanitary part. Ye beti we so, ye beti we so. Nka o gina ho aka kire yen say VAT no ye increase volume by goods a ye no. Communication service tax a ye no. Ye increase the bouquet na ye communication tax was no because what it tax no so 200 million Ghana cedis a. What the big can be hon so amana ko 11 billion. Enti no person odi sie. Enti the bottom line is afi non-oil tax revenue enya oil no
enya esikasem
oil sikasem ena meka aban say ohwehwe say obeji non-tax oil revenue 173.3 billion. In fact, page 68
one
or say obeji non-oil tax revenue to the tune of 135.9 billion, and for total revenue
135.9 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes. Okay, 79% of total revenue.
Obaji Jeffrey.
O Jeffrey me no ho. Enti ohwe oko revenue measures are wa listed by bia obeji enyoma ni nyina free mreba ibe ko ho nso.
Ka ko ma hesisi ankeye.
Okay.
Because the next question is say in free oil no mu a o je no hefa.
Empa meba. Wa kire oil de. O si total revenue no 173.3 billion. Total revenue 173.3 billion. But ohwehwe sika 226 billion.
I see.
And in yakana yebusia between 173 and 226 you know, you only have to go and borrow.
So 173 na 135 near non-oil.
Yes, 135.9 billion. Oil.
Non-oil.
Non-oil. Okay, 79% of total revenue no. Non-oil. And in yakano oil revenue any grants, any gold resources in your money, and a cover money 173. No.
So the 135 no or Jeffrey
or Jeffrey, young revenue measures.
Okay.
Budget no. America crabby.
Yeah.
Yes. Revenue measures.
Yeah.
So the Income Tax Amendment Act 2023, Act 104. When we say you pass it, income tax amano last year, yeah, he is going to increase. Income tax. He is increasing it again. So
income tax na you tuano
267
omo be increasing no
yeah increasing that in 2023. There's an amendment act in 2023 yeah increasing man.
Okay.
And it was on say I'm ranting kasa almost say yeah the tax ato game no ho
yeah
betting yeah tax ato. You see there's a VAT on betting itself and so we trying to do one new there's a VAT on it. But what we know now, Niamanti names is winning coupon. Yes, they are taxing, but there's an original tax on the bet itself. Whether you win or you don't win, there's a tax on it, and it's going to increase this between 2024 and 2027, medium term. You, and year one,
okay,
and on the stamp tax, the stamp duty tax. 268. The Stamp Duty Act 2005, Act 689, had not been reviewed since its enactment in 2005. So he's going to review it. 2024. And they are going to do something like implementation of second phase of the communication service tax. What do you say? You communication service tax. Into the second phase and also back into effect.
I see.
So they are going to also introduce transmission tax. Yes.
Transmission
emission.
Okay.
Yes, emission tax. Because they think emission continue to pose danger. They're also going to do environmental excise duty to cover plastic packaging and industrial and vehicular emissions. And companies in firms are plastic nyoma. They are going to introduce what we call the environmental excise duty.
Yeah, also a more big increase, no?
Yes, they are going to introduce it.
Introduce.
Yes. And then VAT. There are some goods. Now VAT no exempt. For instance, educational materials, books, and nyoma. Now VAT it was VAT exempted, but they are bringing all of them into VAT. So.
Oh, so eventually, no. Books and this man Bobby.
Yes. Listen to this. Or say
now I had the answer man for and said until
because when he came, he decided to tell us what we want to hear. And in your kind of there's a bridge version, but Nana can say so what me I can't almost say these are revenue cutting measures.
Kwabena phone based screenshot baby
reading. So we are revenue cutting measures. I was so team catches. These are also the revenue enhancing measures. But I'm back across so. And one of your stations FM free, more friends in the bureau, come and say FM.
Yeah.
A day after the budget had been presented, when I was telling him, he was arguing with me. Say, Minister Bayano, one cancer.
Me cry me the okay can.
Then I me cancer. And I'm the minister be catch on a bridge version. Just the speech version, the propaganda version, what the government wants us to hear, but the rest he has put them in. And I say this is a bipolar budget. The words are sweet, but the figures here are scary.
Bipolar budget.
Bipolar budget. Words, any figures, don't match up. There are two different distinct personalities. Complete personalities. The bottom line is that government wants to raise 11.2 billion.
I see.
As additional revenue through non-oil tax. And the tax is a 2 year. He wants to raise 11 billion. And he wants to give us 200 million. Because sanitary pad, and all those measures or those piecemeal measures will reduce government revenue by 200 million per annum. But he wants to get 11.2 billion But 11.2 billion so anchero.
Or the not
or the not 10 or 200 million or the check amount for no. So basically, say a casa budget way near empty. That's what we mean. Because anytime I mind this, I say, Obetuya Kano, all the indicators here are bano per se, or protected, or forecast say inflation will be around 28%. They say 35.2%, but forecast say about 28-25%. And that by the medium term, by 2025, we should have an inflation of 15%. Or forecast say the debt to GDP ratio should be brought to 55% by 2027. All those indicators will change the moment we start paying our debt. Because this thing, domestic debt as a program, say Minister for Finance or Paris, he's negotiating with our foreign partners or more. When we decide to pay our debt, these things will not work. None of these things works.
We not a bogus document.
A very fragile document. Very, very fragile. And I say a bipolar document. A fragile document because as we speak now, for creditors,
yeah,
we have not come into an agreement with them about how we are going to postpone payment of the debt.
Yeah, do Amokana, so Modiaka.
Yeah, do Amoka.
Aha.
Now, yeah, will be the car. Yeah, do Amoka. To say China, bilateral ones, to say Paris Club, to say bondholders in your mano. Send your bulldogs in the way through with the domestic debt exchange program. Any haircut or the air. And as we speak, the minister is still there. But this budget is in our hands, saying approval. Hoping say he is going to get an agreement with them. That agreement has not been reached. It's the reason why the second tranche has not been released. Because we have not reached that agreement. The big boy in the almost China a big boy. Meanwhile, China, we owe China around 1.8 billion. By a total debt, foreign debt is around 15 billion. China alone is holding it because he doesn't kowtow to the dictates of the IMF.
Yeah.
And the IMF still doesn't come in when you want to negotiate with or creditors are on. So basically, the bottom line of this budget is that you see, you pesika, you best spend 226 billion. But you see, you benye 173 billion. Enti nyakano budget deficit. Consistently since Aban we take you over, we've been running double-digit deficit because time bia isika ye di no bro yakọ humasika ye woso
ye bromosia ni bi
eno nti so we deficit no double-digit no ene na ama ye debt no every 122 billion no akọ almost 600 billion. In fact 598 billion no is up to the end of September.
Anyway, honorable, mami maumia akwaba, nkobonu muode, chairman was say, chairman Mona, chairman akwaba, pacho chairman Yusu, pacho boko de.
Ewo maimu de adema nda.
Chairman, media, eya na mi busa boko a eyenkwa. Na bibi boni bia maya so honorable
nka bibi boni ba ya nka memba ha ma ba ha yedi na kire sa ni ana odwe no ebi nsi
inshallah
won se listo wala ni ha
asao
wa komi ma mi kunu ho
akọ ma me kunu ho ede nyame ase okọ de papa o mo kwa nenim but minia on the budget say budget by yana issues about manifesto, but let's deal with the budget issues. Name which aspect you want to tackle. But honorable Adresi Adebia obiani maho about taxes via air train. Ebinim wa honorable Afin on be introduced, right? Afin on be introduced. Ebinim also omo baba be pejem like income tax. You mentioned income tax. Then you mentioned VAT on education materials, books and other stuff, which is a little bit scary.
Well, na maminchi honorable any ATF4 and Ashefo or Mammo share Facebook and Mammo Ghana and Omuni Ghana Omunina. Na near woman say certainly the 2024 budget is a budget of doom. Like I say, there is going to be a freeze on public sector jobs.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Yamina Mekaya. When there is a freeze, do you employ 2.4 million?
You can't.
I mean, just take Anyamina Mekayo. The minister Nankasa Kase, there is going to be a freeze, and the freeze was placed.
That was in 2021?
2022.
2022.
Into 2023, no, there had been a job freeze. So where did you employ the people? In the midst of the job freeze. Ewahi. Na se yebisa say ejuma no wahia. Na obi abekachire say NAPCO. NAPCO so for the past 11 months no. Omo amoye ejuma when you have even closed down NAPCO no. Yentua omoka. So where did you create that job from? But sometimes I say that our parliament is too relaxed. Because we don't take the minister to tax. Ubekase. So what you said, just reflect on it, reconcile your own statements. Emaya. Because Oko can't say our parliament. Now say when did you ha? That is perjury. So Nimsa, that is perjury. So you allow a minister to come to parliament to come and lie, and the following time he comes to lie. Into jobs, has not been created. In fact, what we note is that we have suffered job losses.
Yes. In Ghana.
Very much.
And GS, and the Ministry of Education, it really see the number of teachers that have left the teaching profession and they have traveled out in search of greener pastures. Oko Ministry of Health, nipa no more training the best of the professionals now. They get out. So this country has suffered job losses in monumental order. But you are not allowed to query, because Bettina Radio so to query these things. Our MPs are supposed to do it for us. Now, aside that, Tier Minister Obeka said there's going to be 0 rated taxes on locally produced sanitary pads. As I say. Now, Bia, sorry. Oh, almost look at Omaka sanitary pads and some. There no can. One can send Biao. In fact, what he did was to inflame into Sesiano when the 2024 budget is approved. Now, Okojum now Okoto sanitary pad. Naturally said there will not be taxes on it. The 2024 budget will be approved before the end of the year, right?
Yes.
Into January, 1st January. Say a sanitary pads. Naturally said there will not be taxes on it. And now, from that day, it means that sanitary pads is no more a luxury commodity to attract luxury tax. And yes, Anna Minister Kaya. Taxes are still imposed. If it da, mobile ye. Ebi ewo Ghana ha na mobile be ye no ewo oman Ghana ha no mobile be ye no den. How are you going to produce it? Because nipa now mobile be sanitary pads no, they don't produce only sanitary pads. Offer to Binko, for instance, entrance pharmaceuticals.
No, but when we say even with the sanitary pad, no, only one company they produce with Ghana.
I'm saying that even those who are producing it, they produce it alongside other things. Into material now mokakoto ediabano. You will not go and distill them and say, wait, a sanitary pads there. Until you are waiting for them to bring the material. When they produce, then you see the component that is of local, your friends say, that are of sanitary pads before you can give them the tax reliefs that you are talking about. So, se nipa no nisika, ontimi kokra nyamano emfamba. And yet, they come and use, embellished English. Now, oma dane nyamano, na oma yate say, okay, ya confuse you obianti, obiani aje ya kwakoda. So you can understand, say, Kojo Opong Kuruma, in the budget debate.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Yeah,
yesterday.
Did you hear him? He said that they need every hands on deck to make the budget a success. Yes. When have they ever said that? Never. No, one can say who said near budget munu. Say a man for Ghana for amboa and the Omokano Kusiaga. Because Omo actual budget statement you know, Omo say Nuama Enkoye. And anything that the Speaker of Parliament, Enra, na Penyo Markins, Minya Oko Casford, some of these things you should know it. Oh, sorry, now Kasa big, the Speaker said, hey, to Boise. Now your majority leader, he's a limping majority leader. Because Unshenechi, Obia Niho,
Obia, sorry.
Yes, mama.
Obiamba.
No year budget now.
Yes, deeper now, more year budget, no. So sometimes that is why I ask, what is the interest of the minority? Because Omo budget no buy, I say Omo bet nasi no mun debate budget no. Omomba. So why do you also go to support them? So if you don't go to parliament, there will not be quorum. If there is no quorum, the budget will not be debated. And yes, sir. And if it's not debated, it cannot be passed. So why is it that the minority takes it upon themselves to do more the job of the executive than those who are working with the MPP? Mentias Bobie, mentias because sometimes this is what the minority...
No, but the other side of the argument is that if you have a responsible friend, do you also behave irresponsibly?
Bobie, look, if it has to crash for us to rebuild, let's crash it.
I get you. I get you. For
let's crash it and then let's all go and start afresh and know that we have nothing at stake.
No.
But we cannot be holding something that you have brought to us. Then you now copy baby atna.
Uflu also now catch your support. Many
say those who are supposed, they are in Paris, they are in Oslo, they are where? Then they leave the job for you to do. We are. Then they come and tell you that munimshi. And run a meet back on your friend saying, near oh yeah, shia, mo baba yes Chinese sticker. So say your baba city at night. Yeah. And you're meeting. Then I was wondering whether this is somebody from the government side.
Yes. Deputy Minister for Trade.
Bobie, look, this same minority, the people of Belgium, the government of Belgium, and who say Ken Oforiatta and as a President Akufo-Addo, they are laundering money out of Ghana using our embassy accounts. And yes, said Sikano eba o maimu. Yes, the people, executives, they are laundering our money. The Belgian authority closed down the Ghana embassy account on suspicion of money laundering. Oh, they called some members of the your friends say majority, some ministers, and for majority no. They went to Brussels, Belgium. Begging the Belgian authority. Says our county, the minority. They went to beg that the Belgian authority, yesterday, where your Ghana account?
The 8th Parliament.
Where this Parliament? Now say check the records. They closed down our, but you can just Google Ghana embassy account.
Yeah.
This no, it's not up to 3 months or so.
Yeah.
They went and begged. They went and begged for our embassy accounts to be open so that more money can be laundered. What is the minority doing? When in Kaesi or Belgium, no, the minorities would have made calls to other embassies, other countries, to check whether the Ghana government was not laundering money outside. Movies Kennedy as a Japan, similar no can say, or move yesika no modi econo, na odiagro. He knew what he was talking about. And then you go and support these people. Then their embassy account is open. They are still doing money laundering. Then no more but you are part of the problems. The minority. I cannot. Massa, if we are trying to build and you are trying to collapse, I'll help you to push it down faster. When there is nothing to stand, then you see that there is the need to build. But the people, they cannot. Look at the debate. Go to parliament and go and see. They don't come.
Yesterday I was watching. There were about 20, 23.
And then go and check. The number is just insignificant. Omo Johnny.
They were about 20 or 23.
Omo nyine Johnny. You know.
Yeah, Omo Johnny kwai.
Oh, yesterday they were about 20 or 23.
Say ebimu ya ministers. They are there. Ebimu afena they are trying to realign to shift loyalty to Bawumia.
To Omo Dinechi.
Yes. Wherever Bawumia is going, they have to follow so that they can be seen. Should in case say Bawumia can sustain. Now they can also be recognized. So they will not come to parliament. And then they brought their budget, and you have to ensure that you debate the budget. At the end of the day, you vote in parliament on the budget. Then everybody will be called back. Everybody will be in parliament after the budget debate. Then they'll re-vote. Finally,
yeah,
Bobie, this is a very terrible budget for the people of Ghana. It's terrible in terms of revenue. Sure, in these austere times, you cannot decide to run a budget deficit.
Yes.
A budget deficit where it means sika dudua obanye any busia okwa akopeno. You ba beji sika chain ni awono. You understand? You are in debt. You are going to all your revenues, including external projected revenues, is far less than your expected expenditure. So when your expenditure is higher, it means that you are going to borrow more. And when you are going to borrow more in these crises, naturally the rate or the cost of borrowing will also be high. Inti Mokwaji, for instance, Kujo. Or see, they went to the bond market and they got a 30-year bond. 30 years, no. Na moda suti we are na moda suti ha. Why mo no mo ba be 30-year bond, no. So you are borrowed to spend today so that people in the future will come and pay. Bobie, that is Akufo-Addo. Openia onjai dapadie. Ba oboka mayam. Bobie, go and check Tema Oil Refinery. There is some scarcity. They have already sold the place.
Yes, sir.
And on much share ownership, no. And that's why I get tall. Oh, 40%, then they give some 20% to an insignificant group of workers and management. Tema Oil Refinery. More than 2 years, 60-year-old thing. You run the thing. They give you responsibility. Say manage store, so that we can produce and refine locally produced crude. Mumu we 2 years no. Adani business mo tong e di amamo ho. And as if these things are not paining us. You see our members of parliament, and then they go and take it easy. This is not a matter to be easy about. We are talking about the soul of Ghana. We cannot strip our nation naked. Bobie, oh, as a human being, honorable, me you tie, na me you jacket, na me you and then I remove your drawers.
Naked.
Will you be comfortable sitting here?
No.
That is how we are stripping our nation naked. Ye into man atadie nyina Ghana na yeshe no. Ye tutu look, go to the Senate hotels. They have been sold. Check. Golden Tulip. La Palm Royal Beach. La Palm. Onim said they posted over 25 million dividends to the state. But it's being sold. And we are keeping quiet. We have brought you to come and manage state assets. Untimi swa. Leave it like that. Then you come and you are selling it. Then at the end of the day, you go and bring us a collection of words and you tell us that is budget statement. What is this for? Look, Mami, repeat it. The way Ken Ofori-Atta is holding the finances of this nation, and Akufo-Addo cannot do anything. My dream is say Akufo-Addo di Ken Ofori-Atta ka. And I repeat it. Inti President Akufo-Addo ombra number catch the Ghana for say na me di Ken Ofori-Atta e kase. I'm sure say Ghana for no ye be your contribution
ne ya tua ne ya ho atoye
ne ho atɛ na wa maken ken oforata na wakɔtena se na ɔman yi ayeyie. Otherwise, we cannot have this kind of statements being presented to the people of Ghana at this time. Look, everything is going to go down. Finally, almost they are giving 220 million as relief items too. The same way COVID relief funds came.
20 million.
And na kenofurata 8 miko yibi. No, the amount enterprise insurance. Say munkoye insurance ma frontline workers without issuing one single insurance certificate. No, mo discount chedi no. The same way and a 220 million yi omoko akochedi. Into ye bet na ho no maka say omakoto sanitary pads, omakoto tablets, omakoto mosquito nets. No, mo the invoice kese e de aba. The money is finished. They have shared the money among themselves. This is not our budget.
Chaze, there's this story here. Mama Yarga petitions Parliament to probe delayed funds disbursement to aggrieved Gold Coast Fund customers. And you are the convener.
Yes. And yesterday.
Oh, no, open your
Minia, in fact, Enra, I dark see manager.
Yeah,
because Sir petition way I linger on the table of the minority caucus for almost 3 years now.
I see.
Yes, since 2021. And you joined toward the then minority caucus leadership. And come I said ante ho 2022 ya pemeso ya ante ho na recently ana ya sign a call yera babin ho and ya nko hia and I catch and say we ya mama slam some country government they say ontua is kafufuru taxpayers money what trans more approving the tune of 8.6 billion. With the reason say these customers are year investment, they are indigenous Ghanaians, most of them, and year genuine investment because it was regulated by state institution. And it's young for taxpayers money way and go to your kana and go crafone merwafone ayare for musike go am de bomb brarom hontom. That was in 2020 mid-year budget and 2021 main budget. Sikamu the market of Riata we 2 years down the line, or the financial cleanup exercise was spending a year 25 billion or the year cleaning up. Now 25 billion, so little over 17 million. Echo institutions are now falling under the Bank of Ghana. That's the main banks, the savings and loans, the microfinances, and a special deposit intake institutions. 17 million over Equamo. Anna and Kutaburi says emu 8 billion plus 8.6 about Gold Coast Fund Management customers F4. But this money is 8.6 billion, supposed to about fund management customers for 8.6 billion. I say customer BR or belonging to the 47 fund management companies are almost falling under Securitization Commission because of the financial cleanup exercise. And can say 8 billion, it means you in full. That's 600 million SS. Na egusono and yeah ebia for administrative works near the idea ebia some high for no more validation more fine kind of after at this place is can move 3.1 billion in the 2020 elections on this basis can be
I see
and yasako parliament yako impenifo say mo and amujina name approve Ghana skawe say mo family tweka ya bam menim empre mienu we come prensa say sika na kwa ne so de abre nsankan mo say mo nka ho hwe enti ehwo no in fact sibia ye ka asem no na se ye ya kama na twitwi honorable speaker kakra mo fa nche me enti e ma na ni bre pa say no e wo so otu ho anamo enti honorable speaker ba ya kwankyere kwan ya e fa so e be ma parliament etumi asom ana ye ne honorable ayarga ko din komo say according to standing orders, no says I want to be petition parliament directly as individual. I just say oh petition through a certain MP. And the fan so now that Roma also not on petition am I because near who's on Wankasa or didn't kind edit you may be similar was sue even the finance minister our Bank of Ghana on 2 cases. One ASR stability fund 15 billion now finance minister said or the or create now the above struggling financial institutions no our bra without recourse to parliament won't produce laws embark that fund no. It was sued in that and also petition parliament on the near the quarter now. So next say on one case no problem with these financial malfeasance also within the terrain of the finance minister. So he was happy to have an issue. And the other quarter less than 2 weeks ni. Papa no yes Enra obe raise issue no. Now Enra tries to raise issue no on the floor of parliament, but the majority leadership objecting.
Why?
I don't know when to say no. Objecting.
Honorable, why?
With a reason say.
Now,
with a reason say. With a reason say. They need time to go through the document or the when they haven't gotten time. But according to Honorable Ayargano say, there is no standing order in Parliament that gives them that opportunity. Say they should have the luxury of time to go through a motion of petitioner or person or making at the floor of Parliament, but with the knowledge of the speaker, he allows it. So okay, fine. If they need time, let's give them time. And you know, an opinion on about young share meeting now or 2 coin, but when you share our airport, you meet for about 2 hours.
I see.
And Sana or for the flight. Now I sure say okay, what's Parliament. Any coin say oba, but because of Saturday winds, you know. Friday, Obesamba. Now Monday, we're making sure say Obe table sa motion. No. Na ye table motion we are the to me say Honorable Speaker, ebe set committee. Na committee de jumon be say ombe frɛ ye wura kanu friata. Na wa ba be kyerɛ sika no so was spending a mun kyerɛ kwan of us was spending ye. Ɛno ya de ba ko. Na ye petition ye tia wa say omo enhye no na sika no Offentua Gold Coast Fund Management for in Menimia. Unim say, Omunya information says, Sadi way by because into the American Gold Coast for the budget.
Yes.
Omo page 150.
Yeah.
Paragraph 150, paragraph 150. That's page 32 and 33. Omo Gold Coast for the room. Now, as I'm not kind, no, I can't troca, and no jahokoye. But Mebo Honorable Ayarga Abaso, na mabo minority caucus na Abaso leadership omo ho sesia because to yen Gold Coast Fund Management here sanka omo ho dada no 2021 de call yanka omo ye ne sa anka semu yanka ye hu pomasibre na anamo no omo tunu kra no eye ye de nim say e de ayamhyehyɛ bi ebeto eye kanofuriata ne nko force na baby omo afiska ne bia but kwabna ade ba ko ha men say we eye kronosem Menti Ghana for assess Ghana for ye so quiet. Ye feel say sadie we a Gold Coast Fund Management for problem. Say taxpayers ABENA ba be di bone. Odinya sa kwan se be wia Ghana for sika. Ya man kwan ma na wie sika na wie. Because financial clean up exercise no initial amount e ba out and ke betum di etua. And I say e can na work financial sector no was 9 billion according to forensic auditor supervised by Kenoforiata Nankasa.
Yeah.
It was 9 billion. Ya try mo na wie scanning na area samba be catch say e ka 9 billion no anka biko tua anka betumi sustain the jobs over 10,000 jobs of sub banking sector anka betumi sustain anka e betumi so anka sa 9 billion ye di shemu no anka ye betumi regain the back because ye betumi appointed these institutions financial institutions into a new administration supervised by the government administration or appointing to no naka when time omu ye adwuma ya recover sa 9 billion no manya ne sa megu adwuma no mi gu ni wie no adwuma na mi gu no adwuma kwa hodo no ma set me fire me account for ye Masanso missing must spend a year 29 billion 25 billion but they cleaning up in confonsan ka musika now I start back with Parliament House on 4 billion. Now where the Mijra come say idea with a minority former kind of approval we see them as accomplice with these financial malfeasance as a Kenoforiata you know I would know say
because old one they should account for it.
Yes. Because there's a bribe because I see our minority MPs say they are not that stupid That's how I see them. Unless they have their fair share. Because why say my terms got 8.6 billion amount say Jeko Koma Bobie Ansah. Bobie Aba catch him some in Sanka the Maunabo Nekoye. Now my science what terms ka from Maunabo say Fakona Bobie is kind of din can the Suma no. Then Sanka and Jikomano.
In your just what can say
Jimmy say.
Sir Johnson, you just what can Kayama say, yes, are 7.
Jimmy say. And it's no minimum dear, my dream now. Me suspect say members of parliament who mind dealing with this issue. That's almost how approve sika from Bia say on family to a car. It means that they took their fair share. But me yindi yes munya me fair. On abunya odiana.
No Adama.
I mean, I wasn't.
Oni agrosa.
Oni agrosa de obi ehunu asem ne ka ho. Baby say Kwabena yes infantofo say bi ba ko pe de ko di fine. And you're from infant for what we can say one can, but we can minority caucus because you say majority caucus there. Sadie we omuntu one amount because some case yen 2 MP crowns you from question them, yen 2 finance ministers you from question them ba. Omo mesa ka say mamu yen to no. Na mo minority for as well.
Okay.
Okay, Brem, honorable.
This is the first budget after Sikana. I'm saying no abishia mo wabo say sika wo pay. This is the first budget. All this am fund management as na bishim say he need this money.
After the approval. No?
Yes, after the approval say
2021. No?
So almost say ya tuya. Some almost can they say or report to say we tuya 25 billion.
Yes.
Now the first year make ho say or say we tuya no. Now, Wasandi say we be rest assured say we will look into it, but it's very good. Say when raise the issue at this stage, at this very stage, I think the budget no. You see on admissibility of questions, petitions, bibiano, in the bosom of the speaker.
Yes.
Say speaker admit petitioner. Obian who bet me stop petition. Yeah. And yet, send you doing say majority for na insist say. Map petition and yes,
but we have the reason, the new problem.
The reason they say petitioner na mo dia fa no. He must read the introduction of the petition. Floor of parliament. And you can see admit petition. No. Also kind the introduction of the petition there. No introduce petition no chirimu. But na oba chamber be raise this issue no. Na speaker no e di kan boss say ye be rise.
Okay.
We were adjourning.
Okay.
And the majority no ran behind the initial statement. Speaker no make it say yeah adjourning no can say. Say speaker say adjourning there. I think that they are getting to be aware of the petition.
Okay.
As majority leadership, they are not aware. It is not to accept or not. After the acceptability is the speaker. And to be rest assured, say I know say the petition will be read in the chamber. And then ye chefa no. Minia. Yeah, bre papa. I can speak for all the members. I mean, the back benches, the middle benches, and then the minority. I can speak for everybody in parliament. But when it comes to brepa as members of parliament, yeah, bre intimity so be say, as you be the bag be grab and nam home maybe. Yeah, they young who know. Yeah, no young who know. As an individual man who be other.
More who bag no. More who the crown more who the womb.
In fact, even what is due us, even what is due us, even project that they have to give, say, this is the common fund.
Constituency.
This is the common fund for common fund is paid based on revenue.
Yeah.
It is strange to me that in 2 quarters we will get the same revenue. It is strange to me in 2 different quarters. But they pay you a common fund, say 74,000, say 1 quarter 74,000, and 1 quarter. It's not money for me, oh. It's the money that is going to the MP's account in the district assembly. And even what is due us legally, we are being denied. How do you expect, say, they will bring anything that is illegal to us? For some of us, we believe, say, when we share, it is more important to share than to be shared to. Until when we take power, when John Mahama take power, it is better than to be given crumbles.
Yes, it's true.
It's not all that glitter that is good. Be rest assured. I know we will look through.
What head the episode was the Thai Honorable Ayargechi.
Of course, all the affair, baby. He has the legal background, he has the economic background, and I think things will to work. When it comes to the competition, so it's petition to the house. Yeah. So it will eventually come to decision making.
Oh, now people for
it doesn't matter when it comes to
all right, so that's it. Mekwaba na baba bedi Dr. Bawumia John Mahama 24-hour economy Hong Kong. John Dr. Bawumia. John Dr. Bawumia. Me bacho CMG skacha de amanfo etwa na omo adisuso. We say wotie me na wote me nka ma menka wango energy drink once a mention. Wango I ka wango energy drink. We hear hoden, we hear pomden. So ho. We hear energy. Wode ebe ye adwuma during the day. Also to be sorry anas wa bre. We hear adwuma kakra bia wa bre. So sometimes you see say you are battling a brebi a woni peduanum je wango energy drink ai nanumbi wasi aboa e matumi gira ho so drivers artisans amafo mo ye athletics mo ye adwumaden ahodo biara wono wango no agira wonan so no aye adwuma pa ai pacho say wango be see for man mature there you me pacho osmin ka cho man for say ekura vitamin B3 B5 B6 B12 wa packing no ide papa na FDA so agiatum afei yankai adwumakuo kase a ye from Tabia Herbal Center omde Tabia Misha Herbal Misha aba na entidi yade ha omanfo pa awontutuo so ha omanfo na se ufa Tabia Herbal Misha no kum yare suro no wanumu atoa na atiwen afei wose Tabia Herbal capsules no ye pa obapin from fansanka unifishe ni wotweso fansanka so my mu pharmacy any herbal shops or kan shi ubenya bi from 0243 686861 wonsa betumi aka womo na quick credit say menkanche Ghana for so omuguso bosia no womo ma na bosia omode ema no omode ema se be ye onipa ubetumi anya adwuma na so waye bie omo se yenhwe se eba ebi a startup loan, emergency loan, salary loan, working capital loan, existing business loan, ni nyina obema bi. Ai quick credit no once ori ahomachi megina so nyaka say ahomachi no mbeju o musika da bi. NNC wonu so yakakra bi from 05969208833. Oposi ni adro in boost eba mesha. Ehwo asem nie oposi ni adro in boost heba mesha. Ai wasi boost immune system no. Na ba on ban free yarwa ahodo basa ho. Na u boost immune system no. Na yarwa akoye ntenka so entimi uda ebepem no awai no da form chirikra. Ai in boost heba mesha police ni adro no papa Dankes People's Junction Nana Boache Eba Okanshi Tema Ekus Pharmacy with Dama Pharmacy Assignment Kens Walk Heba Okanshi Tinated Heba Ubenyabi na odi efriho afei St Andrews Fosso wamo bio school SHS1 wamo je nkoda wawie anaso obabi awie eye JHS okọ SHS1 opese osua nwoma se bia general arts, business, home economics, agric science, general science, ne visual arts. Ni nyina St Andrews JHS, SHS, wamo J enkoda, wamo wie JHS, wamo ba. And after so from 2 from 3 crampuno, quite dem Open so you ba every baby didn't buy a quite them. Also from 0546 048 332. Me bosso 0546 048 332. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Me akwaba me ba ye bedim komo Dr. John Bawumia, and I said John Dr. Bawumia. Akwa no abre.
Ghana for media sem dabremo. Sisi ade wo si dan ya. Any coin so over hukra. Esanse Alu Africa. We got you covered. Alu Africa. Eye dwumako kese a eba ne nkyɛnse papa edi kru danso any trusses a Ghana ha any wiase afa na nyina yen ye lidie yen ane topo Alu Africa ewa abakwasam edimu eba no roofing sheet any trusses say ye papa nko ade a eye honom ena obenya pa ye quality sanso ya affordable bedroom fishie aduonu nie edan ya buru 2 million ena Alu Africa ekru so. What a news! Yen chance di crew dance no. Ni amani dimu ne se emwodu. Ne bani diswo ni diswo. Fit is 0.35 mm. Echo si 0.5 mm. 0.35. Echo si 0.5. Alu Africa Trust so emwodu. Na a range fi 0.55. Echo si 1.15. Enti enya fe na wudi dua kokru wudanso a very nache. Amfotie berie. Alu Africa Trust no. Amfotie ntimere. Enre nache. Eye good for all weather conditions. Ne boaso da for mwankasa. So beto dua pa de enkato Alu Africa Trust. Na bokwa ye bretu no ho ban. Alu Africa product ni nyina so ye ma 40 years warranty. Emfrishie duanai warranty. Hwehwe Alu Africa. E was Spinters kwai so. Ye ne MTN office no. Ana di nhwani mu. Ana say frɛ 0574 286292. Se wudu takra de so a ye branch ni bi wo ho. Frɛ ye 0545 446852. Na edwumeku bia. Wo pese wo beto Alu Africa kwal ni bi no. Wobetimi walk in to your branch bia. Ye beton dia ma wo mo. Na wode akodi dwumadie bia. Alu Africa, building made exciting.
Usika se menkoyi ana. Quick credit sia se sika pe ennafom. Inti na yabasa ye becheche wo yam bosia bon hyehyɛ ye ho. Wutumi babosia edifi asua ye 1500 Ghana cedis edeko. Na nia wo hia ne wo national ID card. Wo hia se wo betu susu. Wo hia awowa ye ngiseke bia anto ho. Wo nsanso hia se wo ne ye begue futuo bia. Quick credit wo homao. Say ye dwana wo pese wudi. Ana wo pese wo hye ejuma foforo ase. Ana say ye school fees. Ana bo ehiyeye. Wo so me ejuma ye fo nso ye wo bi mamo. Na mom kai say ye mmobosua wo internet so. Afen so omantic akrobia batan. Bank of Ghana nsa wo dwumedie yi mu. Enti tutumri kana frɛ yɛn wɔ 0302 200 390 ana 0596 920 833. Quick credit, lending made simple. I said dwumedie yi nhyehyɛ yɛ kakra wɔ ho.
Na asomafo ni man say
Mafia. Hey, nothing. What be namely baby so now get a hand said here as you saying.
Now why you be no awokan kwakufo.
Kwakufo ben. Yentema kwakufo no watch as a bicycle. Was soon ma want me. No see na yeno.
Hwe, e be na kakra ni na mihia oni abu ana wo te so. Se won sisi ye won ya. Ana bumpo de no se koko nso ha no ka ho. Enti ontumi nya adwuma bia na nsan. Ana me ka se onko ba me odobo herbal center. Eni se abu hu ato no a onanam ne ba bi no.
Hey, ma me odobo herbal center de. Oya ade o.
Hey, me say ye koko sisi yade low sperm count oba na so be ma won wo afichiri kromu ha wo ne ade gise wanko
diabetes ne mpamu mreye ene koko na na menim se oteso na menim se sisi yade ene afichiri kon ha nso otumisa
etinyigifo mpo age ma me odobo herbal center tum
kana shi ma me abena odobo herbal center ebe pro credit bank no edan ya ni na salon ewo mu no
ena shama nso wo TMA office pom ho a official town road
frɛ 0244 284 728
ana 055 ana 0509 043 539.
Mami odobo herbal center na.
Ajisi wanko.
say the Mako who ever Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me who credit me. Say enunti no manya award wa. Eya word bestie. Obian transe Emma Dumpem ya de. Kase anase mo boya de enkan to dem bio.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Esa nyarwan te se. Ni ekuro etu no. Ni enkan ewana num. Oba na bemo pa wo. Ene enyarwan kaye.
Nansi ma me kase ene spinal cord ho ekaye no. Greenfield ada romenti ene wasa so de gina na so epiem.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sir. Ashishe ni pedie ni mwankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon Estate Junction last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe. CMGC Cartadio. Yeah! Near here, say, Ubebo star 413 house. I will MTN peso. I want to more. No one's that come what's a dear. I CMGC Cartadio promotion. Yeah! I feel yes, you better do. Some person when you CMGC Cartadio beer and you're quite well now, Befaso. Step 1, but star 413 hash. I will MTN so. Step 2, choose a FM. Now, what dear, the prompt in it. And so I will so as the coming in ever corner yamau. Sikata dear promotion, and you cash in and win big promotion. When you dear what's our year, win your share of 24,000 bonanza. Shannon Swo, do be our taxi, and dear cost star 413 hasado, and never more when you say, Kunim, our CMG Sikata dear promotion or so. And your cash bag from Class Media Group. Kai Huna say, Sa Jumedia Way, and she shared the home, the National Lottery Authority, our Caritas Lottery Platform, and a boy chidom. Unyam Fisher don't watch it airqua, one Kajumedia home. CMGC Cartadio! Yeah!
Get ready to immerse yourself in a tale of bravery and resilience. Journey into the heart of the Kwaman Kingdom, where Nana Akoto, a young prince, is captured and sent to the formidable Dintra Empire as a slave. Nana Akoto faces a fate that threatens to erase his identity, but his spirit remains unbroken. In a quest to rediscover his true self, Nana Akoto must navigate a path full of trials. Will the power of Dintra keep him as a slave, or can he fight to reclaim his heritage and restore honor to the Kwaman Kingdom? Don't miss Nana Akoto, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. exclusively on Akwaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Dial *759# to reconnect or stay connected to DSTV and GoTV.
Tabia takum, wedi a member ye don't know. A mere young one day, and young one day, a young member draw, a new thing a band may be a here bino, and to 4 and yet of 4, and you'll be a petty to Tombia, and chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have bar shops beer. I was gonna handle beer. And not say frame, I was 0243 686861, and 0245 749206. Sankatwe, FDA for Jatu, Kaise, Tabia Takum, Bemabia Takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Some swing, my button bra.
Hey, no one on origin Jewy,
and now when I wash a school, some dear. What's our fee? I want to waffy JH. Look for SHS1. But sniff your chirp, papa.
Oh, Yanja. Say some doughy. St. Andrews SHS for say. Some from the resource in Bempa. When you're what there? What before be? What's that SHS1 that waiting result? May you need an index number, Baba. It's your resource in the bar. Next, I bet you. Remember, we'll be in Smith.
Aha, private school
St. Andrews SHS. Are you grade A private school? And you be able to school. And you go school or what? When you saw home from open over SHS 2, on SHS 3. Nasafi no be SHS 1. None resource in Bain Park. Messi. One boarding house or what? Oh yeah, corner there. Teachers no so force more from him was yarding. What pass was in easy. A better will be a general arts, business, economics, agri, general science, visual art. So be St. Andrews. And main campus no asking for su. Wakra Hadzi. You will test it cheap last store. 0244 696911. St. Andrews SHS. We are always in the lead.
Hey. When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huadeng.
Refuse to grow. Any offense swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Musa Moya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a peja immune system Nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Dronua dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Nina etimi banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a hoka. No, Yamwa suing no, a way who buy every home. And now one pa, one Yarwana dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep in tea. Ya woman timpose, Yaria Esomo. Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kaisi, and you are may move Bia Yato in row at 0246 208496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Crack to Imagia to Musay.
CMGC Cartadio! Yeah! Near here, say, Ubaba star 413 house, our MTN peso. I'm one of more. No one's a Kawatia. A CMGC Cartadio promotion. Yeah, I feel yes, you better do. Some person when you CMGC Cartadia beer, and you're quite well now, Befaso. Step 1, but star 413 hash, our MTN so. Step 2, choose a FM. Now, what dear, the prompt in a chi. A sua will show us the coming in a ever corner yamau. Sikachadia promotion, a cash in and win big promotion. When you dear what's our year, win your share of 24,000 bonanza. Shannon Swo, do be our taxi, and your cost star 413 hassado, and never more when you say, Uvedinkunim, our CNG Sikachadia promotion so. A year cashback from Class Media Group. I want to say, Sir Jumedia Way, and she shared the home, the National Lottery Authority, our Caritas Lottery Platform, and when you fish out, don't watch it, Equa, one card to media home. CMGC Cartadio! Yeah!
Wabatele Accra, yeah, mommy. All right, okay, so that's a live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. We are back here. And I see Kwabena Bobie FM in Elmina. And I feel so various stations are more picking live. Yeah, Damunina say. Na quick one, young Concotier a year. Dr. Baumia, the response to John Mahama 24-hour economy proposal our day Abba. Young Kotie a year Dr. Baumia, then Yebeti a year Ura John Mahama. Or the same matter, any other issues via Baumia Aquaco Rezi Ewana Proba. Obo make our still in the studio. We have Honorable Adama Sulemana, MP for Time Constituency, Chairman Bernard Muna, former PNC Chairman, convener for Arise Ghana, and a chief. Ose. Yeah. Hey, who may never Arise Ghana? Masa, oh, short here. We were. David. And,
so, what is this 24-hour economy that you want to bring? It is purely an issue for any business. If you feel you will make money opening 24 hours, there is no law preventing you from opening. But this is one idea that John Mahama thinks he has brought. It is a bad idea. It is an idea that has not been thought through. It is a bad idea. And so I want you to compare me and John Mahama. Who has the ideas to transform this economy? Who has the ideas? Who has the ideas? Yes, the track record of John Mahama doesn't show innovative thinking. It doesn't show ideas. The track record of Dr. Bawumia is idea after idea after idea after idea after idea. That is the difference. So what is this 24-hour economy that you want to bring? It is purely an issue for any business. If you feel you will make money opening 24 hours, there is no law preventing you from opening. But this is one idea that John Mahama thinks he has brought. It is a bad idea. It is an idea that has not been thought through. It is a bad idea. And so I want you to compare me and John Mahama. Who has the ideas to transform?
No, my boy, we see me monitor. So this is Dr. Bawumia for you. But what triggered this response from the sitting vice president and now the flag bearer for MPP? What triggered it? Yengonkoti Ejo Mama, the policy on the 24-hour. Yengonkoti no. All right. So paparazzi Yao says Bawumia will get heart attack. Just look at the way he's screaming from his heart. Anyway, munya nyiye. Anyway. All right. So young penfona your time no we cannot spend much time. Honorable, straight. Yam now. So Bawumia's response to a GM.
Okay, you didn't kind of said test or not test your last.
Yeah,
some more kind, and I'm person becoming. And then I also.
Peja microphone kaka.
And then I also Dr. Bawumia Ansah. Because the way I say, ani brene akuma hode kasa no. It doesn't look this one a presidential voice ni, and a presidential poster ni. The way I kasa an idea. So I'm a president kasa. I mean, I'm surprised. I say when you be on no kontokwa. Yenya nuru ho.
Obredo do.
Yenya nuru ho. I don't know obredo ho di mirikasa. Ma who's on or the firm baby. I don't know obredo ho sa. Minia. O see. John Mahama ni innovative idea na Dr. Bawumia na wo idea.
Enso ankabi.
Enti eno ne dia hen. Idea no. Eno ne dia hen.
Building toilets.
Eno ne dia hen. Minia sa Dr. Bawumia onimu a 24-hour economy no. O say choba. Eni sa wa wo adwuma. O pese wo bie na wo ye no 24 hours a. O pese no 24 hours so betima it doesn't need any policy. Hey. It doesn't need any policy. There is a policy, papa. Where? It will implications for all the sectors. Implication for security, implication for job creation, implication for productivity. Enti aban hwan no obeka say wo ade a ebe increase productivity o ade a ebe increase security ebe ma security no e bia personal ebe hia akosoro ade nti aban ba parliament ye pass mrama no wi a oba parliament se mba beje another legislation me beje legislative instrument regulation e de afa samra no enti Dr. Bawumia doesn't know but me ka ba ko pe e na che Dr. Bawumia ni MPC no ene na aban no they have deserted him. So
meaning what?
Onimu a debate na ekoso parliament no. Ontie bi. MP bia sorry a. Omo se budget no enye Bawumia budget, eye Kufuado budget. Ena wie ya opa ko parliament no side.
Cheche mu yi, e dey na person oka.
Ne mpese meka ne se. Ye nim se na Kufuado ebeje akonwa no. Oso ono de onim economy no ho amamuo onim economy asem nenti wako Bank of Ghana wako Bank of Ghana akofa abrantie bia onim amamuo pa onim economy ɛde no bɛyɛ ne vice president na ɔba exchange rate ɛbɛyɛ fɛfɛfɛfɛfɛfɛ
yeah
yɛka yɛaboro bebree no ɛbɛtwa ɔba yɛbɛ move economy no from taxation to production adwuma bɛbu ɔman enum in fact yɛde ɔmo to aso yɛbɛduru baabi no kora no yɛbɛkɔ akɔfa nkurɔfoɔ afiri baabi na ɔmo abɛyɛ adwuma wɔ ɔman wɔ mu saa na ɔka kyerɛ yɛn enti enim sɛ na akufo ado deɛ onim economy no hɔ hwee o onim ne yɛfrɛ no inflation because ɔno onya third class wɔ economics onim ne yɛfrɛ no anything na ne yɛbɛkɔ so biara no Dr. Bawumia in fact from 2017 I was starting say reap the benefit of the NDC your mama year in 2015 2016 almost started say tap to the hono or say one can say President Akufo-Addo or say solid economic management team Dr. Bafo Akoto Afri Akoto Obobo Bobie and on the head of the management team enti at the part na course 2017 2018 nyina yomo ene de ade bone a ekoso no omo say enye Dr. Bawumia na ye ma no kwan in fact me pese me kotu yewu attach ya ene on the floor of parliament during the debate no o say budget no it is presented on behalf of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, not presented on behalf of Dr. Bawumia enti ye ma Dr. Bawumia kwan no no oba the future or your future enti ene budget when you won't be a the money be and almost Bawumia enti they don't even trust him because people we senka ya the almost about 3 days in ni almost Bawumia na de buy enye Bawumia they don't even trust him enti ni onama oto ayampia mahama na oto na ayampia no at least mahama say oba obnoxious licensing examination no obetwam waka kire obonofo say oba obema omo cashew factory onye 3 crop development authority obema Ghana for cashew development board na ebeye cashew se na yeye cocoa no na oba nso a obema yen 24-hour economy in 3 regions okoye no amayen at least 4 clear policies straight Dr. Bawumia ni policy wo hen enti idea no e wo hen idea the policy no
idea
and the policy no one district one factory na omo di sika ni nyina ye waivers no mo twen 600 million every IMF ho bra parliament behwe sika e da ho so ye ma waivers no 484 million dollars waivers omo pe e de ama omo nkrofo no me wan so twen 600 million free IMF ho. This is pure incompetence. Omu ni omu ye. Omu disika no. Enti ekranche Dr. Bawumia say onka ne de ema yentie. Ni ono ba obetima ya ma oma we no. Onka me yentie.
Bob in according to so far what can be. I've heard him talking about.
Do you know what can? Ogman we nkoa na obi abedi vice president head of the economic management team for 7 years wabubu oman na o se aka kire wo say ma me kwana me meye president na me meye bibi ma na ne owo no ade na 7 years no wanye oni hweka de no be kan kire yen de empa Dr. be be kan kire yen oni hweka o se digital no de no oni mfa digital ho is ya mfa digital infrastructure na nsi ho a in fact omompenda da John Dramani Mahama edit the largest number of fiber optics and a kind fiber optics infrastructure ho on see Accra Digital Center. Where would the digital issues be senka John Mahama ni ho a in fact who brought liberalization of the communication sector as far back as 1995 1998 and now deputy communication minister and some be minister for communication on the liberalizing website and them no te yetimi efa phone ekasa no one kasa on the digital issues by ya wa wote ho a sabe employers a o se ofori tabu afa wo so ne obeka bi aye mfa no wa na mfa wo meye edibinua ni onya an idea yemfa di president nye voice we ni di president enye voice I say bibi share minimum ni di president
the voice
we want presidential voice because he is going to UN to go and represent us on timi nko gina nko kasa to say idea the minister obedi president and let's sound this caution to Dr. Bawumia. In 2016 and in 2020 odidi President John Dramani Mahama attempt with nobody saying anything to him. Afidie so free say ye de be hia no John Mahama nam no okasa policy no nko asem na oka opa onka ni policy na mo okasa onka policy na obetwetwe
obejimijimi no
obeye ni opese oye na say Malam John ene wo se ye fra wo John wo so se John Mahama kon kramofo program asenti no opese otuba onka no ontuba enti wo fra no Malam John. I've never seen that before anywhere. Say a vice president meeting a former president in a public event. Now who are the advisors of Dr. Omia as far as public manners are concerned? Who are the advisors? No? On him say he has an ethic to provide to protect. Say also in public manners, and who told him that Sana president behave?
Yeah, what triggered this response from Dr. Bawumia? So then,
during COVID, we recommended that at times where workers lose their jobs and are unemployed, it should be possible for there to be a scheme where part of their social security savings is paid to them as allowances until they can find another job. And we suggested it, but it fell on deaf ears. Don't sing again, I beg you. We intend to implement a 24-hour economy. And by this, we will provide incentives in terms of reduction in corporate taxes and other exemptions to businesses that will sign up to the 24-hour economy initiative. And if we remember, in the past, but then we must also look at the security side and make sure that we provide them with security. Because if you remember, in the past, filling stations used to work 24 hours. Unfortunately, armed robbers started attacking them, and because of that, they all closed at about 10 o'clock. And so if we're able to provide them with adequate security, businesses and services like that, there's no reason why they can't operate 24 hours. And we'll give them the tax incentives to be able to do so. We'll identify and promote strategic growth areas. During COVID, we recommended that at times where workers lose their jobs and are unemployed, it should be possible for there to be a scheme where part of their social security savings is paid to them as allowances until they can find another job. And we suggested it, but it fell on deaf ears.
This is JM for you. Reactions from Dr. Bawumia.
Bobie, Mekai Sena President Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Oba beka say oba beye one village, one dam.
Yeah.
And a policy that Kwame Nkrumah even brought. And son yede be share your constitution mo and mo amu constitution mo betimi akan article 25 ABC. Na mark article 38 under the directive principles of state policy. More share education from basic level must be made free. Secondary education must be made affordable, and a tertiary education must be made progressively free. Now, Article 38 of the Constitution now. A case 2 years after the coming into force of the Constitution, Parliament must cause the executive to bring a comprehensive program for the realization of that. How many years in here? So when I'm taking on Parliament, I have a reason. Has Parliament caused the executive to bring a comprehensive program for the realization of the free education and the progressive freeness of education at the tertiary level? Parliament nankasa anye nejuma. So as we speak, 2 years after the coming into force of the 1992 Constitution came into force on 7th January 1993. Into 2 years would have been 7th January 1995. Up to date, no comprehensive policy on education has been tabled by the executive to Parliament for Parliament to see to the realization of that enjoyment. You can read the articles, Bobie. So evidently, now say President Akufo-Addo ate me because he is going to bring free education. Now it is all of a sudden an idea that started with Kwame Nkrumah. Bobie say most of the secondary schools in the north are now 50, 60 years old. It tells you the time of their arrival. Because Ghana achieved independence without secondary schools up north. The oldest secondary school was in Tamale. Inti nipa to say Alhaji Mama Idris Munu, they walked from Upper Westwa to attend secondary school in Tamale. So secondary education under colonial administration was a no. Kwame Nkrumah expanded education and made it free. So it couldn't have been an idea of Akufo-Addo. But yet then Akufo-Addo has appropriated and arrogated himself that secondary education and its freeness, no they buy. And he says, be sorry, I know see free SHS, Akufo-Addo no they buy. But let's grant him that. Free SHS na yekano. Meme bawo SHS. Do you know what we pay for your child to go to school? PTA, Mosi Mayentuya, Okodu School, Nanyama Nkoye, we are forced to pay money. But Obase, one village, one dam. Your mama Beka said it's not possible to one village, one dam. The response of Akufo-Addo at the time is that, Una won't mean your, yes, ye babe yo, and unto me you are my acquaintance yo. That was the response of Akufo-Addo. That I say I'm coming to do it. You are in power. You are supposed to be doing it. You are not doing it. Baumia, your mama says that he's coming to bring a 24-hour economy. O say your mama onti me yet. Now, Oka say a bad idea no. Echi. Or say the 24-hour economy is already in place. How can something that is in place under your watch be bad? You are admitting that the thing is operational. Until omo ton fufuo, omo ton waseko. Omo nyina ye 24-hour economy.
So funny.
Oti ho obetimi asend you mobile money at any time. It is a 24-hour economy. So that idea is already operational. And if it's bad, why are you not scrapping it? So you see, you cannot reconcile what my brother Baumia is saying with what my other brother John Mama has said. In fact, you cannot reconcile Baumia and Ankasani's statement. You understand? You cannot. Because Upabe reconciling his statement now, then there is contradiction. Because the thing is bad, and at the same time, you are implementing it, so it's not a new idea. Minya, John Mama, and ye nene okoka 24-hour economy. No. It is about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Oshia the Trades Union Congress.
Yeah.
What do you say? And Oka say, as part of the policies, not the 8 different policies at the TUC. And Oka say, one of them is the 24-hour economy. A bit to me. Not 24-hour economy. Massa. The TUC clapped.
They were happy. They were happy.
Onim said, in most instances, we lose about 12 or 14 hours. Onim sir. But 24 hours, it means that Osha 6 and upper by 4 to 5. No way. Some other person will take off. In the middle of the night, no way. Then another person will take. So 3 people will be employed. 8 hours routine. And because it is that way, you will see that everybody come with new energy. Oko DVLA. And when you are using state public transport, identina more than one drivers. Once a private transport, more than one driver.
No.
But the state transport have more than one drivers. In Tikano Eko Wano, Nabako Eda. Omukodru Kumasi, Anata Chimai. Now there is a swap. Nabako no so akope baby ada no me. So that there will not be fatigue. That is to tell you that, look, time immemorial, people have started realizing that 24-hour economy. Go to the passport. Only passport secretariat.
I better say the ocean movie no.
Madame Fo. Oyebono is regional chairman of the PNC. Bau George Inusa. Or see, in 2014, he applied for passport, and in 3 weeks he got his passport. In 2023, June mu and apply for passport. As we speak, we are in November, they cannot get the passport. And there are many stories of Nipa Omaye online application. Omunya omu passports. They have not even gotten an appointment date. Na passport so you apply. These days biometrics cramponu ubetimi afanu wo phone so. But you still have to go to the passport office for them to do facial and sana for biometrics. You have not decentralized the passport office. Inti uko passport office. Now on the day that somebody has an appointment, do you know that people go there at 3 a.m. sometimes 2 a.m.
Just to queue.
No, Marcos Sunline. Because you shall see 9 o'clock, 5 o'clock, yapong. But if enka at the passport office, 5 o'clock na nipa be airport no, now another batch has come, and they take over, and they also have to work because the system is inputted. Now omaye capture no. Do you know how many people get their passports probably in less than a week? Do you know what that means? Do you see? Not just the revenue. Because okay, revenue no asema. Do you know the cost saving it will do? Do you know the cost saving? Because nipa duduo etimi sorry. Omo jai omo ma nkora. Omo ejuma. Then they come. Look, we have officers in the security agencies who will leave their security jobs and come and be at the passport office from morning to morning, seeking their passport. If it's 24 hours, they will get it. This badge goes. But not just that. Una woti dex you so. It is not your dex forever. Until Ukono, you know that you don't have to do some things wrong because the next person that is coming will expose you. But Bobie, mena una uye host. Into 24 hours you are the host. Oh sorry kwa just say achina. But unim say oh sorry kono obi babetna or so you know that you cannot engage in some dubious things. Because ukoji obisika as a guru man. That's a nipa no bana uniwa. They will expose say anyamo na moji misika no. So it will even go a longer way because you understand, people are changed. And once people are changed, that is what is going to improve. That, look, some of these things that we talk about, a bit me a reducing. And so the TUC, they are not stupid and dumb. Omu bo omunsem. Eno omu jiye. Eno omu ka se, wey, eye adipa a odi eba. So if I hear my brother, the vice president, who is on, by the way, is on a thank you tour, not on a campaign tour. Kodaomo ase, na bet nase, na dwin, na fa wunipa, na oni omontenase, na mondwin, because already no, waka se, ni akufado eye no, and so ni. So you are going to come with your own vision and you are your own man. Nature say what Akufo-Addo has done, you yourself, you don't have faith and trust in the policy options of President Akufo-Addo. So if you don't have trust in the policies of President Akufo-Addo, how are you claiming credit for the same policies? And ya Akufo-Addo, and all the one village, one dam buyer. But you are not the one. And you are not the agenda, one buyer. So say, the things that you say that they are not your vision, you have your own vision, you are even taking credit for it. How can the vice president say that he brought about a national identification authority and a card? These things.
Politics.
You understand? Kufuor Shasiye, Atamils came and continued. John Mama continued. You came. So when you came, the infrastructure and everything was put in place. You only continued. So I'm pleading. Unse I have to plead. Because unse Bawumia Yeminu Apenyi.
Oh, okay.
John Mama Yeminu Apenyi. I cannot speak. But I'm pleading. Say, oh, Minua Penyi Bawumia. The tone that you are using, the mannerism, talking and saying that your elder brother doesn't have sense, is unnodding. Your elder brother near Okaino doesn't make sense. It's unnodding. The way we have to respect you as our elder brother, you must respect your elder brother.
Well, Miano Ankasano, sorry. I think say he's not coming from a proper home.
Do you understand? You must respect your elder brother to elicit the other younger nodness to respect you.
I think the upbringing is very poor. He is just a foolish guy. Because I'm sorry.
I'm here. I cannot take it.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
So, evidently, if we have to respect you as our elder brother, you must show reciprocity. Oh, politics is not a gun or a bow and arrow thing. But they pitch, and I fear when I listen to the voice. Well, look, my brother can get a shock because you can see he is hysteric, he is overcharged. Cool, my brother. Calm down.
Live at 100.5 Citizen Show. Mame, Enya, hello.
Hello.
Kai, what on the form?
My funny form. Allah.
Will you? 500.
My try.
A boom.
A boom. My tasa bre.
Oh. And then the Yamia be quiet.
Na de Nyankopon be quiet, mami.
Yeah, that's it. Congrats. Koswana e follow CMG sketch there.
Me pa show you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, come on for say I can't grab me a closing machine. No, I start 413 hash. Chaze,
Commander.
Kunumam.
Commander, me das pa. Me mumunga me te ha ko fichu mesidi e. Ba omiya yobi a me akasa no me feeling no. Both the personality and the ideologies.
On your guy,
mama, because it does not pleases me in any way because me who know so why to me the idea papa biaba on board I was like no or play me who say or bet me play the side attraction role better than the leading role. Say aka ojina park no fa baby na ko to bo eba park no so.
But you have say enkebia concept peninu yi no jeje ho
sa said the ojeje ho man na Kufuor omu yusu no ma ojeje ho no no omo so omu say omo na mo omu say what the bottle again o tumi che what the ball 5 o tumi defend what the ball 6 o tumi play midfield so what you say omu nim dada hwe alkanfo ye baby a ebu say 7 producer say eja ho ebedumu a and ye dey share den obakwasi ansem ya na etire kurase dan kwabra say ye kwa afuo mu a anope ni di wo fie be kwa ko bampesi wo fu enti eja ye tuja na wa kwala wo ye smart ni di ja be show say ebedum a no wa pe jimifuo bi a ya amango so somna me toilet bra somna me wura mu enya me nan mra onim se ja ni dum obeba na edum As I say, see a Kwabena show, same year, what do you Sana MPP for the Baumia. Sana Kufuado on it 7 previous and Nachim mafias the Baumia. And yes, MPP for pet a yekin Japan as a legend Matthew. A jano a dumawi. Yeah, probably a sentence. Yeah, pet 7 previous of Bacasia. Yeah, fashionism. And he's so happy when Ginger. Ejina platform was so 7 previous say ejina wo kasa o hwe 7 previous chima o chem and in the bad mannerism and in the bad gestures all die in dia. He's not a presidential material. Ghana for mo hwe agroni enye nuro na say dey bedu ho na entasentase be yelo. Yamra, the name about all kinds of Kwabena, and just by the way. Or say the idea of 24-hour economy no a bad idea. Or say it is a bad idea. Now, also can say it is already in existence. Or say if you are a business operator and you feel say operating 24 hours and be putting money in your pocket, there is no law to stop you. You can do it. Then why are the business not operating 24 hours?
Then why is it a bad idea?
Why are the business not operating 24 hours since there's no law to stop them? Because there is no enabling environment created for such businesses to thrive within the night. Because so we say we are ejuma within the night now 24 hours, day and night. There are certain things you have to put in places. For instance, and so making sure say what put it in place say one can you bet me also for the 24 hours for the businesses to operate. Apart from say can you national and say we have good lighting community. So young fans are me call shifts and match 4 o'clock. Now say baby I'm tell me sorry about kwanwa ba be faka. Any kwan say esum bia o mantem wo bonifo beba beti tamye dim boni wo then esum nemu. So there should be proper measures put in place. And I do not masori no say me call shift say 2 o'clock and I do not masori. There should be good transport mechanism. What kwem say mega cars am ready then e dey akwa adwuma. Apart from that, I see making sure say yankani ani gina so no ye anadwo say production ye ya enema be a produce no ye di nsuo and a produce enuma be see making sure say ye betumi a produce the more quantities of gallons of water than said ye produces this year no, because ye fan say ye dwuma ye call 8 hours. You call anopa 8 and you point you 4 and as 5 8 hours. So we have 24 hours. I just say Uber running 8 hours in 3 routines. Into no idea be about produce be a times 3. And it's saying can you hold na we here times 3. And so make provision for that. Say insure na we here times 3. And so make a provision for that. Say security na we here security personnel no in 3 times. Say the beya and bambo amount for anybody was sumase. So Sanya me na kabom a creating good environment, enabling environment, and sana 24-hour business economy net me day a thrive near your son infrastructure. And it is about me a say there is no law to prevent anybody to do business 24 hours into make me a sorry ya. Then Mesa say me feeling no. So, I just said, I don't know,
see, what Bobie is telling Ghanaians, any business community, say you are on your own. I don't know, also I don't have anything to help you. Just create an enabling environment. You are good to go.
Banks make me a 24 hours. Banks make me 24 hours. So banks make 24 hours. Security measures may not be good. Banks make 24 hours.
Anyway, my time is up. Charles, thank you so much. Like that. And Kwabena who hit him, but our time is up. Yeah, brother, I'm so sorry. Top Choco, yeah, don't Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, yeah, don't and I say nkoma Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. You don't must say an enemy. And I say nkoma Honorable Sulemana, Tyne MP Chairman Mona, and Ora Charles Nyame, Domia Motienka from Dagbon FM Tamale, and I think so Benya FM Elmina, various platforms. The Munina say your friend Bobie Ansah, Accra News at 6. Enjoy your evening. Response from the sitting vice president and now the flag bearer for MPP. What triggered it? Young Koti Ejo Mama, the policy on the 24-hour. Young Koti no. All right. So paparazzi Yao says, Baumia will get heart attack. Just look at the way he's screaming from his heart. Anyway. Munya nyiye. Anyway. All right. So young penfona your time no call. We cannot spend much time. Honorable, straight. Yam now. So Baumia's response to a GM.
Okay, needing kind of said test no test your last no.
Yeah.
Some more kind no. And I'm person me can be. And then I also.
Put your microphone kakra.
And then I also Dr. Bobie Ansah. Because the way I say ani brene akuma what they kasa no. It doesn't look this one a presidential voice ni and a presidential poster ni. The way I kasa an idea. So I'm a president kasa. I mean, I'm surprised. I say, when you be on no contokwa, Yenya Nuruho,
or Bredo,
Yenya Nuruho, I don't know, Bren who did Mikasa, my who's on or did the firm baby. I don't know, Bren was that. Or see, your mama need innovative idea now, Dr. Bamian, idea,
as one can be,
and only dear hay. Idea no, and only dear hay. And only dear hay. When you Dr. Bamian Onimua. 24-hour economy no. Or say choba. And it's a wa juma. O pese o be na o ye no 24 hours ah. O pese 24 hours betima it doesn't need any policy. Hey. It doesn't need any policy. There in here policy papa. Okay? It will implications for all the sectors are implication for security, implication for job creation, implication for productivity. And the abai why no beka say adia ebe increase productivity o adia ebe increase security ebe ma security no ebe a personal ebe hian akosoro adenti aban ba parliament ye pass mramani wi a oba parliament se mba beje another legislation me beje legislative instrument regulation ede afa samra no enti Dr. Bawumia doesn't know but me ka ba ko pe e na che Dr. Bawumia ne MPC no ene na aban no they have deserted him so
meaning what
onimu a debate na ekoso parliament no ontie bi MP bia sorry a omo se budget no enye Bawumia budget eyakufu ado budget ena wie ya opa ko parliament no side
cheche mu ye e de na pese oka
ne mpese meka ne se ye nim se na akufu ado ebeje akonwa no oso ono de onim economy no ho amamuo onim economy asem nenti wako Bank of Ghana Simino. Akọ Bank of Ghana. Akọfa abrantie bi a onim amamuo pa, onim economy. E de no be the vice president. Na oba exchange rate ebe ye fe.
Yeah.
Ye ka ya buru bebre no ebetwa. Oba ebe move economy no from taxation to production. Adwuma be bu omanum. In fact, ye de omo to aso ebe duru ba bi no kra no, ye be kwa kofa nkrofo afri ba bi no ma be ye adwuma oman we. Sa na o ka kire yen. Enti enim se na akufo ado de onim economy no hwe o. Onim ne friend inflation because ono nya third class or economics. Onim ne friend no anything. Na ne be kosu bia no Dr. Bawumia. In fact, from 2017, I was starting say, oh, we put the benefit of the NDC, your mama year in 2015, 2016. Almost started say, oh, tap to the hono. Or say, one can say, President Akufo-Addo, or say, solid economic management team. Dr. Bafo Akoto, Afri Akoto, Obobo Bobie and on the head of the management team, enti at the partner course 2017, 2018 in Iowa. And that year at the Bonia air course, almost say, and you Dr. Bawumia, na ya man of quine. In fact, me person me go to you attach ya. And on the floor of Parliament. During the debate, you know. Or say budget, you know, it is presented on behalf of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, not presented on behalf of Dr. Bawumia. And yema Dr. Bawumia quine. No oba. The future or your future. Enti eneba get when you won't be the money be and say Bawumia. Enti they don't even trust him because people way saying kaya the almost about 3 days in ni. Almost say Bawumia na de buy enye Bawumia. They don't even trust him. Enti ni onama oto ayampia mahama na oto na ayampia no. At least mahama say oba obnoxious licensing examination no obetwam. Waka kire obono for say Oba omo cashew factory onye 3 crop development authority obema Ghana for cashew development board na ebeye cashew se na ye cocoa no na oba nso a obema yen 24-hour economy in 3 regions okoye no yen at least 4 clear policies straight Dr. Bawumia policy wa hin enti idea no e wo hin idea the policy no
idea and
the policy no one district one factory na omo di sika ni nyina ye waivers no mo twen 600 million every IMF ho bra parliament behwe sika e da ho so ye ma waivers no 484 million dollars waivers omo pe e de ama omo nkrofo no me wan so twen 600 million free IMF ho. This is pure incompetence. Omunim ni omo ye. Omu disika no. Enti culture Dr. Bawumia say, on kan de ema yentie. Ni ono ba obetima ya ma o ma we no. On kam yentie.
Obo no call to so far wa kam bi. I've heard him talking about.
Do you know what can? Ogman we nkoa na obi abedi vice president head of the economic management team for 7 years ah. Wobubu o man na. O say aka kire wo say, "Ma me kwana me meye president." Na me meye bibi ma na ne owo no ada na 7 years no wanye oni hwe ka de no be kan kire yen de pan Dr. be no be kan kire yen oni hwe ka o se digital no de no oni fa digital ho is ya fa digital infrastructure na nsi ho a in fact o mpenda da John Dramani Mahama edit the largest number of fiber optics and a kind fiber optics infrastructure ho on see Accra Digital Center. Where would the digital issues be senka John Mahama ni ho a enebe. In fact, who brought liberalization of the communication sector? As far back as 1995, 1998, and now you're deputy communication minister, and some obey minister for communication. On the liberalizing website, and then not here, yet me ever phone, ekasa. No one can say on the digital issues by ya. Wow, what you want? Some say in previous, o say oforia tebu afa oso. O ni obeka bi aye mfa no. Why na mfa o meye etibidua ni onya an idea ye mfa di president nye voice we ni di president enye voice I say bibi share minimum ni di president.
The voice
we want presidential voice because he is going to UN to go and represent us. On timi nko gina nko kasa to say
your idea
the minister obedi president. And let's sound this caution to Dr. Bawumia. in 2016 and in 2020, Odidi President John Dramani Mahama attempt with nobody saying anything to him. Afidie, so free as ya, yedi beshia no. John Mahama namno, okasa, policy non kwa asem na oka. Opa, onka ni policy. Na mo okasa onka policy. Na obetwetwe,
obejimi no
ho. Obeye ni opeso oye na. Say, Malam John. And now see a Frau John. Won't so say, John Mama concreme for program asentino, or peso tuba on canon tuba, and two friend Malam John. I've never seen that before anywhere. Say a vice president meeting a former president in a public event. Now, who are the advisors of Dr. Omia as far as public manners are concerned? What the advisor no? On him say he has an ethic to provide, to protect, say, also in public manners, and yes, and who told him that Sana president behave?
Yeah, what triggered this response from Dr. Bawumia? So then,
during COVID, we recommended that at times where workers lose their jobs and are unemployed, it should be possible for there to be a scheme where part of their social security savings is paid to them as allowances until they can find another job. And we suggested it, but it fell on deaf ears. Don't sing again, I beg you. We intend to implement a 24-hour economy. And by this, we will provide incentives in terms of reduction in corporate taxes and other exemptions to businesses that will sign up to the 24-hour economy initiative. And if we remember, in the past, but then we must also look at the security side and make sure that we provide them with security. Because if you remember, in the past, filling stations used to work 24 hours. Unfortunately, armed robbers started attacking them, and because of that, they all closed at about 10 o'clock. And so if we're able to provide them with adequate security, businesses and services like that, there's no reason why they can't operate 24 hours. And we'll give them the tax incentives to be able to do so. We'll identify and promote strategic growth areas. During COVID, we recommended that at times where workers lose their jobs and are unemployed, it should be possible for there to be a scheme where part of their social security savings is paid to them as allowances until they can find another job. And we suggested it, but it fell on deaf ears.
This is JM for you. Reactions from Dr. Bawumia.
Bobie, Mekai Sena President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Oba beka say Oba beye one village, one dam.
Yeah.
And a policy that Kwame Nkrumah even brought. And sana yede be share your constitution mo, and mo amu constitution mo betimi akan article 25 ABC. Na mark article 38 under the directive principles of state policy. Mo share education from basic level must be made free. Sana kan secondary education must be made affordable, and a tertiary education must be made progressively free. Sana ekaye. Now, Article 38 of the Constitution now. Say 2 years after the coming into force of the Constitution, Parliament must cause the executive to bring a comprehensive program for the realization of that. How many years in here? So when I'm taking on Parliament, I have a reason. Has Parliament caused the executive to bring a comprehensive program for the realization of the free education and the progressive freeness of education at the tertiary level? Parliament nankasa anye nejuma. So as we speak, 2 years after the coming into force of the 1992 Constitution came into force on 7th January 1993. Into 2 years would have been 7th January 1995. Up to date, no comprehensive policy on education has been tabled by the executive to Parliament for Parliament to see to the realization of that enjoyment. You can read the articles, Bobie. So evidently, now say President Akufo-Addo ate me because he's going to bring free education. Now it is all of a sudden an idea that started with Kwame Nkrumah. Bobie say most of the secondary schools in the north are now 50, 60 years old. It tells you the time of their arrival. Because Ghana achieved independence without secondary schools up north. The oldest secondary school was in Tamale. Inti nipa to say Alhaji Mama Idris Munu, they walked from Upper West Wa to attend secondary school in Tamale. So secondary education under colonial administration was a no. Kwame Nkrumah expanded education and made it free. So it couldn't have been an idea of Akufo-Addo. But yet then Akufo-Addo has appropriated and arrogated himself that secondary education and its freeness, no they buy. And to say, oh, be sorry, I know see free SHS, Akufo-Addo no they buy. But let's grant him that. Free SHS na yekano. Meme bawo SHS. Do you know what we pay for your child to go to school? PTA, Mosi Mayentuya, Okodu School, Nanyama Nkoye, we are forced to pay money. But Oba say 1 village, 1 dam. Your mama Beka say it's not possible to 1 village, 1 dam. The response of Akufo-Addo at the time is that, Una won't mean your yes, ye babe yo, ena untimi yo my kwai niambe yo. That was the response of Akufo-Addo. That I say I'm coming to do it. You are in power. You are supposed to be doing it. You are not doing it. Baumia, your mama says that he's coming to bring a 24-hour economy. O say your mama onti me ye. Now, Oka say a bad idea no. Echi. Or say the 24-hour economy is already in place. How can something that is in place under your watch be bad? You are admitting that the thing is operational. Until omo amoton fufuo, omo amoton wasekle. Omo nyina ye 24-hour economy.
So funny.
Oti ho obetimi asend you mobile money at any time. It is a 24-hour economy. So that idea is already operational. And if it's bad, why are you not scrapping it? So you see, you cannot reconcile what my brother Baumia is saying with what my other brother John Mama has said. In fact, you cannot reconcile Baumia and Ankasani's statement. You understand? You cannot. Because Upabe reconciling his statement now, then there is contradiction. Because the thing is bad, and at the same time, you are implementing it, so it's not a new idea. Minya, John Mama, and yeah, then no 24-hour economy. It is about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Oshia the Trades Union Congress.
Yeah.
What do you say? And I say, as part of the policies, not the 8 different policies at the TUC. And Oka say one of them is the 24-hour economy. A bit to me. Not 24-hour economy. Massa. The TUC clapped.
They were happy.
Unim said, in most instances, we lose about 12 or 14 hours. Unim sir. But 24 hours, it means that Osha 6 anopa by 4 to 5. No way. Some other person will take off. In the middle of the night, no way. Then another person will take. So 3 people will be employed. 8 hours routine. And because it is that way, you will see that everybody come with new energy. Oko DVLA. And when you are using state public transport, I don't know more than one drivers. Once a private transport, more than one driver.
No.
But the state transport have more than one drivers. In Tikano, Eko Wano, Nabako Eda. Omukodru Kumasi, Anata Chimai. Now there is a swap. Nabako no so akope baby ada no me. So that there will not be fatigue. That is to tell you that, look, time immemorial, people have started realizing that 24-hour economy. Go to the passport. Only passport secretariat.
I better say the ocean movie no.
Madame Fo. Oyebono East, regional chairman of the PNC. Bau George Inusa. See, in 2014, he applied for passport, and in 3 weeks, he got his passport. In 2023, June Mu and apply for passport. As we speak, we are in November, they cannot get the passport. And there are many stories of Nipa Omaye online application. Omunya Omu passports. They have not even gotten an appointment date. Na passport so you apply. These days biometrics cramponu ubetimi afan wo phone so. But you still have to go to the passport office for them to do facial and sana omwa for biometrics. You have not decentralized the passport office. Enti uko passport office. Now on the day that somebody has an appointment, do you know that people go there at 3 a.m. sometimes 2
just
a.m.
to queue.
No, Marcos sunlight. Because you shall see 9 o'clock, 5 o'clock, yapong. But if enka at the passport office, 5 o'clock na nipa be airport no, now another batch has come, and they take over, and they also have to work because the system is inputted. Now omaye capture no. Do you know how many people will get their passports probably in less than a week? Do you know what that means? Do you see? Not just the revenue. Because okay, revenue no asema. Do you know the cost saving it will do? Do you know the cost saving? Because nipa dudua etimi sorry. Omo jai omo ma nkora. Omo ejuma. Then they come. Look, we have officers in the security agencies who will leave their security jobs and come and be at the passport office from morning to morning, seeking their passport. If it's 24 hours, they will get it. This badge goes. But not just that. Una woti dex you so. It is not your dex forever. Until Ukono, you know that you don't have to do some things wrong because the next person that is coming will expose you. But Bobie, mena una uye host. Into 24 hours you are the host. Oh sorry kwa just say achina. But unim say oh sorry kono obi babetina or so you know that you cannot engage in some dubious things. Because ukwaji obisika as a guru man. That's a nipa no bana uniwa. They will suppose say anyamo na moji misika no. So it will even go a longer way because you understand, people are changed. And once people are changed, you know, that is what is going to improve. That, look, some of these things that we talk about, a bit me a reducing. And so the TUC, they are not stupid and dumb. Omu bo omunsem. Eno omu jiye. Eno omu ka se, we, eye adipa a odi eba. So if I hear my brother, the vice president, who is on, by the way, is on a thank you tour, not on a campaign tour. Kodaomo ase, na bet nase, na dream, na fa unipa, na oni omont nase, na mon dream, because already no, waka se, ni akufado eye no, and so ni. So you are going to come with your own vision and you are your own man. Naturally, say what Akufo-Addo has done, you yourself, you don't have faith and trust in the policy options of President Akufo-Addo. So if you don't have trust in the policies of President Akufo-Addo, how are you claiming credit for the same policies? And ya Akufo-Addo, and all the one village, one dam buyer. But you are not the one. And you are not the agenda, one buyer. So say, Siano, the things that you say that they are not your vision, you have your own vision, you are even taking credit for it. How can the vice president say that he brought about a national identification authority and a card? These things.
Politics.
You understand? Kufuor Shasiye, Atamils came and continued. John Mama continued. You came. So when you came, the infrastructure and everything was put in place. You only continued. So I'm pleading. Unse I have to plead. Because unse Bawumia Yeminu Apenyi.
Oh, okay.
John Mama Yeminu Apenyi. I cannot speak. But I'm pleading. Say, oh, Minua Penyi Bawumia. The tone that you are using, the mannerism, talking and saying that your elder brother doesn't have sense, is unnodding. Your elder brother near Okaino doesn't make sense. It's unnodding. The way we have to respect you as our elder brother, you must respect your elder brother.
But Umiano Ankasano, sorry, I think say he's not coming from a proper home.
Do you understand? You must respect your elder brother to elicit the other younger nodness to respect you.
I think the upbringing is very poor. He is just a foolish guy. Because I'm sorry.
I'm here. I cannot
anyway, I'm sorry anyway.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
So evidently, if we have to respect you as our elder brother, you must show reciprocity. Oh, politics is not a gun or a bow and arrow thing. But they pitch, and I fear when I listen to the voice. Well, look, my brother can get a shock because you can see he is hysteric, he is overcharged. Cool, my brother. Calm down.
Live at 100.5 Citizen Show. Mame, Enya Iwe. Hello.
Hello.
Kai, what for the form?
My funny form. Allah.
Will you 500?
My try.
A boom.
A boom. My tassa bre.
Oh. And then the Yamia Bukwai.
And then the Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
Yeah, that's it. Congrats. Koswana a follow CMG sketch there.
You.
All right. I mean, come on for say I can't grab me a closing machine. No, I start 413 hash. Chaze,
Commander.
Kunumam.
Commander, me das pa. Me mumu me te ha ko fichu mesi de. Ba o me ayo bi a me akasa no me feeling no. Both the personality and the ideologies.
On your guy,
mommy, because it does not pleases me in any way because me who know so why to me the idea papa be on board. I say no. O play me who say o bet me play the side attraction role better than the leading role. Say aka ojina park no fa baby na ko to bo park no so. But
you ever say Nkebia concept peninu yi no jeje ho
sa said the ojeje ho ma na Kufuor omu yusu no ma ojeje ho no omo ka so believe say omo na mo omo believe say what the bottle ye on to me che what the ball 5 on to me defend what the ball 6 on to me and play midfield so what you say omo nim dada okay I can for your baby you say 7 preduasa say eja ho e be dumu a and ye dey share den obakwasi ansem ya na etire kurasi dan kwabena say ye kwafuo mu a anopeni di wo fie be kwa ko bampesi wo fu nti eja ye tuja na wo akola wo ye smart ne di be show say e be dumu a no wa pe jimifuo bi a ya amango so na me toilet bra so na me wura mu enya me nan mra onim se jani dum obeba na edum ese se sia Kwabena ni she osem ya na wadum jai sana MPP for de ayeba omia sana Kufu Ado one seven producer na chim mafias de ayeba omia enye se MPP for omompe eye kene Japan asa legislature o eja no eduma wie
ye pe obi dia chenisem
ye pe seven producers obakwasia ye fa chenisem and he's so happy with ginger ejina platform so seven producers say ye ejina wo kasa o hwe seven producers chima o chem and in the bad mannerism and in the bad gestures all die in the dia. He's not a presidential material. Ghana for mo hwe agroni enye nuro na say dey bedu ho na entasentase be yelo yamra the sema all kind so camera and just by the way
monitor
or say the idea of 24-hour economy no a bad idea because it is a bad idea na also can say it is already in existence. Also if you are a business operator and you feel say operating 24 hours and be putting money in your pocket, there is no law to stop you. You can do it. Then why are the business not operating 24 hours?
Then why is it a bad idea?
Why are the business not operating 24 hours since there's no law to stop them? Because there is no enabling environment created for such businesses to thrive within the night. Because we say within the night in 24 hours, day and night. There are certain things you have to put in places. For instance, and so making sure say what put it in place say one can you bet me for the 24 hours for the businesses to operate. Apart from say can you national and say we good lighting community. Sir, young fans are me call shifts and match 4 o'clock. Nasa baby I'm no me sorry abakwanwa ba be faka. Any kwan say esum bia o mantem wo bonifo be ba beti tamye dim boni wo then esum ne mu. So there should be proper measures put in place. And aduna masori no say me call shift say 2 o'clock and aduna masori ya. There should be good transport mechanism e wo kwam say major cars am ready then e dia kwa adwuma. Apart from that, I see making sure say yen kan ya nigina so no ye anadwo say production ya and you man be a producer no ye di nsuo and a produce enyuma be I see making sure say ye bet to me a produce the more quantities of gallons of water than say the produces this year no because your fan say ye adwuma ye call 8 hours you call anopa 8 and you appoint you 4 and answer 5 8 hours so we have 24 hours I just say be running 8 hours in 3 routines into no idea be about produce be a times 3 and it's an can you hold in we here times 3 and so make provision for that say insure now we here times 3 and so make a provision for that say security now we here security personnel no in 3 times say the beya ahobambo amafo anybody wo sumase so sanya me na kabom a creating good environment enabling environment and sana 24-hour business economy net me dey thrive near your son infrastructure and it is about me and say there is no law to prevent anybody to do business 24 hours into make me sorry akwa then mesa ka say me feeling no so I just say I don't know enye juma
what Bobie is telling Ghanaians any business community say you are on your own.
I don't know enye juma
o dey also be trust am ade achia contractors. I don't have anything to help you. Just create an enabling environment. You are good to go.
Banks bet me a juma 24 hours.
He mentioned them.
banks bet me 24 hours. So banks be 24 hours. Security measures be not go banks net 24 hours.
Anyway, my time is up. Charles, I mean, thank you so much. Like that, and Kabinu Chavena who hit him, but our time is up. Yeah, brother, I'm so sorry. Top Choco, yeah, Domasipa, Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, yeah, Domasi. And I say, Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Yeah, Domasi, and then you may. And I say, Honorable Sulemana, Tyne MP, Chairman Mona, and Ora Charles Nyame, Domia Moti and Camp from Dagbon FM Tamale, and I think so, Benya FM Elmina, various platforms at the Munina. Your friend Bobie Ansah, Accra News at 6. Enjoy your evening.
People are changing. And once people are changed, that is what is going to improve. That, look, some of these things that we talk about, a bit me a reducing. And so the TUC, they are not stupid and dumb. Omu bo omunsam. Eno omu jiye. Eno omu ka say, we eye adipa a odi eba. So if I hear my brother, the vice president, who is on, by the way, is on a thank you tour, not on a campaign tour. Kodamu ase, na bet nase, na dream, na fa wunipa, na woni omontena se na mondwin because already no waka say ni akufado eye no enso eni. So you are going to come with your own vision and you are your own man.
He went to Peace FM in 2016 to go and talk that nonsense, rubbish. Kwasi akekano. Okoka bi wo ayi ewo Peace FM. Oni kwa msifa kan. Oka no abonyere jojo. Oka no abonyere jojo. Jiminti onipa ni ahoto Jiminti nipa eni ahoto. He was talking about a common crofo. Ena ode ayi your friend say Jomama this kind ACC project endunim de omo I value for money Jomama projects ni nyina abroso sikana abroso chia project we sia kai chia enya fe project we enya sia pre 7 years now. Ask them. Say Ga West Hospital if Akufo-Addo atimiasi 1 etese Ga West if atimiasi 1 to say UGMC omo baye uni mo fa say I na say NDC UGMC kura generator ni hweye wo ma fa generator nsi ho na si we no fa generator nsi ho a no aya de ya ni de generator avesi ho ma abodan for complete any political party winning power should do well and close their office at Asalam down. Abadan for complete. The only thing they understand in governance, they feel governance is propaganda. Schemings. There. Omagre free. On mine in church yaso. Say ye church on mine. UGMC time na Jomama no de green book any green book no 2016 no ya go traba no any green book mu UGMC si be bia omo boa green book no bibia nim UGMC si be bia omo wini ya no masi aba UGMC ni kura musi ya ampa de na generator nsi ho ya ne de generator kosi ho de o see UGMs na anya de o de generator kosi ho say ono no ye competent na de o see UGMs no ye incompetent we wu modam a ya ka so abodam na wusu ena no bibi pani bi siam kuma say na bobie ya na de aye no ya bodam say na mo abodam we are santini wa abodam because wono oya MPP from Penifoni we Ashanti region. Now so we mean try the bia ba ofia be pehwe. We me busa wo hwe free wo. Aboa sa no. Me busa one city kura free wo da. O free ayi mampo kwa no so jama se wo baby. Now so we mean twamu a se bibi kura yam ya na me nimu fie kura me mewura ho. Wo. Me de yasme de mo ye den. Enya se enya wanya de am so ofroko. Kankaya se mfiri mi sokono ha na da minu frifre ekuro ba ko ni wa bodam a na wo free se me mabodam te se wo obi asiade esi wo wani tua at one breath no bibia ni wo at another breath ya na generator be si wo enti ukofa structure ne free hin e na de generator ne be si mu ukofa free hin e fa na go tell us wabodam Rage Hospital. Siakai Rage Hospital no. Ebi swada that way no. A renovation. Say ni hospital. Rage Hospital hospital. 2016 o hwia kai one more babebu eye la general hospital agu 3 years now 3 years now oh Kwame me pacho me kaso ma bodam nim say ya na nya ode no abahwemanim Kwame wanya bodam sam na ede a tell me umo dam ede a wa bodam uno national chairman nyina mo bodam Radio Hospital shiakai Ray Radio Hospital way a project see a value for the and there sikano kra abroso omo de la general hospital no omo ansi na yakase sikano abroso omo disikano omo cheskani nyina adi 3 years now at bare land en kwala boso ball woma chesikana di nyeso mo asi ena bi abroso kra ne yakase o ebi abroso amom de adidi woma chesikana di bare land ne da ho owie no akọ Freddy was in Rage Hospital say ono ye incompetent enipa we umodam na waye dey wabodam let me show you this tell my mama AC sane ma we nyina no me kiremo omo anyom tofo no nyuma no omo bo. When your mama was doing all this, when your mama was doing all this, Munkotie, a friend say, Nina, your audio, Nina. Then they are not lucky that I'm descending on way. For 2
Uwie wusi esikwe hu ano na araba
esimpo ayehwe na araba hwenanim da wa aye mo nchen esem no kra ye nto sabi esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba
esiben
wa ye ho chenchen mo si akwan wa hu ko mo bi mesini esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba usi ejebi we ejebi ti ase nti ye mo nku ni ma botre na wo beto ma na ma ye wo beto wagu ya yenso enti ni ye mu pa ni edua ohina o kesi ye ne wu tintinti ye nim se obeso uduape bi sa tenten huro akate esi nchirma mbotom mikobisa ankra oso oni mu hwe mikobisa daddy susu oni mu hwe nti mikobisa mama awo mama
ben
mama boys abre ede na besen wiye mu ama girls letiti ya ebusuanko ya toba ha emebunre ha yewu afa yershi toshure jadon pe mane anesiashia afunupo wode okaka se na mepe adiso yemu yeduru untu mi nso amobi meswa ise esinala wa yan rimpo na araba esimpo
uwie wusi esikwe hu ano na araba
esimpo ayehwe na araba hwenanim da wa yan mo nchen esem no kra ye nto sabi esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba
esiben
wa ye ho chenchen mo si akwan wa hu ko mo bi mesini
Widim time obomo ne ba onwum yi 2012 na Professor Mills enya ne baby kono a na jo mama ene Akufo-Addo be contest no esimpo anya hwe na araba Mills no mu anya hwe na jo mama wa mu se abeto wo kwem you see Oma Jimmy, omo ya di omo nwene won se ade we ya ye no. Da ya edum twan ye. Ya me ayi like mensan matisi yes wo bodam wo se de yo. Oh. Omodam. Me na se mun so obi abetro writer bi so abodam om de no kwa yare se or something. Esimpo anya hwe na araba. Today, beche ya de Akufo-Addo aya bawomia efatasi emfanisi so omu nyina akose dem omu nyina se omu nyina adwane kwa dem they are all running away They are all running away. Now some not on bread war a friend say or the bread cooker muton war or Tessano from Tessano then now oko baby I just have for papa one Kwabena simple anya hwe na araba Mama yes menya nyo no ba kwa mama. Kwa me dia nkra. Da benya. Mama hwa ampon. Ampon na ball for mo no. Mama here.
Hallelujah. You are one of Yahweh Elohim.
And I said 2020 yeah. So to anyone for watching a well. Then the first 4 years, we nipa na abadam no na old moon to galam say dim kwasi ade na nti one po well. Ajimi phone ba kuni o. Ajimi phone ba kuni. Onya tagada no sa no lumba twina dia na emsres. Sras yakwa. Yeah, day. Francis Jai. As one can one tea now on TV. Anybody who goes so a year and Nema. Also, oh no, mentias yet. But when they get power, nothing. They won't do anything. Nothing. Power but obitiswa they will make sure ade bia wo ye bia enye yeah and this for suban bi enka is the best thing but every before year ama abese no say na esa musumu ye bi you know NDC they don't have any problem to commend MPP for some ya dia recently your friend say I've forgotten I am say one of the tax components and there was this something in parliament and MPP for minority for no ya ma akufo no withdraw ye minim so obekaya just last week I mean who say minority for no issue statement to comment the government say why ya there yeah. Very good. Restrictive bill, no? Yeah, very good. Me wanna Madam for NDC ni be frame say me hwe de minority for ne ye enhwehwe animu. Obi na ekofa de anya aba. Wa withdraw. And I make a chance to be honest, and can say ni ebu man, can say ni etna wo man mu. Wonim say MPP and omuya and Kajomama withdraw ya. No ma be press conference at Chile said you must him on my boo. And he said your Jomama Jimmy Afa. Kawekroman can't and say on withdraw. And kwa withdraw. When you imagine a debu of mine, winning in free ho. Yes, I am PPA. That is what they will do. O withdraw ya. Organize a press conference. After woman Crawford no joy woman Crawford na what piece FM near the adeno. No the microphone siwo. No ma ka adma wiase nyina hunu say your mama nim nyansa ya odi bu oman. Na sankanye wo mo pa na kan ya ka we nko ba be yo. Ye kan ye no agai. Entubon for oman na maye. But the NDC in parliament just issued a statement ebo ABENA baso say oh why are there say ade we ye nyina dia no tu mu bi no watwa sana nke ebu man sana etra wo man mu. So when the guy called me said look at what the minority is doing Bobie, and I told him that look in actual sense enka kwai papa no nie so unu se unu ya de pa ya de papa unu ya de bone a ya de bone sana MPP su NDC mo ya de papa ya de papa oya de bone na ye nyina ye ko nkakran no man no e da ya ba akofo ntimi ntra so mfiafe bo ne ye ko yanum ba wenum de hate, envy, jealousy, evil, witchcraft beye nipa MPP ni beye bibia o mani abre udidia na ni hwemu a ne ya wo sha atare a ne ya ono awia bebre wo sha ba akopɛ o de ba akopɛ ne ya. That is how they behave. Onu amutifi a beye sa bibio be hu bia ne ya. Tam omo tro omo nsa e wo kujeto no ma ne bo amanom se omo nya adwuma da e na omo ayeye wo politics mu no se na omo pekwai de samia okunum ne payosagideri UJ ahen no maba beye bone yaw ahoya abaifo ntisa ya tua tax ye ka che obi se wo de scan air fru wiem sen no akodi krom hine e wo chebi e ho ekura na se omra medidi yen atem se abaifo ma ene nkwasiafo ma ene criticize Akufuado uko busa nsa kwase aba na che mu a wasmenti ase unti ase obeye den de na abetumi aye obeye den ade na abe tingobi ya de papa ya bona baso o menua de wuye eye omo de dabi no they won't agree. India masa penu ewura NDC grassroots mu enti wo se grassroots na nia brea se omo person mo se NDC ne MPP for no ye bibi papa bia eya na nya bibia o ade no Akufuado no ma yi a kire NDC grassroots amo mo se no we say ya nya anuafo na eto o man we mu no it's not true say ya nya anuafo because so no nya wa ekwa odo be fa so no so wunya chance na so so MPP ni ma ni kwa so ojeja ho omo na be kire sa de no yeah omo na be kire sa de no medu be wie nanado asem bia wakwa akoka me pa cho na yi no kan se omo mu ni message no mo ka o se me boss store no so but boss Samira the anima me nanado say okay so in the first place watch this story. So put the story here for me. Full story no all right. Hello. Okay. Monkailu Alhassan, good afternoon, Commander. This Alan watching you from Wenchi in Bono region. Thank you. Freedom Kwaku Jisam is here. Here, more story, my joy online. Only politicians with no message stoke tribal religious sentiment. Mechra who Akufo-Addo and Bawumia are. Who they are. Only politicians with no message stoke tribal religious sentiments. Akufo-Addo. And okay, some way, let me check the date. I think somewhere last month. Okay, yeah, November 17th, 2023. And there's the story. Omuni politicians omuni message. Omuna the tribal and religious sentiment enenam. November 17th. And then I said December say 19th. Okay, I say wenra 18th. 17th, 1 month, because the Akufo-Addo was yare. You also me boa. Complete. Who I want to say no aba. Complete. Hwɛ tie the okokafa Samira hu Zongo. Just listen. Tie. Okonima. All preachers say Ghana for nchu every tribal and religious hono. Na onwa sainam. Na oye.
By the grace of God, Muhammad Bawumia wins the presidency in 7th of December 2024. We will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of opportunity for, but more. So if by the grace of God, Muhammad Bawumia wins the presidency in 7th of December 2024, we will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of opportunity for, but more. So if by the grace of God, Muhammad Bawumia wins the presidency in 7th of December 2024, we will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of...
Just listen to this man. Oh, Debiano said you sit here no. Now why are fast? Me, I hate such people. People who are hypocrites and very reckless in thinking. They hide their real character and they point fingers at others. I some woman circles mukra. I don't like them. Just 17th November, this man is telling the whole Ghana, some politician only message. And I was talking about tribal and religious sentiment. Fast forward, now Ojina Nima Zongo. Tell the Nima people, say Nima for Bawumia oya running me oya vice president. Nigeria a friend says ni where Samira Yankasa a Zongo girl. But that's okay, I don't have any problem. Omumienu say ni no mayama a Nima Zongo communities no. And he said motu aba na so be the president no, they can do more. And kakasa, you don't have any message. Inti Zongo for benya first Zongo lady, first lady. Look at this. Cheap concept, useless man. Cheap concept, useless man. Meanwhile, now November 17th, no TV so I catch the whole Ghana say politician only because of him. Omako parliament ama Sam George akwa I said I'm saying Sam George kan no. Me say support Sam George. Udebia wonka. Wa was won tiase no. Na ya be man no kojo Sam George fie. Say won tiase. na ndc fobi dwane free asma Sam George kan na dia na Sam George kan ya ehu na dia na kan ya ehu dia na Sam George kan ya ehu okawie ya no ano no drimika no akwagina ni ma first time you are going to have a Zongo first lady, and so what? And you think Zongos are so stupid? They are fools. I could for to say, Odi 12 years now, papa de betra, and I know we are yenumu. Safia no nima fieno. Ne Nigeria fobidia. One no papa we are. Omo mobrao. Omo nyadwio. Omo de any bread ne krono, grabbing people's things. That's all. No papa de betra 12 years. No papa de betra 12 years no. Oni me kwana like the search now nim kwana bi say. I'm sorry ba. Osum wawurade. Osum wawurade. Ti eduba no kwana bi because ya de o de some parts lero e ko ba bi oh de okariyo. Unim baby so onim nima lungu no like yes you baby I say yeah tikro my enkamu say enum koda baby we so osum na urade wonu kuremu sumo urade wonu kuremu na sumo urade a enye nsempatre evangelism adwuma ufria na de ko a ufria na de nsempa ne mma enya sa na Jesus aba ka kire say why na enim say o evangelist why na Akufo-Addo woni wokroma say o evangelist yeah apostle for the beto wa bra Yohane enwosra vai so ya beto ay adwuma ya de aba be pem na ba akokora ada so yo na nyame frɛ wa ojiwa home onyame otoro nsa frɛ wa ongwa retirement ojirem orazuyo what's now 12 years obedi president changes ben abanima tell us anka you see the UP tradition they always belittle Zongo for arguing that is omo no omo hia eye omo say omo nim nyansa. What now 12 years? No, the 12 years. And would you find opportunity to know their problems? Oba so we win presidency and conform no when you ya now or Piekoto Koko Ebedi Enemoma and I will put more. Oh, now some me almost to a more pyramid house. Yeah. But meaning few awesome. Now me more pyramid house. And why ye? Omo fra ayi friend say Apia Stadium ko bu no ofie onyina manim sem Apia Stadium ko o fra me say omo so omra sata no o MPP mu afra na ala ne ayi na asha ase gidigidi no na mka chen say wo o se an Apia Stadium pie free fie no went me an kase waja MPP wo kwana no o fa ka ko dru pokuyase na o fra me say me nya ni interview I was some FM so wajai a MPP. I was that what you are called baby Janima gate one casa so wajai. Cabete Pokiase now Pia Stadium, a good frame. Nam so way or so Pokias, nam so close than each kumase. So what Chiaraqua Cabete Jinanim Waneka Jina. Jina sa what dent machi kasana no po mienhwe afenu wo hwere atra ayi dent ma afenu ajina se dent ma no po what wo mu nyina frɛ ni mu ho si ase na yire ya florist ɛna wayɛ flowers in shirei oh not wo sa ase no so nya odia sa ase no enya odia. And I know we catch him say I down be free power. or an entry ewo nima obeka omu nyina mo makofo akwa wiwe flowers ni nyina na mka che so ehun hia. Yeah, why should you do that? Ehun hia, just leave him. Nima problems. Nima police station na wote ho no. Tete dan no a esiwo no. Sa na esiwo be pemene. Traffic light ase ewa kufa do fi anim. Nima enyam no nananam. Eni ufo so. Yi fatuso na yi mobi ehu. Traffic light eye leading to Nima. Esu fi anim ase. Nima gota kese pa. Gota kese pa free ufie ekwo kwan nwa. Nima for the so te gota no. You don't have a message. You don't have anything good to say. Tell the people. Bawumia vice president. Now unim adia Kwame Akufo-Addo kan eye makoma ya. O say ye no ntina oti Zongo Development Fund. Na me ka so beto aso abose Zongo Development Fund no ya yesi amamo, ya yesi amamo, ya yesi amamo, ya yesi wonzongo, ya yesi wonzongo, ya yesi wonzongo through the Zongo Development Fund. I know, sir, was said that I'm so near Jimmy for Nedili. But sometimes the reason why somebody needs to respond to this man is because when he thinks everybody is a fool, then somebody must let him know that he talks rubbish foolishly. You have set up a Zongo development that the first time. Tell us. Tell them. Say, I don't call you to for you. My ministers bebre, my yakwa bebre, any other mwasio. No. Put him under scrutiny. Tell us. Just point to things. Your mama ko tum for. Osina na my say, ayewe, ewa ha, no abokru no, my way, no abo, my way, no abo, no ha. So tell us. Osina na my say, ayewe, ewa ha, no abokru no, my way, no abo. Agata we abeno. Ebeno. Gata we. Okay, so I tell for you two things. We video me na me take here na me gina ne fie animu ho. Oh Akufo-Addo animu oni. Yankasa wo mo. Traffic light na ase onima police judge. It was a police for judge no directed traffic. Yes. But that way na da
Nima inside on free Nima market. Eba oko Accra girls.
Oh okay. Yes. And I say Ebeno.
Ebeno. Yeah, Ebeno.
Into wahu. Wahu.
Said on no kase onim
corners.
Yes.
Go radio hot. Talk radio FM.
Yes. Ebe honum no.
Sa get to radio be fa okay. How do you be call?
Said also nim. Oh get to
yeah. Because honey evangelism zone. Onima. Onimo.
Go hofe.
Hofe pa. Hofe Texas. So this is the situation. Now should tell the Nima people. Say Nima foi. Say ni na my mamo. Your baby and grandfather and grandfather. This is the traffic light. We are not lying. You created a fund just to steal the money in the name of Zongo Fund. Thank you, Aya. You can show one thing. Thank you. What do you mean show idea about Kokra and Chere? Say Zongo Development Fund, say, and that is the reason why the Zongos will vote against Akufo-Addo. Yeah, Bawumia de no here. The Okoka say, Bomon Krofunti. almost obi any message. Meanwhile, some any message, you know, they don't have the.
Look at what will benefit our people. Let's look at what will benefit our people. I have been selected partly because I'm a Muslim. So I'm selected because I'm one of you. I'm not representing myself, I'm representing all of us. So please support. Let us make a difference in Ghana in our generation. Thank you very much for that. Look at what will benefit our people. Let's look at what will benefit our people. I have been selected partly because I'm a Muslim. So I'm selected because I'm one of you. I'm not representing myself, I'm representing
religious sentiments. Omuni bibiaka. They have nothing to say. Omuni bibiaka. Star 413 hash sikacha there. Kwame na say 1,000 Ghana na say 2,000. 1,000. And you 1,000. Me ba try na many pa buy 15,000 10 million obia. Bronya aba. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. See, I'm just catching there. Anche, me bomb me first a year winner. More mo bet ki abambe nipa 100 no, e be farm 10 million. Friday ni eche 50 million no. 50,000 no. 28th next the following week. Cash a bay. I done the member. Member house mo. Baba timo tight. Politics of deception. Almost 30 years. They deceive people. For Alan Trematin and a host of MPP members to run away from that party to give you a clear picture. Now they have seen the light. A evil characters been come together and they formed that MPP. Some evil characters, evil forces. They can lie. They don't care. They kill. They murder people. They don't care. I'm just hoping and praying. Onyamema yankwa. Na bayin sesa. Na kwa kuba akunu me complaining. Look at contracts almost inside. This lithium contract. Even University Teachers Association, they are talking. What's meant here? Criminals, Akron share contractor, a friend say finance ministry, Aquaside with SML company. Say MPA for Ejuma Kwame, Ejuma MPA na you. See a for private company, so Mumrameye. Sanom Kofa Mackenzie, every South Africa. Ejuma GRA for ye. Almost Mackenzie formula meye. The workers free South Africa. Womo ba. Na Ghana ha. Emrantie ya omo wie accounting school. Omo nya adwuma nye. Omo ne nam ho. Aw. Omo wie na Akufo-Addo asia bebu say Dabi akwa na no se boya no asafmafo. No bebu say unemployment is overwhelming. Any overwhelming say. Ajuma GRA ye. A young some for more hands. You went to South Africa to go and bring Mackenzie. So mama ye. Now training Ghana Nina Ghana Nino ya. Kwame enye fasudia more mino. Oni pano oni Ghana ya. Mucha muko. Oh, some of us wow here ya. Oba kasa mo bia catch us o ya kwala boni na wonye. Panibia tibia on wa bodam ohun os wonye. Now we nipa na udwene saade we hu a you ask yourself say enti nipa na omote aban no ma na ase moa. You went to South Africa to go and pick Mackenzie. GRA adwuma GRA for you no agye e ma foreigners no omo do omo workers aba because obenya ne cut $500,000 $1 million $3 million sika krono ani bre kwase asem adwuma MPA for ye wasemi ma MPA for nye me de bema eye private company SML omo no mra meye obi e ka se jai ade na wo ye ni jai osemeye adwuma ayi yafra ne say lithium asem obi e ka che say lithium no jai lithium no emfa won sanka jai na contract no nye na ono sa boy bi na ne ti sa adwe no o free latte no kwase aboy no sefa ka training no akotra piece of ke kan kwase asem no ne ti sa adwe odwa ongo hwe latte kwai kwase asa akotra piece FM say ono de ono politics na oye no so oba na so ope 5 cedis aye no ode be ma ono de onfa ho na ono kwase asa no akotra piece FM say omo kasetia lithium no contract ni nyina no omo ni adwuma ye kwame ya hwe sa tape no mame sa aboaje asanwan tape no say omo criticize lithium no contract ni nyina no omo ye lazy people unemployed people omo ni adwuma ye Catholic Bishop Conference catch them say ade no enye University Teachers Association they catch them say enye various groups will catch them say ade no enye na ono akwala wei kwase aboy wei a ubusa no a adwuma kura wonya bi da no no catch Catholic Bishop Conference for say they are lazy people ntina omo ka eye lithium contract no asem obi ahwe say NDC time ena philosopher su kwa chia na so obi ekoka asasem we a mi donyame nka kroman ka de besi nye NDC for jama de we ekọ just like that kwase we Jimmy for to say aboaje asanwan ofri latte aboasa no close it Kwame
with us again. I am speaking to you in the spirit of the season from Conakry over radio, Guinness Voice of the Revolution. In spite of your suffering and humiliation, I wish that you could have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This is normally a festive occasion, but on this year's Christmas Day, Ghanaians cannot help reflecting what a fateful year this has been for them. You have seen an unfortunate and sordid chapter in your history. It's a chapter of treachery and betrayal, of greed and hypocrisy, of cant and blunder. It is dark days for Ghana. It is exactly 10 months today when certain officers in the Ghana Army and Police turned their guns at the very constitution and legal government which they solemnly swore on their honor to protect and defend. You know that anyone who is capable of such an outrageous betrayal of trust for no reason at all could never have been motivated by the true interests of the people. Events in Ghana since then have confirmed this beyond any doubt. Within 10 short months, the traitors who make up the so-called National Liberation Council have shown that it was their morbid lust for money and power and their desire to escape from the just consequences of their corruption and crime which made them commit such despicable acts of treason against the state and the people of Ghana. When you look around yourself, their only achievement has been the sordid reversal of Ghana's development and progress. In these 10 months, a lot of lying propaganda and calumny has been manufactured by the so-called National Liberation Council. You have also been told a lot of nonsense by this notorious Liars Council about the state of Ghana's economy. Far from the gloomy picture of doom which the so-called National Liberation Council has been at pains to paint in order to deceive you, there has never been anything like the present state of mass unemployment and hunger which the last 10 months of National Liberation Council misrule and mismanagement have brought upon Ghana. Thousands have been forcibly dismissed or laid off from their jobs. Mass unemployment has mounted so high to a stage unprecedented in our history. Let the unemployed, therefore, mobilize themselves and fight for their rights. Under me, all workers receive their pay regularly, and all state enterprises and organizations function normally and satisfactorily. In fact, 10 short months ago, the standard of living in Ghana was one of the highest in Africa. What is the position today? Ghana's standard of living has fallen drastically. The cost of living has gone unthinkably high. Ghana's foreign reserves have entirely disappeared. The value of Ghana's currency has fallen hopelessly. In one of my broadcasts to you from here, I warned that the opening of Ghana borders, if not planned carefully, would lead to economic troubles. Today, Ghana's cocoa is being smuggled to neighboring countries with disastrous consequences for the people of Ghana. Cocoa, the large center of Ghana's economy, is in jeopardy, all because of the stupidity of the notorious Liars Council and their ill-meaning advisors. Ghana is now in a mess, economically and politically, under the so-called National Liberation Council. Men and women of Ghana, I know your troubles. Stand firm and organize. continue your resistance wherever you are. I have faith in you. We shall not have fought so far and achieved so much only for us to stand looking unconcerned while a clique of deceivers and self-seekers do all in their power to turn the clock back. We shall not sit idle to see your hard-fought-for achievements being destroyed by this traitorous clique before your very eyes. Fellow countrymen, chiefs and people, comrades and friends, Christmas is here with us again. I am speaking to you in the spirit of the season from Conakry over Radio Guinness Voice of the Revolution. In spite of your suffering and humiliation, I wish that we could have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This is normally a festive occasion, but on this year's Christmas Day, Ghanaians cannot help reflecting what a fateful year this has been for them. You have seen an unfortunate and sordid chapter in your history. It's a chapter of treachery and betrayal, of greed and hypocrisy, of cant and blunder. It is dark days for Ghana. It is exactly 10 months today when certain officers in the Ghana Army and Police turned their guns at the very constitution and legal government which they solemnly swore on their honor to protect and defend. You know that anyone who is capable of such an outrageous betrayal of trust for no reason at all could never have been motivated by the true interests of the people. Events in Ghana since then have confirmed this beyond any doubt. Within 10 short months, the traitors who make up the so-called National Liberation Council have shown that it was their morbid lust for money and power and their desire to escape from the just consequences of their corruption and crime which made them commit such despicable acts of treason against the state and the people of Ghana. When you look around yourself, their only achievement has been the sordid reversal of Ghana's development and progress. In these 10 months, a lot of lying propaganda and calumny has been manufactured by the so-called National Liberation Council. You have also been told a lot of nonsense by this notorious Liars Council about the state of Ghana's economy. Far from the gloomy picture of doom which the so-called National Liberation Council have been at pains to paint in order to deceive you, there has never been anything like the present state of mass unemployment and hunger which the last 10 months of National Liberation Council misrule and mismanagement have brought upon Ghana. Thousands have been forcibly dismissed or laid off from their jobs. Mass unemployment has mounted so high to a stage unprecedented in our history. Let the unemployed, therefore, mobilize themselves.
Okay, my first winner, CMG Sika Achede, 10 million. Hello?
Hello, Bobie.
Eja?
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 Two. What for the boko?
Eja, me that way. Why are there?
What? And now what I say?
And name it 40 cedi per.
And I bomb what I say.
1,000 cedi. Cash.
10 million.
Cash.
Kai, bro, ya we oh. Bro, ya we.
My problem, Bobie.
Oh. Oh.
Me that way. Me the brain and papa. Me send you the why?
Cause so I don't trust you just catch it the when you beji. Why? All right, all the best. Congrats. Okay, so that's it. Mpacho and then me che on one channel temwa and me can't say na Kwabena say anything. Star 413 hash ube follow a steps no a bomb mawa team one a okro no 10 million na on ucha ade ntamo a ena fan tamo to the tranway. All right, so I have Asipa, executive director here, Ora Mensa Thompson. Chama Akwaba.
Ejami Joso.
I for Akwaba. Listen, when you Akwaba.
I was very surprised when you mentioned his name without the Mister, because it's not easy to attain that height.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
So, in fact, for and on behalf of my client, Mr. Mensa Thompson,
yes, sir,
I would want to subpoena you before the Sahindri, where you would have to answer questions as to why your mindset derailed from mentioning the Mister, which has not just come easily. You know?
Council, but your Simon Mini Mustafa. You know, somebody at the other table, a brava so.
Mustafa has never missed calling him Mr.
Mr. Mensa Thompson.
Oh.
Anyway,
I'm still Mensa Thompson.
This is Mr. Mensa Thompson with Mr. in hyperbole. Hyperbole. A gigantuan.
Congo to say.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, maybe I also come. It's so Mensa Thompson. I be for man. No, be a testing me. I want to say Mensa Thompson go Wari Congo. Wari Congo evermore. Even evermore. Go she from Koda. Yeah, no muti kuruma. But Onia,
Kwabena, when you say, let me say,
vive
me.
Vive so dia bo. I didn't know you were such a darling.
No, Mensa Thompson, girls in the region home.
By many of
them. Say, minim, Obani Joe,
na adenema, adenagana for Mama Ukrasa.
Me worry me for Mama. Afena, then a mab bebe wagana. I'm saying, me nyabi.
Muchiche. Me be boss of club fee
me nyabi.
Uni and we cross again, you didn't pack over nyabi.
Oh, granny.
Omunyabi. Ye no Omunyabi. Ati Magdalene. Hey, Mr. Thompson, my crush. Hey.
Yes,
Oh no, you say no. Me who say so one take steps bi wo wabrabo mu a on Kwabena emma wadofo kra nyi omuti empia bonten
so
nti me kra no my imagine say me announcement ba me de ende enye reality na me ye wia no ma hwe omom do oh we say nka o de enye no
kra de de no
obeka say wahu wadofo
oh o bu de obeka kwa no India na ben Kumasi
Kazakhstan. If you are meko Uzbekistan.
What are see if I pass what you can. Na abe what are
if you Uzbekistan na you Pakistan.
Yo.
Na if you Pakistan na yaba himfa. How many stands do we have?
Can stand.
But all the stands, the most adorable stand I know in this world is Standubu.
Stand.
Very hard working.
Standubu. Oh, task. Listen, Uniana, or you now know. Anyway, so Oria, Akwaba.
Yeah, Kwabena, me that say, Ghana phone na ne omo sending me messages and wishing me well and all that. Also, omo etamechi enemy to coin. Say I'm ready.
Yeah.
Obafi ene ekoye ne ho ade nti eho na o say yakone ekoye.
Yeah.
Nti msemo ma obia mpo na me be kwa my baby kakra so ha na Ghana for so.
Hano. Eni asem no chairman ye.
Eti meda obi bia se obi o send message bia na mamenka se enye se me pega na for masem there be enye am say a lot of
It's the most highlighted.
Yes. Ubia oh na na Ghana former baby nana menyebi. Menyebi. Miso mi hwehwe mu no. De miso mi satos no. Na sebio yenyina no ye nipa baako.
In fact, Prophet Nekraka said the vision no nyai na onfim pade ni mai.
Prophet Benekata.
Oh, do I have the prophet? Okay, maybe I'll be texted.
Well, now when you be no.
But honestly, I didn't know. Say I had a lot of people here who really liked me. I didn't know. I don't know
that they like me.
Until say my wife messages me and I'm saying, oh,
Mr. Sir,
Menya where?
Mr. Menya where? Mr. Minim that said they like me.
But you know, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I believe in the African dream. I'm also a pragmatist. I know, say, I mean, there's be a kasa about uniting the continent, uniting Africa.
Magdalene say, "I'm breaking akuma."
Oh, Magdalene, sorry.
Say no.
You stole
me dear, me mama hoswa straight Papua New Guinea.
Three City Mafia.
Papua New Guinea. Coffee if you want. Oko Three City. Na me de bada mu nyame twa tra kuruma bro.
You know, yeah. But you see, you see, but come on a serious note. See, culturally, we all want people, though.
Yeah.
You know, the culture, the food, everything. We just want people.
The same people.
We're just divided by artificial boundaries.
That's all.
That's all. We are just one people. You know, I mean, there's nothing different. I mean, and yet,
say the same.
The same. Said the same process.
Yeah.
You know, so it shows say we're just one people. We're just one people, and you know. Yama akosi broni ede entawantawa na yesi French for munkofaha, British for munkofaha, and normally kasa chicheyemu, and we are not able to unite the continent to be able to achieve the benefit as a continent.
You're right.
It's I have so much respect for Ghanaian women. I love Ghanaian women. My mother is a Ghanaian. My sisters, everybody, you know. But the Nyankopon. And I'm very grateful because she's a very lovely lady, the family too, a very, very lovely family. And I think said they saw how lovely, you know, the family was and everything.
And so, Bana, I had the one enough for never.
Aye, and here was your phone,
almost Babijano.
On Babijano. It's hope for her.
Onyeke unu se oyako dadoda
obi dia banu na obi so dia na mo.
Okay, so that seriously, so all for you, especially your boldness to speak your mind. I owe you fufu with some goat soup this Xmas. Why? Damba says yes, me too. I believe in Pan-Africanism. That is why I married a Gabonese girl, and I'm proud of my wife. Okay, so you have a brother here, Charlie.
Yeah.
Beneza, I remember the very day my wedding was announced in church. One lady walked up to me saying, "So you all this while I've been here, why do you think I've been hanging around?" Meanwhile, there is a lady I approached and she turned me down. Not once, not twice, so many times. Where I go get my own tea, they can't talk nonsense. Okay, so now says as for Bobie, his destination is voter rating. That is why he can pronounce the names of the. Nah, please, I beg you. Me free voter region, ebe, me slow. Me nasi futuro kura me impropriate. I beg you, go you. I say Nkrumah self go Egypt, that answer. Oka Kongo awako. Such a senti. All right, so Audumo says, Bobienie, you will catch one of her friends. Oh, who's there? Crawford Casa did the agro about me.
About you.
Yes.
Oh, with the agro.
Yeah.
And then
a young pampa. Anyway, yo, Akwaba. Christmas we to say street to say
I think say my mencha for
omojoso
na mencha minua Mensa Mr. Mensa Thompson owura Mensa Thompson na me mona baso ne akukodo ne nseyo ade a ese fata se ye nyina as enuanom no yehu se eye obramu asem se ye nyina no yebetwa sasa no anye bia no enane eja edijaye se yenso ebesua se ne yehu akan no se obema beja ne na eneja na odi akubo nti on behalf of all of us mesumebo abaso se utu anamopa yesire nyame nhira ne nkwapa ne ahoden edemawo ne uhukani Kwabena Christmas Usemiano where
I just asked about the town.
Where I come from no I was trained not to be someone that celebrates Christmas and all that, but I grew up knowing say akoye ewiase afefe dia se bi enya dia Nyankopon chiri ana bibia, but Christmas way I think is the worst of all. So we share omo mu frama no ne ba Ghana no a eno de I think say ebinum ani age Ghana ho. The only policy a mejidi say aban we aya medical abo omo abaso wo akufado amemu mu nyina eye sa maybe before and I say black Americans ne blacks elsewhere in the world that omo etimi aye program bi a etimi di omo abaga na. I think say one of my brothers is it Kodwantwinom na yes program, and if I'm not mistaken it has brought a lot of people down and beyond the return and so no idea abua.
No, but I think this program has been there for years.
Well,
Rollins started with emancipation.
No, I'm saying say
then gateway to Africa.
Aban way. Say party papa bia obaye I was so twaso a one twaso a any day was so twaso a what twaso. I think this is about the only one I know. What you say? There's nothing better or good about this government apart from that we now ama nipa bagana no. But busa hu say obi frama no ne ba wo man mu abedi bronya. Wo na wo ti wo man we mu no. Bronya no wo di bia na. Eno brings up a question na ebema Ghana ni ehu say
so Rollins stand a Panafest,
yeah. Akufado no omo nwe omanfo ho. Omo dwen timamufo ye foreigners. Any obi a on free man mu anase obi a omo ejiri se like womo ne eni akansie. What you say? Se Ghana ni eye yi a anase odi yie na otene mamu na nani gye a Akufado ne reho. But se wo hoho ani gye wo ne mamu a nani gye. And that is demonic. Kwabena minim Ghana ni apart from omo ya kronfo omo wa ban we mu ni ayonkofo ni anuanom a omo awieska. Minim Ghana ni bia wo se afi we or the luxury to do some expenditure ebe buama ne ho atono. Kwahwe Accra of all places kwabra eni kwan sen kenne ene ye busumi da toso dunson yesa echina dunwotwe aya ye koyanim kwabra busa ho se ene dunkuno rada busa ho se 19th of December sign and ka wo nim se ekrom se se esen ka wo bai na nka ni kwan esen ka wo timi ba easily
yeah
kwabra ko akra ko hwe
hwe
there's no traffic. It is na akwabi MPP ni bi ti radio bi, so I don't want to give any eulogy to the person's name. Oh na oti radio so say police for na aboama traffic na easy. How? The police force ma obi en to camp ya bontin bi. Ekroni mo ye hwe kwabra obi ani kapre.
Yeah.
Se si e sabi o ma ba ku mienu miensa enai anasa wo de oba ba ko pekura kwabra. You are not thinking about Christmas because right after Christmas school fees.
And before that no mo kan kwala no she school mo force. Ebinim do mo ba ko school just last week and Ochina Wednesday they are going to pick them
SHS
and America no
what I say
yeah
what force on kwala mo ma ko school just about 2-3 weeks or betine fie till March because opese wo ka o tro on record so say ya 5-4-1-4 na sebi say what adu chumkura wa bon say wo say na ko school kura nka wo no entika wo yedo watchman kura nka won qualify etino motiti wiase na bonne we making so wo hwe plans a nipa ba ko pe one ne family trips ahodo a omo abuku na ebi wa minimu a pabna baby a me medi agro community mi nka ho asempi areho oh and it's so sad say akwaye bibi se woni bi no nipa no kura nka bi anka are chichire fa ni nipa ho no ono kura mpo no se wusu kura no oye ne mo so it's so sad. Oh, and that same person, not also discuss say every Christmas has not been better than the previous since time memorial. But I beg to differ. I do remember when I was a kid, every Christmas was better than the previous. When I was a kid.
Oh,
you know, say say, ene say yes here dey kokokra kokok keke ye mfato ho a so mama pencil na akoko na enu 20 cedis fane say me pe broiler na me to broiler 20 cedis 22 cedis 25 cedis enu nu kra 100 cedis a o to 9 etu kra timi ye party kra mo bi be ye den e ba wi bi ene 100 cedis na de ton kokok 9 no entimi nto akoko baako wo pe broiler unkra 150 cedis eno kra mpo no nipa no ode achew nikonom eno moto won kokko ye friend say 150 cedis eno kra no broiler no ode achew entu unkra 150 cedis a kwabra how would you say this okope akoko funu so kra mpo kwabra
say box no be at 350
360 na say me kwa akopa akoko funu bi akoya de ama na me koya akoko funu ye me say omde omu nchemie no a eno kwa 100 and something
yeah
cedis ka ko to broiler kra nka me gidi sen keye entino me nunu ye ho nsere me Ghana fo no ade ba kwa ade bia me pese ye nyina ye hu ne say ewiase ye bobra koye nim ena ye de yew na anya o ya ye nya ofaye we obi MPP shia caller or shia texter oba betra ha oba text ya ba oh Christmas we because the ref say 300 cedis and say bia for the maximum ko jo pon kroma tutu among 1,000. Would have found say among 1,000. 500.
I'm saying
to the best of your knowledge.
Say 500.
500.
500. And it's quite tabletop.
Say you have no big chada pano.
Wow. Say no. Oh, the 500 ni piene. O mabru nyatare saying. Akoko be no be we. Wo de fa no so to akoko funa mana. Eti ya na nipa bi jimi a na me kirikire mu a me pese me kama e pricking the conscience ma ni hu se wono na wa ma o sa sika no busasa na yire ne ma we omo nyina akota America omo nyina akota beyond this country enti no adan na wo be ma wo ho kwan ma obi agimi wa kopim se ene wo don sa sumo ano aye kufo do mobile phone woni kapre yama 500 sefa kodi bronya obema na po fans because na po so person o running mate na po so a text a send ni momo e bi 1,000 obekwa akoye adutum nipa ba ko o say no running mate no de o mu dididie share callers no okwa o ona bo adutum me ye campaign o into ma bie sido account into what the way account A ye napo or the B ye o say mensa or the C ye your friend so opoku nyina onse ba omi ade na kwa mama no de into omo ya kodu account EF no the list necessary
opoku nyina ko so omo nyende
so running
yeah one ko propose ma
tikui opoku nyina demon no tikui so these are things that are reality I was some me nyina as a people no yehu ye hwe ya sitinem
all right
na ye hwe se ne ebetimi abeta no from ye how are you woman but ye tena mu say ya na ye ma ne ye te say e normal okodwomu a me se ma me bi a o ma me ka me ya ka say tia no o se aban bia ni wono mu a obeba o man ne be ye papa na sa na obi abebe ye we busa ne a few questions o se se mahama ba aden o discover say ibotuma na se there bi but se mahama ba na uton ne eto a ubenya mfaso ama wo ban so anya so mfaso ba se sie ya wote ha wo ton a ye ntoi me ba ya wo bo ne buoyi me hu se ne buo de miniska me de beto ana me kira wo se eye duty ene nioma akosoro ama nioma bua ye den enu ntina ye tempenten kwa na mahama ba ya no duty no tete so na se mahama time no na ye contain out ya sen afi ono agina hono ma se na eye mum na se aden na wo se obi ka kire wo se dwene ansa na wadwen bi busa no se aden na wo se me nya dwadini ma ye bi da but aden na wo se me ba be ka kire wo a wo di dwane se dwene ansa na wadwene enu nti na ka ti ha mo jimi we etimi be yes me kwa akoye ayi ama ma be restrict omo amoye importer enka jimi we betimi aba be na obi a wo ye importer wo na wo ama economy we and now thrive wa kodu baby aduro sabi enka woni ho anka o man we nka abo keti ha mo jimi we etimi koye krata se
na hesem kasi asem se me omo no ka kire ye se
me be restrict
passport every 100 Ghana equal 600 Ghana no na o ma tutu passport mu na keti amo ejina parliament se adwadifo akire mo nteto mo ne ema so
we oye minister
we no central government no eso no enema boa ye din edu atoto passport mu because cover any paper ni ade ne boa ye din to atoto passport mu passport book e de 640 cedis from 150 we say to 640
we catch as passport untu kan koje
owie ya ono central government owie na ketia monjira parliament say agadi for bachelor body but there is body oh say book of free kwa so
na say bien ni tirim bakukura o nya sa bakukura ni tirim we o ka chen say pani agimi a obebusa say odidi pani atem na ka say nkola o magimi no o mu nyina na ewu we jimi we minister of state trade and unim de ncho mo yes ano they just want to insult Alan
Say, oh, and you cry, you man, and you may be a Katie creating me, or you cry where you create me. That's all they want to tell Alan. So when you're in your portfolio, Papa Biao, Katie Hammond, Papa Biao, oh, Katie Grana, oh, hey, Katie Jimmy, where Jimmy Crown, create me Minister for Trade, and Alan, they where your portfolio. That's all they want to tell him. I feel now, oh, yes, I know, good for come. Omusu, because omo yusu Katie Hammond Jimmy Fono, I'm a busuani per se, omo eu serpo traders, ejuma, importers, ejuma. Enti, and your boy din wo jom bra, a jadifo bre, atofo bra or mo bre, and then ukokras on fen freewa. Name to me seno. Can I know so qua, and go to me the free, and yan crown, and then come to me the free. And then what the freewa. Obusa send odi fru net na dollar ne kosora wa beje san wo ho ene ma na de ngu dem na dollar ne kosora watum mami amremo bi let us reason as a people we enye book bia yem yusu ya adwen the power of the talent no it's about the brain yakopon o say o ma ba ku num o ma ba ku mienu no o ma ba ku de o ma ni num no obo ho ma ne yedu o ma ni mienu no o ma obo ho ma ne ye nan na de o ma ne ba ku no tutu form de hye ho eye wadwene o ututu wadwene de hye form akufo do we obi a wabon sei no no abedada we ne wo wi asa ko gina se me de ba wo mi ebre ho unyimi a etibusa ho pass ebusa se o president ne wan aka se ba wo mi a we are the biggest fool in the world o president ne hwan obi obeto ba ma ba wo mi a ebusa se o president ne hwan aka ba wo mi a you are the biggest fool in the world because let us hear the year won anya wo ya yan twa wo so ne jimina mu no tenemu ana se bi nebo eya. One quick comment from Badasu Emmanuel says, congrats to Tommy for representing the brotherhood at the AU.
Oh.
Okay, so nice one there. Anyway, so Tommy, your initial comment.
Tommy Abasuna, Obia Trose, Omo Yamane Kwado.
Uncle, Seb, you're far from there. Anyway, so your initial comment. Baby, I'd be Fabia.
Yo kabna me dase ma me nchete for bio MCT for a term and catch me nyam messages bebre na mensa why you so quiet now has MPP giving you money why are you so quiet
wunya bi me say
questions that just
messages Bobie Nigeria say mensa no so akwaje bia na nam so akwaje den
just say na all manner of questions and then say why this Mr. Mo me NPP ni be no bet me see me nim so obda me kapre kra you know until I was just away you know for some time until maba but Kwabena me wo honya na me follow events happening in the country from the lithium deal to you know some of the economic issues, you know, the fallouts in the debate of the 2024 budget in Parliament, and it's a ridiculous policy Aketia Monkofa, you know, and I was shocked to some extent, you know, especially me hunu your friend is saying sir restrictions now on the bar for traders, no.
Yeah.
Say they want to cut the wage bill, the import bill. And you know, one of the ways they want to cut the import bill, and they say now they are going to restrict the importation of certain items. So I wanted to understand the policy rationale. Until I dug in, I did a lot of research onto what they want to do. And if you look at policy normally called Parliament now, they do not only want to restrict the importation of certain materials. But
then you want to give us
further. Yes, but no, it should tell you the thinking of these people.
Warning. Yeah, and I make us say you know the real information that almost actually
yes.
However, you want to open our eyes
on what they were trying to do. What they were trying to do, and the same. They were only interested in how much money these traders were making from the imports. On say, Ofa Cold Store, the Kufado family controls the cold store, the frozen food business.
Really?
Yes. Through the Amadi Cold Store.
They have done that and even
they control them.
They wanted to kill Abianca.
So
And Labianca is angry now.
So they control the frozen foods, the coastal, the importation of those frozen foods, Sika wumpa, because if you look at the consumption of frozen food in this country, the consumption of rice, sugar, and those grocery items, and I'm saying, na ABENA sa sika we nyina eko nkofo botom. Why don't we restrict it? Until you are going to restrict it, and now I say so pese okra emo esichire eba Ghana tea tomatoes eba Ghana ko Minister for Trade normal license. Until every year no minister na betena say no afra wo bobi ebra wo mama allocation o de your friend is saying 100,000 metric tons of sugar na beba. List over mama allocation o the 50,000 metric tons of rice na beba. So apart from mono obi antimi crash three and I'm more Ghana. So that means that the money that could have gone into these private people are almost so ever Ghana for Jumano. A created jobs for people, no, that money would have gone into the cronies able to. That is all they wanted to do. And you see, a hono, and then this is eba. Because consumption, the amount of sugar we consume, rice we consume in this country, our importation of rice is hitting almost $1 billion per annum. How much we spend on the importation of rice and sugar. And imagine all this money going into the pockets of financiers in an election year. So all the money is going to go into their pocket to finance the 2024 campaign.
Yeah.
That was the whole agenda behind that particular policy. It's not about, because there's no way you can solve the exchange rate problem with this ridiculous policy. But you wonder, say, Sir NPP are buying out this week, Kwabena. Omo irrational, omo policy direction, omo principle anything. Because you say, listen, maybe I will bet much more party. No say more you capitalist. You are liberalists. You believe in trade liberalization.
It's supposed to be. Don't say we believe in.
But
as in
more you capitalist. As a capitalist party, there.
The party anymore. But se okwasia Jimmy abue dwan Jimmy the anymore. And also so ni subanko into pacho kanisa.
No, but you see, every party wants an ideology.
It's not cast in stone.
Yes.
It depends.
You say NDC is a socialist party. You say NPP is a capitalist party. The capitalist party, they believe in trade. Open market. They allow the factors of demand and supply to determine prices on the market. But Kwabena,
because to the core, capitalism. No, we have believed that every state answer na ubenya bibi edi aba omanfo ana oman no bra no. I just omanfo na edi amount.
Exactly.
Enu nti no, ye point is say ma omanfo ni ye. Se na be ya oman no so betimi edi.
Exactly. Enti no Kwabena.
Enu nti na me tiri being capitalist.
Yes, but how do you
now kofa avoid anymore.
But how do you reconcile say such a trade restriction policy is being introduced by a capitalist party?
But do you think he is a capitalist? He's a capitalist.
So the ideology in because Kwabena, it looked when I saw, I said, this is so confusing. And then people say, what is the ideology? What is their political ideology?
Family and friends ideology. Because Kwabena, you see, he has made a very good, solid point, and it's a very good argument. Kufo, why Juma or block factory? Why Juma when him send you see to adhere ton? When him send ye business. Akufado prior kra your friends saying toothpick kra no on crabin tonda. Anyway, and sometimes it becomes like any party ideology, no. Seka party ni ideology there, and come in baby say, why would they now believe in socialist ideologies like free SHS?
Yes, but you see, on say party bia on him say no political party practices absolute capitalism or absolute socialism.
Yes, so
and you know, even in the NDC, socialists, no, you know, they believe in certain sort of capitalist ideologies.
Why not?
And you know,
did they not build businessmen?
Yes.
They built
24 hour policy now. You see, it's a capitalist inclined ideology.
Yes.
You know, to revive the economy, you know, create trade and opportunities for people. But in Pempi, you know, the extent, you know, you know, it's either you know, center left or center right. What you say? The extent of, you know, until you find that the whole government as a whole, no, formal policies are there will be just 70% socialist policies, about 30% capitalist policies. And offer a typical capitalist party say NPPR, you should see about 70% capitalism and then about 30% socialism. And so it is not wrong for a capitalist party to introduce socialist policies or to be seen to be yes. But when a so-called self-acclaimed capitalist party begin to introduce policies that are alien, that are at par with the principle of capitalism, then you wonder what really is their political ideology. It means they are lost. So the NPP party now is a confused political party. They don't know where they stand.
That's true.
They don't know where they stand. And so how can we allow a party which cannot even tell us, be decisive on its political ideology, continue to lead the country? So on what basis are they going to govern the country? Because the party is confused.
Very high.
How are they going to run the government? What direction are they going to take the country? What direction?
When you're confused, that your economy, a whole economy, say brabesha so. Una a doctor in economics. Now, if we was a giant what John Mahama na digitization, I'm gonna for any agent. I find no abominable. To say about what free brabesha for.
And no crown pony now, yeah. Just and yes, and papa biasa. What the one on and Namna, who say a solo suit of Fabana, my no announce. Or yeah, announcer. Can announce digital policies. No, I can't announce. Today we are going to do school feeding program. It's going to be digitalized. How do you digitalize school feeding program? What the internet in the day ever tell you an question kwanenum?
Scan crowd. What would you do? Scan crowd.
Woman kola Kwabena kola no school feeding no. I'm say 1 cedi 20 pesos.
Ya no kra muntua
1 cedi 20 pesos Kwabena. Omo ye na business kra mo dansa wom. Ha if you do 1 cedi 20 pesos. We are also you are going to digitalize school feeding. And you know, you will see that they are just confused. They are just confused. They don't know. Even the direction of the political party itself, they have absolutely no idea how they are going to do that. I think, sir, you know, this year it's been a very difficult year for Ghanaians, especially the last quarter. And can normally, you know, and can get into the last quarter, and no go kakra. But if you find a whole nation like Ghana, now you're every second tranche of the $600 million facility and IMF at the break. And now, and throw Muko IMF for IMF for some first kind of they want to do a final audit in January. And Sana or more approval says.
So that money, what is happening? Tell us.
So Kwabena Ansah, we've been sounding the alarm bell about how they've been cooking figures for a long time. They omukoje IMF program no data omo de come IMF for e de convincing IMF for say they qualify, they can complete the debt exchange program, they can restructure our public debt and put the country back on a sustainable fiscal path. Say data omo de come omo nyina ye ntro. But because Senna, the country was almost in a very dire situation, no, the IMF approved the first tranche of facility for us. So the approval of the second tranche was going to be based on one, a forensic audit they've done on the first document, IMF for, no, and then also the success of the debt exchange program. IMF for the bear movie after the first tranche, you know. On by your first assessment, you know, they were not convinced. They came down. They were here for about 3 weeks. They met everybody. They met civil society. They met the opposition, NDC. You know, yes, they met Ira John Mahama. They met the minority leader. They met a number of stakeholders. You know, but Ira John Mahama is a very fine gentleman. One him say all his interactions. All his interactions with the IMF, he was very supportive. Say IMF for no emwa or minor. He was very, very, very supportive. Really? And, yes, and I was shocked. He was very, very supportive. Oh, and
today, let me drive you around some more, right? You see this building? You see this building? The first tranche chopping. You see this building? That one to them. Is Legon. Me from the Mama sandbox. Hey, come here, you won't be papa.
You're John Mama.
Holiday Inn. You see, woman, you know woman Holiday Inn.
All the high-rise buildings.
You see this way.
The country.
I am a musical nom there. You wait now. Mama for mom.
You're John Mama. I mean, I don't think we'll have a very gentle politician like that in this country.
Yeah. It's a fact.
I mean, his objectivity and his love for the country. Say, I am a phone and boy my auntie or mine. Obanas has said, Pocojo toa. Ninano, said you man a bedding. So he's been a very force with two a bicano, and or comfort bonnet say a chroma or also Timubi. And when he met the IMF, he was very, very supportive. Even though he knew, say, these people were not doing the right things, he was still, impressing on the IMF, say, whatever support they need to give the country for us to recover from this economic downturn we are in, they should give us. But you see, the IMF was not only counting on words; they wanted to be guaranteed, because in they can't just give us the money for us to just misuse it and misapply it.
Yeah.
It's based on second, your friend is saying, data on the call here, or review debt exchange program, I don't know. The IMF realized that they could not commit the second tranche because they were not satisfied. Because we should have gotten that second tranche in November. 15th November, we should have gotten that second tranche. But they were not satisfied. Okay? So they pushed it to December. Say they want to do further auditing and assessment of our economic situation. December, so they were still not satisfied. They could not come to an agreement, and so they moved it now to January. But Kwabena, how does a country, Oba in 2017, Obeto sinking fund, heritage fund, stabilization fund, Kwabena, Obeto, your friend is saying, yes, yes, infrastructure fund. Apart from that, Bosian Kwawabo over 600 billion Ghana cedis. Taxes in Kwama are almost 800 billion Ghana cedis in the last 7 years. Oil revenue am I about 200 billion, 250 billion.
This is kind of way. Why?
How does this such a government now, and with these 7 years, the whole country is waiting for just $600 million for the IMF and son of mine $600 million. For them. 600 million. How can a whole country be waiting on $600 million? Just $600 million. A whole country. $600 million. They say, they say Ghana for Bronya and Kofu be do Modok no Bronya, Bayetari Yamagubia. To bounce a party be a Koswa, say near Kufadwa, nay Dankwa, and yet Dankwa, nay Ochredakon, and Ochredakon, nay Wamwa.
Kofi Asante.
Asante and Dapa, Womo, no, nay Homo. Apart from that, Ghana need be a better.
I made a party where you're powerful.
Independence man come hire you.
Come na
and can be train independence.
Ghana
need be till death do us part. Go be a bit train independence.
I come on best set up your friend saying Independence Day Fund, Founders Day Fund. Aja mo busu afọ.
Yare de mu ntuama ye na ye na nanom bre na ye ni no. Omo ajimi sa ma. Kwasi afọ pa bu kwasi ya.
And that is how they've run this country. They've stolen so much. So much. And Sikanu Guomo dem, Kwabena. Sikanu Guomo dem. Sikanu Guomo dem o tung. Sikanu Guomo dem. Nanse ya ebe hu de ba sem no mo start so omo twen kakran so still na do na Guomo dem. Especially 100 cities and 200 cities note ne there. Oma packing is a bail. Guomo dem. Iguomo dem.
Ena omote taguso.
Ena abroni be yenti omo ntimi niska no. Muso omo mfa sika no megu system nim. Na Ghana for enya bi. Se chese economy ni mo tari liquidity. Tari
se ohini dondo di obewia na baby abebo no. Asa what the problem no. Because dondo here that is all you training na ti dondo ni obewia na baby abebo no asa no. What the problem no.
Say e kura team obia ho kire no kwabena na onim. Enye na minim se ho kire wo man mu. Na minim se no mo den. Bakwabena enye ma de kituo ya mekoye ya. Anka minim se o man ni mo den sa. He utim se wadofo pa unim se sa nipa yi de se wo bia kwabena wo bia obe maw udua no wasate bobna odin say goniti
unim de ya
and kwabena and I felt it
ama waka wan say nyina wie no wie ono so na ni de
and afa na ono kan de wie na wo besu ama no and these are businessmen, people who were doing so well in the about 7-8 years ago. And some cannot even pay their children's school fees. Some cannot even fend for their family. And this is the country we live in now. And so I'm surprised how we are still quiet in this country. How we are still quiet.
No, but until you go to the polls, what can you do?
What you gonna do?
Kwabena, the situation we are in calls for a revolution.
In what sense?
It calls for a political revolution.
In what sense? It can only happen on the 7th of
Yes,
December.
but the revolution must start now. The revolution must start now. The revolution must start now and take us to the polls. So the polls is just going to be a formality. Yet to me, say yeah, I'm could do 7th December. The revolution, because yes sir, then we are just accepting our fate. You know, we are just accepting our fate. So the revolution that must happen, but at least I know say Ghanaians can be on the street for 1 year. This government deserves more than that. Ghanaians can be on the street. Every day, every day, from now to 7th December, you be a demonstration and we can do it. Every day, Ghanaians will be on the street. Every day. Because that is what must happen. under these people. Yet say I could do 7 December say Kufuor don't find then it means we've not done this country well. They deserve a revolution. 1 year continuous. But at least there must be civil protest, continuous one for 1 year until these people leave power. Because that is the only way we can show, say, we do not accept this level of treachery, this level of wickedness, this level of greediness, this level of atrocities committed on the people of this country. Kwabena, wemu, I just say tuo. But enkofo omewu omedi awrehu free mu because of the actions and inactions of Abanwe no. Say yakasa ye kan it almost
was one more said there kuomo.
Yana make us could omokumbi, but one more based on their reckless decisions, reckless economic policies, their greediness, and to omodi who shed them. They're almost 1/10 of the population. Over to young boys when you attack. Middle-aged man, yes, you see. I are what
then I call 40 years to mission who come for.
I are what? Oma show my near sa for 7 good years. We are makofa baomi and say, or no so met twaso. Kokan say break the 8. Break with 3 my pampaso. Break with 3 my pampaso. And Ghanaians, we are supposed to accept this. We are supposed to. I mean,
maybe a war, Jamestown, a cut fish. Kofu bi no more argument. Na ba ko say break the 8. Or see break onye. Ambuza ni say onye no den.
Say I'm saying Krankasa onye no. Krankasa.
Me mentiase.
Me mentiase. Una wo tiase.
Oh me busa no. When Timmy and Chim or the Syrian by
1 to 1 tiase.
Break onye.
You know. Because if in the midst of this any dimwit can come and stand in front of us and tell us break the 8. Now Samira Bawumia is going to be the first lady from the Zongo. Look at such a useless talk. Just say I am not a lame duck. Just say I just say I could cry more. I could find back with you. A Johnny, the man is on you. As on social media, comment to be a car fan, the beer be responding. I'm a money, the man is umuno. Nan say Parliament are passing law. Come now. I saw the statement. What was that statement? No, I think say we need to digest that topic. And you see, and I'm surprised, say.
No, Debbie,
Kwabena, I am surprised that I'll still doubt it if Ekufuor can tell me he's a lawyer. Kwabena, say Parliament Ashemra, say the criminalization of the witchcraft accusations, no any death sentences, no way, no.
The explanation, you're the man.
Kwabena, the law is very clear. The power to make laws is vested solely on Parliament. And when Parliament passes a law, it is up to the president to assent to the
and
to
also
the bill.
you won't assent.
Yes, but Kwabena, the act actually say when the president refuses to assent to the bill, the president must provide reasons.
And he has provided.
The president is attempting to determine the constitutionality or otherwise of the law Parliament passed. Is that the job of the president to interpret law?
Yes, he mentioned it. He mentioned it and even mentioned about financial constraint. The most stupid, explanation ever.
Say, Say it has fiscal pressure. Said the bill
on the
has
economy.
Fiscal pressure on the economy, so they should have consulted. I mean,
in other case, for the Ghana, for the past 25 years or 30 years, we have never taken anybody to the shooting range.
What is the
say Kwabena Bobie firing squad? Most of the people are more them.
Kwabena, what's the fiscal pressure?
Are they not eating? No, the question is, are they not eating?
But
that's not
how much is the fiscal pressure?
That is it.
That doesn't equal that of an act of parliament. What I say, because say a ruling about, let's say I was a president assented to the execution of ABENA, a victim. It does not equal to a law. You say a hunshi say omampeni sign. I was say we bet remu dientia.
But listo,
yes,
listo, but listo, but what Bobie is saying is before there are so many people. I'm saying the last time there are about I think 27 to 30 people on death row.
Yeah,
Kwabena, for the last 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, no president have signed the execution of any person, any death row inmate. Ekufado na ono what are ridiculous. We say the repeal of the death sentence law will have fiscal pressure on the economy. How many death sentences no assign?
Them.
How many executions
are wasting money on them?
80 let me say wa bon kwabena me ka se nipa no wa bon a monti ase se wa bon.
That's it.
Wa bon.
For
bon because he doesn't understand what he wrote. He doesn't understand what he wrote because for the last 20 years, no death row inmate has been executed. Ukabe president 7 years in Nipabe 6 and he has sentenced him to death. They are still there. You've not even signed the execution of one. And the parliament have passed a law say any young child death sentence because the maximum sentence and life sentence. We say about my neck. Also, I'm good death row. Also, one size in Kumomo. Still, no man, no airborne hoka. And in your bon, over reason where they come up. Parliament. But you see, what kind of tone of the letter? It shows the level of disrespect he has for parliament. Parliament. Mu parliament bema 10 grams anu mu parliament
osuwa
because osuwa sin obi o din parliament osuwa sin obi mu obi mu obi oya masama to ye kuye ni masisa
unim de ntia ya na sometimes no I mention the parliament, especially speaker. When yaw, teach you say, she speaker, she ne pedigree, she ne record at the bar, she ne record at parliament, as member of parliament, as minority leader, as majority leader, and speaker,
deputy speaker before speaker.
Any pedigree. How does speaker kowtow to such a midget in terms of? I mean, sometimes you just look at it and it's like I say, one one speaker knows what money.
Oh no! Listen,
no.
Listen.
No, you see, let's not divert this issue because he's on a path.
He's on a path.
Right?
Listen. No,
I say Obi Bua.
No, you see,
answer no Obi Bebu no. I was say wawa bu.
A response.
You see,
Akufo-Addo Trokoma Parliament as an institution.
One common speaker.
Mama nchrewa de.
Yeah, but
right.
Mama ba. Unu say em fa ni ha na nkwa Africans ma fie.
Like what?
For example, say Mike Okwe enti sa che ni mu a on trust and kwasa.
They be big and it's not because he has respect. It's not because he has respect for Michael Okwe. It's because Akufo-Addo no yeah Michael Okwe no on the party.
Anyway, let's move on.
Listen, you see, Kwabena, anybody who will be truthful, will tell you, say, a Nyankopon and a this current parliament. And a somebody like Speaker Bagbin.
But Babin, the way he's playing his role,
Kwabena, you see,
sure.
You cannot blame him that much. You cannot blame him alone. Kwabena, no. How can you blame the speaker who doesn't have a vote in the house?
But how does he suspend sitting when in another case he didn't suspend sitting? How does he account for that?
Listo. You see. Look, Listo. We may all have reservations. With some of the positions or sometimes some of the decisions he take at a certain point in time. But that does not override the general good of him as Speaker of Parliament.
Parliament now are working on a bill. A bill no. That this is the way to go. One person, President S.O. Asante, is just faffing around, giving flimsy excuses, which smacks of madness.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. On this note, I wonder how.
So the speaker.
At another point, I disagree with the speaker on other issues.
Yes.
But on this note, I wonder how you know way.
Yes.
No, but you see, that's my point in telling you that to every immediate cause there is an a remote cause.
Listen, you cannot blame speaker for Kufuor's foolishness. No, you cannot.
I'm not blaming him for.
But I'm blaming him actually to
allow Kufuor to
disrespect. What are your party that's not him? What you free party you see, I
think why Kufuor Kroma say why the Kufuor didn't so you cannot blame Obia no Kufuor. What disrespect Obia? Kufuor why
Kufuor 10 times.
Obia o dey no. He doesn't respect anybody. Why no didn't atemu Kroma? Why not on disrespecting no? From Otum photo why?
National I don't country.
Or him ko catch your friend say your friend say aflawo him ko ka say okwesiku da waka dey onkoye na ade. He talks to anybody anyhow. That is the damn way to have
to abama no omo ko kumasi no mka chenso omo koya say ya ozo ko krobotu ko atwatwe
ose say won to man na jai ono force say ko to aba ono anko for to abama no. So this is the damn way you have as a president. So you cannot blame somebody for his reactions because that's the guy you have as a president. You know, but it shows.
My point is say, my main can't say when I am free. My point is say, or trust has same way by you know. Yet Ghana ha, and na kwasi Jimmy be or no so be quite MP. What na kunyem as a referee at Waba. Or buy or throw thesis pamphlet in the case chain way. When we no say I will let it slide. And you know. Who say we are sympathy?
No.
Period. You know you be actually say.
No.
Kufuor do niema nsɛmfunu a wodi no. Enye abamba bin esuba nti na ama ne disansef. Odi sansɛmfunu free.
Me busa wasem o.
Odi free.
Odi me ba ma busa wasem. Me na epoku. Menim say Nyankopɔn na ne mre eyemre pa. Me nye ma adwin so me speaker of parliament da. Enti me pa na me speaker of parliament a Kufuor obetuma dwen kwasase mu abetuma
obetwere
e ka meka nkwase astem a efiri na ekwe ne konkura no so obetra konya so bie
but o yes sana e dey say bodam ni ujare e say ujana bodam na be yetawo
you see
you must at every point in time what be very rebellious to stop nonsense from happening. Nonsense.
Tobo,
Obi Jimmy akata say we Jimmy straight.
The list of person Jimmy. The list of person o kanyina na say.
Obi boss o
for no time a Akufo ado edi nkwasi asem o party na Akufo no Jimmy nti.
Why not? Yes.
So let's move on.
Why? You see.
No, my body palm.
Pona wo bono to the core ne say Obi Jimmy a Shumano, money who say what Jimmy Palmer, Jimmy no, my body Palmer, and yes, and the Abamba no for me energy. Why not? Opia, including a flower for now.
Let's go on. What Jimmy?
Let's go. I don't know many people could Jimmy Namo so. Jimmy, Katriano, so what Jimmy or Jimmy
Abambaben is not in the soup alone.
He's not in isolation.
So let's move.
Why not?
So let's move on.
Watch them
How many people could Jimmy can't just where Jimmy? We are president. Where Jimmy?
Or the free party man no president.
And I say where Jimmy.
Miss Papa, I for one delay. Oh. What can some you see at you say me about the palma? What's the win here? Oh. Obi argue. You see a bon for you am also still young man here.
Where Jimmy Frinkola the baby in na moda so no.
You know. You see, Parliament Ashembra. Nietia yes separation of powers ne say. Parliament be yembra. Parliament yembra. Ye dem ran about come executive. Na executive na sign. Na emra say sempo se bibi ni na se wo omampanyin wo ntimi nsan a. Kire nietia wo ntimi nsan. But American kire Parliament say a man on my passing no who work for the sabi to who nim yansa chen Parliament whole Parliament on pass mbra no. You cannot determine how does the president now cast a verdict? Just say oh what we no em so omo pay we o sha de ku for do kire na omo pay unanimous FC for ni bi na kire yo because they attempted to write a legal reasoning but the legal reasoning was flawed. A first year law student first you know kind of say e dey na okufu do pese o kire e dey no pese o kire. You know, so it is not just a memono economy no ma bon no mo say no mo ntimi nye. Kwabena, every aspect of our governance processes have been affected by the recklessness, by the ineptitude, by the inefficiency, by the incompetence of the Kufuor regime. We need a revolution, a very strong revolution that will marshal the effort of this country to move away from sad distraction this part of distraction because I don't think just a mere simple democratic process can move this country away or can revive this country or can move us back on a sustainable path. I think so.
No, but at this point, yes, I agree with you that there must be some positive defiance on the streets.
And something must be seen before the elections.
What must be seen is the positive defiance.
Yes.
The TUC.
Yes, and the civic action, and the people on the street, the boycott, everything.
So say the boycott and everything, no, anybody we has so much that he is able to penetrate systems. The TUC, you can't get all the leadership to agree that there should be a boycott. The lithium issue. Why University of Ghana Teachers Association, they are saying something different. Other university, because now who say UG teachers now you want to say no, this lithium thing is wrong. I want no more other university say. So the fact,
are you not able to smartly read between the lines to tell that these people have been induced? How many are there?
Exactly.
You understand?
Okay, in numbers.
In numbers, you see. So the things. There is an answer or a solution to all the issues because they are not wiser than us. In any case, they are not in the majority. What you are saying. So if they have amassed wealth and they can manipulate a system or systems, for example, look at how they are able to create division amongst people who have come together to form a group, for example, to want to do things against or in favor of the citizenry. They are able to sometimes create in some cases they are true, but my biggest question that I don't know who can ever answer, and they say enti obi kwaji sika na oton ni nyansa no ye wa akire no adan na ye nton koso because ya nton koso it means say sika na nipa ne kwaje ye no enu bi na na wonso onibakro no wo hwehwe In some cases, instead of thinking about the bigger picture, which will free all of us or liberate all of us from the air cost one, yema almost centralize it and you may be at a point be now once they divide you and rule you. What I say? It man san come on now, me the papa. Revolution, it has several meanings, but the most pivotal meaning of revolution, is what word you also use to be defiant. It must come a time, and what's a Ghana focus? There must come a time.
Because let me give you a typical
example. There must come a time, say, I miss a die. Kopim say, you be in a free GRA. Because sike be a GRA biano, only can go free at an HD.
Because let me give you a typical example. Because of the lithium issue, no?
Yes.
And Rasen and Sanene.
Yes.
Somewhere in Volta region in Kronibiso, a chromo for no mahim for acquire a signboard. Say, a bujin upon them crofar by prospecting. Microphone should be on
simple.
So somebody send me the video. I think I have it. I need to look for it.
Yes.
But the point, the point is now
I will help them.
If Akufo-Addo and his family will use foreigners to invade your land,
kill them. Why
people
not?
should just defend their land.
Defend it.
That
the best way is
so how do I go chebi
and possess your possession?
And I say abomosu, how na ma me free. Say abomosu anyina ye gold. Mumbu obia dan na muntuni nyina mfa nkwa. Obia nka hwe.
So grow for Jimmy now.
So many parent video no Sunday me and I was like, well, even if Usube issue the whole Ghana police, oba brese obia so defending the land.
Simple.
As a demand for defend our land. Keta for defend our land. We no defend our land. Obia ahemfo no and otumfo aka so ohini bia should go back to his land and defend your land.
Simple.
So a positive defiance that look won't broni bia nsia me prospecting.
Nenka China for gu emrem.
What you say? So but listo I Tommy dear Tommy listo mumi enkomo na amudi a raise ade bia ohini bi. JM call a year tour last week no. Is it ohini ba? I will win or
I will win. It's my hand.
There be na you cry one for you cry more production you cry. Okay, Western Nzima, sorry. Western Nzima Chief Nana Ewilo Kwame. Okasembi Echrejo Muhammad. Somehow rhetoric.
Yeah.
Say about to aye kotui John Mahama ubet me protective rules no. Yes.
It is the question that every Ghanaian is.
So let's
we dey through the whole Jomolo. The only market ayawa esopa Jowaf market. Last 4 years we share bo say anka oba my market be bie mu aye ni ya mai. Na nipa adwon bone enti wantumi amaso enti the whole Jomolo what you do yeah everything at my sata ya traba no ka wasi wiemu aboya ho ba traba no wie amamu wie na omo mu die anim no na omo ka different story enti afia ba sropa obia me na ninda ho na ba ya to na ba no ahoche ya kire nyina nyina fi ni ba bi ni mu na me na Kwame Nkrumah eno kana asem so bo se obaba bo na esiu yi a enfa ho to akan ni so san so mu ndi nukure ti afi we de mu mpe ni di nukure emma Ghana fo nya na wo na ba no mfo bani ya gani ya hwa ba no na Ghana fo nkwa ho che biom ya da wa se nyago bo shirawo na di kunum we dey no free the whole Jomolo. The only market ayawa esopa Jowaf market. Last 4 years we share bo say anka oba my market be bie mu aye ni ya mai.
So this is the Asian Axim Nana Kwame Awilo. Ose, adena is so simple. Sana nano nkrofo edi animu. Omo ba ye to abawie no mo keka sense bi kire DC fu a enye fe. Na entiase bi anim. Na we die your mama pe nkrofo a ombe fi wo mani han. Ahwem ni akai no anwan. Na nkenye adwomboni a ega your mama wi ni. But on the more serious note, na ma hu senka woka. Especially in the Ashanti region. Me mampon tem bia meko bia no me navo for my son beto ama abama John Mahama ne NDC. The question they ask Bobie yakoto na mu because you two we are yentimi emagina da kan ho sai me yi anim say ye baba be protect ade no this mo anyine mo na mo mankrofo we sai esesa ade no. And that has been the conversation, the questions.
Kara
Yango
I share strongly in Ohinene Kasa Okan ni na sa question no edobiano kwabra omo mta busa sa question ni pa dodo na ye womo a omo afri baabi ebeto abama NDC kwabra minim nipa pi ya bigiri se yekokuma ase a oni obi din koma aya wote se na yeto a mo betimi ahwe so na ebi o wa ugu ahomekoko a sigh of whether relief or this cannot be a sigh of relief because it is a sigh of sorry. But sometimes you just do that to water down your Marcosway in the past and still hope say it could be better than the Ecoso in the past, because Kara NDC will never be forgiven if Abaye Kotwe omo anye de esefata a be man kunimdie Abaye Ghana fo nyina dia Kara enkomo na ye die no anya NDC nkomo bishia NDC fo na me show mun kran a eya na me pese me ma omu hu se enye sebi omu nko na ade ahia omu
hwe
eyo man Ghana ena ba bia ye duro no enye party bio. They are very lucky and fortunate said they have a candidate on akwa se ni pede enso yen wene nam ne hu akono owo sune ban bia etwedom owo do owo abodo kire owo sabio entati abotre osa wo ntati anyansa enu nti akoye se the way awote no titiri nti ema nipa dom adwen yo mo se ya hwere ya de pa bi na ewosi ye kofa de pa ne ye den ebefie kwabra minimum this fo a eka omo nko na nka do ma 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 mpani biem da minimum ebia to a certain point a utimu se omo wo yaw bi wo omo mu se eka omo nko krampo no na nka do ma ma free ho na nka kwan abedam ama sebi omo so atimi akopre akonya kese kwabra minim kofo a omo ye ndisi fo all right anase omo ye wolves in sheep clothing odwan a wode pataku a wode odwan enwoma adura ne ho na debia ya me question be busa ni se wa ma yonko entwa nkono a utimi twadu se wa ma yonko entwa anko a wo utimi twaduru ana and some yana be busa me hono no. Now so Kwabena, God being so good. Oh say after some time, I don't know if you have realized, say John Mahama be a flag bearer wie no. Baku mienu miensa bi a me gidi say wa wotiti bi ebi won so awode wanimu asem. Oh say watimi ayade bi a aye nwanwa ama asesese no omo nka bom no aye fe. Even though ebinum da so wo mina support, no two ways about it. Omo ye nipa. But the question is, Kwabena, that's far. How far? Baby, are you drawing? Is it just about the NDC? Is it about John Mahama? Is it about President John Mahama maybe Diana? Is it about Lordina Mahama na? Is it about Nipadom Aomoye executives of the NDC? Is it about Abaya Kotoya na wo pe chairman awenya? Is it about secretary na wo kopa awenya? Is it about ebia pulling anamu friend say branch executive election wulusu ye? Is it necessarily about our individual goals ayentimia ateni? These are questions that we are gonna near. I was saying in Ayebusa NDC for. I have put a plea before every Ghanaian, including Omokrampo Omuya MPP for. By way, I had the most disappointing political party in the history of the world to them. Million MPP for. Omo edi omo re e share Akufo-Addo. Omo di omo ni tone so. Ya enehwamo dia omo die. Omo busa sa question way every now and then. In fact, when you talk to them over the phone, sometimes personally, when you meet them, the point they want to always stress and they say, omo nim say bawomia enya dia obetimi abeye mampani si yetu free and fair election. Omo nim say omo bomu trimu po so mbe wi abanim. Now, ya ho boa and saying sometimes they do that to ask you, say, Muhia Moana. Is the NDC opening their arms to welcome all hands on deck? Because you say, Bako, Uredua Ebu.
That is the point.
Baby, I drew no. And NDC has some BM. Yes, the only person that can save this country from the mess, Mama. That one, there is no doubt about it. You can have a litany of whatever, people arguing from several but the point that Kwabena, everybody must know, they say, NDC, NAM Amayokua, says, no, or more are presenting such a candidate. John Mahama,